Now it says it's streaming. You might, yeah, reload again now. Check. Okay, Deepon Guard now should work here. Just need to make this a little longer. The microphone goes to the closer to the mouth. This, maybe like that. Audible. Okay, let me tweak it a little bit. Okay, that's yeah. I have to be careful here. Go down here and hit. What? Doing this stupid? I think the batteries are not so great anymore. Need to switch these off. Okay. Yeah. What do you think? How's the sound on the speakers? Maybe a little tinny on the bass. Yeah, yeah. Um. Let me see the highs. The highs. Okay. Like that is better, eh? Little better. Okay. Yeah. Depends on the voice on the person's talking, speaking, the middle. Yeah, yeah. Let's see. That also. Yeah. Haribo. Okay, you put it on and speak a little and
Hare Krishna.
can you move a little away from the speaker? From the speaker, go to the middle, maybe.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hari Bol. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna. It's good. Yeah.
Okay, talk a little bit. Just something.
Yeah. Hare Krishna. I think it's. Is it? Does it sound good? Hari Hari Bol.
In front of the speakers because that's causing the feedback.
Is it? Yeah. Maybe.
But you're on the stage anyway.
I'll be here at this position. Yeah. Be ready to switch it off. Yeah, exactly. You. Okay. No, it's. I think it's fine.
Yeah, as soon as you get it.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
It's too a bit pitched, no? How the voice? Can you? Yeah, can you put it down a little bit? It's good. Where do we put the picture now? Here. Do we have a... Yeah, so Science and Spiritual Quest, World Peace Convention, Synthesis of Science, Spirituality, Art and Culture for World Peace. Is I think it's okay. How does it sound for you? Yeah, okay. Dr. T.D. Singh, also known as His Holiness Bhakti Swarup Damodar Swami, the founder of the World Peace Convention, one of the world's pioneer exponents of science spirituality dialogue and interfaith peace initiatives. Does this make something? Haribol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. But it's good. It's okay. Yes. Dr. Singh is renowned for his ability to synthesize two apparently different paradigm of epistemology. Can you mute it? How? Okay.
Channel B16, okay. Theoretically it's working. You hear these sounds? What is happening? I think it's the batteries. He told me when he's doing this weird stuff, we need to change them, but it shows full. Krishna. Okay. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Okay, this is also working. Yeah. Ready to be.
Hare Krishna. Good.
Okay,
Works.
here's A, here's B. It's working. I don't
Uh,
mind.
Yeah, this doesn't matter
Okay,
as long as it works.
continue.
But can I mute and unmute?
Yes.
Just you do it. I think I don't do anything here.
Yeah.
Just do it here.
Totally.
Unmute.
Okay.
Hare Krishna. Do you sound me? Do you hear me?
Out of the speaker, right?
Yes. Can you hear me? It's already should have started. Yeah? It's good?
Yeah, yeah.
Sounds well. Yeah. Perfect. Yes. But if I go close to the speakers, then it might be a problem. Yeah. Until here. It's good. It's perfect. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes. So we'll start in a couple of minutes. So please be with us. Thank you. Please be seated. Can you mute me?
Yes, you can also.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you all for being here. We're so sorry we're a bit late from the scheduled time. So, before we start, does someone needs translation? But this would be weird because I have to say in German. From English to German, if someone needs Dutch translation, then you can find it, talks to some of the volunteers behind, and you can get one of those translation thing. Okay, so a warm welcome to 8th Swiss Symposium on Science and Spiritual Quest. It's a tribute to Dr. T.D. Singh, His Holiness Bhakti Swarup Damodar Swami. The theme of this year's conference is Synthesis of Science, Spirituality, Art and Culture for World Peace. Organized by World Peace Convention, Vedanta and Science Educational Research Association. Good morning, guten Morgen, heartful welcome to all of you for being here with us today. I'm Dipankar Sharma and I will be your host for the day. I will take you through the symposium, and I once again extend my sincere gratitude to all of you on behalf of World Peace Convention. Special welcome to our guest speakers and our guest of honor, Michael Cremo. I will introduce our speakers in due course of time. So before we begin with the symposium, I would like to give you a brief introduction or overview to the organization, the World Peace Convention, what it is and what it does and why it does. And also I would like to share about the visionary, the inspiration behind the organization, for whom this event is a tribute, Dr. T.D. Singh. So you can see his pictures all around the room today, and I'll also show him a few of his pictures. So yes, so Dr. T.D. Singh, is also known as His Holiness Bhakti Swarup Damodar Swami, is the founder of the World Peace Convention. He was one of the world's pioneer exponents of science, spirituality dialogue, and interfaith peace initiatives. He identified the cause of many of the problems in the world today, such as terrorism, environmental issues, and social and religious conflict, to be due to a lack of understanding between the fields of empirical science and religion. As an international director of the Bhaktivedanta Institute, he wrote more than 30 books, gave hundreds of talks and seminars, and organized numerous scholarly discussions and international conferences on the topics related to the science and spirituality nexus. His tireless efforts were revolutionary and brought together some of the best minds in the world, Nobel laureates, scientists, spiritualists, and world leaders together to a common platform of constructive dialogue and action for a more peaceful world. So while traveling extensively around the world, he built bridges between communities, cultures, and ideologies. Everywhere he went, he sought to cultivate the human spirit of inquiry, love, and peace. Primarily, he emphasized the need for a new paradigm of life beyond the mechanistic model of atoms and molecules, and to include the idea of consciousness, meaning, and purpose. So Dr. T.D. Singh was born in the ancient state of Manipur, which is situated in the northeastern part of India. After receiving a scholarship from the Indian government for his excellent academic results, he obtained his PhD in physical organic chemistry from the University of California in 1974. He contributed many papers in the Journal of American Chemical Society and the Journal of Organic Chemistry in the field of fast proton transfer kinetics in model biological systems using stop flow technique and NMR spectroscopy. He also worked on gas phase reaction mechanisms using ion cyclotron resonance spectroscopy. While in USA in 1970, he met his spiritual teacher, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who belonged to the ancient Vaishnava Vedanta lineage. Under his guidance, Dr. T.D. Singh began advanced studies in the philosophy of Vedanta. In 1974, Srila Prabhupada founded the Bhaktivedanta Institute and appointed Dr. T.D. Singh as the director. So Dr. Singh is renowned for his ability to synthesize two apparently different paradigms of epistemology in Western science and Eastern spirituality. For example, he coined and defined the term spiriton to describe the conscious energy, the life particle, which exists in all living beings. In addition to his contribution to science and spirituality, Dr. Singh was a key member of the United Religions Initiative, founded by Bishop E. Swing under the auspices of the United Nations. Through the URI, Dr. Singh played a very active role in getting religious leaders from several parts of the globe to meet and work together towards greater understanding of each other. Referring to this work, he jokingly used to say, "I am performing the chemistry of culture." Despite his stature as a world figure, Dr. Singh was personal and humble in his dealings with whomever he met. Dr. Singh's life, work, and teachings mark a new chapter in humanity's quest for the ultimate reality by combining a scientific and spiritual approach. Dr. Singh had lots of concern for the student community with regard to their holistic development. He felt that the younger generation were exposed to the latest scientific and technological developments but lacked spiritual foundation to make proper use of them. However, he felt the need to organize students' conferences on the interface of science and spirituality for the holistic growth of their personality. With this vision, Dr. T.D. Singh inspired many conferences. He conceptualized series of conferences on science and spiritual quest. Today, inspired by his vision, his friends, students, and well-wishers throughout the world are making a humble attempt to carry out his grand vision for harmonizing the modern culture through the synthesis of science and spirituality, and this event is one such attempt. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about the World Peace Convention. Can you hear me? Let's see. Let's go on. Yeah. So, the World Peace Convention establishes an international dialogue for the purpose of bringing together the interrelationship of science and spirituality. As a non-profit organization, it is dedicated to facilitating communication between scientific and religious communities on a wider range of issues that affect people individually and collectively. It explores foundational questions related to life's origin, the nature of humanity, problems related to the body, mind, and society at large, as well as many other philosophical and ethical concerns. The World Peace Convention aims to provide comprehensive solutions to these issues through a consciousness-based paradigm. This is a new approach that will have profound significance for broadening our understanding of science, spirituality, and their synthesis. One of the primary objectives of the World Peace Convention is to present this paradigm for the critical attention of serious scholars and thinkers throughout the world. As such, the Institute supports a closer examination of existing scientific paradigms in cosmology, evolution, physics, biology, genetics, neuroscience, environmental science, and other sciences. The World Peace Convention also promotes scientific and philosophical dialogues among scientists, scholars, and theologians of the world. These dialogues cover various common conceptual grounds and promote a better understanding amongst different scientific and faith-based communities. They all address issues that emerge due to technological development and scientific discoveries. World Peace Convention series primary attempts to systematically bring out a renaissance in the thoughts of young students and professionals from a pessimism speculation framework to an optimism realization framework. The colloquium series also aims to foster and facilitate an inner transformation of an individual, a group, or society by leveraging upon the synthesis of Vedanta and modern science. The grand vision of Dr. T.D. Singh, the founder of World Peace Convention, is enchanting. Today, the synthesis of science and spirituality has become a topic of academic and personal interest for many. And his publication, along with seminars, workshops, courses, and conferences such as this, provide alternate avenues and platform for a person to enrich oneself and achieve a deeper understanding for one's own self and the cosmos. So to fulfill these objectives, the organization supports the exchange of ideas through conferences, seminars, publication, and its website. So we invite you all to visit the website. You can subscribe to the email newsletter and attend such events in future. So at the end, a very quick introduction about the venue where we are. So this is called the Divine Light Centrum Research Institute for Science Synthesis, and this was founded by Swami Omkarananda. So he was a South Indian scientist, philosopher, mystic, and sage. At the young age of 16, he joined Shivananda Ashram in Rishikesh, a town at the foothills of Himalayas. At 17, he was initiated into the ancient monastic order founded by Sankaracharya. During his 19 years journey on the bank of the Ganga, he published books by Swami Shivananda, as well as he authored books of his own, which are internationally acclaimed. In 1965, in response to repeated invitations to Swiss academics over a course of a decade, he moved to Europe. He subsequently lived for decades in Switzerland and Austria, and drawing upon his direct experience of divine truth, Swami Omkarananda delivered countless speeches on the nature of God, on the purpose of life, on philosophy and psychology, as well as many other subjects. He authored numberless spiritual philosophical works and founded various benevolent institutions for promoting the spiritual evolution of mankind. Swami Omkarananda practiced what he preached. Because his life was rooted in the divine, he could inspire people and give them strength and consolation. His work continues unabated, and this institute is one of his foundation, Divine Light Center, a research institute for synthesis of science. So I think with this short introduction, we know the visionary, the inspiration, we know the venue, and our goal and purpose. So we are set to start the program, and we would like to start the program with a musical invocation. For this we have, there will be a chant of few phrases from Brahma Samhita to invoke positivity in the environment. So I'm delighted to introduce 5 exceptional young talents to grace the event with their performance. So we have Sai Chintan, Akansh Agarwal, Shri Ananya, Abhigna, and Shreyash. So these kids, they dedicated themselves to learning and presenting these verses to us today here from Brahma Samhita, which is a series of prayers to the Supreme Lord from Brahma. And also they will present the timeless universal prayer, Asatoma Sadagamaya, which prays for peace and harmony. So these kids, they display a passion for music, but also they have very strong spiritual inclination. They dedicated themselves to learning and perfecting these verses, and they're very excited to present them to us today. And we're very fortunate to have them among us. So I'd like to invite you all, please, you can come up on the stage and grace us with your performance.
ईश्वरा परमा कृष्णा सच्चिदानंद विग्रह अनादिरादिर् गोविंद सर्वकारण कारणम् चिंतामणि प्रकर सद्मसुकल्प वृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतसम्भ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि वेणुं क्वनन्तमरविन्ददलायताक्षम् बरहावतं समसिदम्बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् कन्दर्पकोटिकमनीयविशेषशोभम् गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि आलोलचन्द्रकलसद्वनमाल्यवंशी रत्नाङ्गदां प्रणयकेलिकलाविलासम् श्यामं त्रिभङ्गललितां नियतप्रकाशम् गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि ॐ असतो मा सद्गमया तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमया मृत्योर्मा अमृतं गमया. Om, lead me from the unreal to the real. Lead me from darkness to light. Lead me from death to immortality. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Okay, so thank you so much. I'm a little bit late to thank. A big round of applause for the remarkable performance. Yes, thanks. So following this chant of Brahma Samhita, we have a Ganesh Vandana chants, seeking the blessings from Lord Ganesha. So for this, I would like to welcome Sheen Khurdi, Pamposh Khurdi and Ruby Bakshi Khurdi onto the stage to chant the Ganesh Vandana. Yes. You also need this one.
In the name of Ganesha, I would request everyone, if you know the verses, you can also sing with us. Because Ganesha is the god of fortune, and he is wishing everyone who's present here to sing and rejoice in this beautiful moment. So we'll first chant with Om Ganpati Namah 3 times, and then we'll have the Vandana. Om Ganpate Namah. Om Ganpate Namah. Om Ganpate Namah. Now we'll sing the Aarti. Please, you can join us. Jai Ganesh, Jai Ganesh, Jai Ganesh Deva. Jai Ganesh, Jai Ganesh, Jai Ganesh Deva. Mata Jaki Parvati Pita Mahadeva. Mata Jaki Parvati Pita Mahadeva. धूप चढ़े कील चढ़े और चढ़े मेवा. धूप चढ़े कील चढ़े और चढ़े मेवा. लड्डुअन का भोग लगे संत करे सेवा. लड्डुअन का भोग लगे संत करे सेवा. जय गणेश जय गणेश जय गणेश देवा. माता जाकी पार्वती पिता महादेवा. एक दंत दयावंत चार भुजाधारी. एक दंत दयावंत चार भुजाधारी. मस्तक सिंदूर सोहे मूस की सवारी. मस्तक सिंदूर सोहे मूस की सवारी. जय गणेश जय गणेश जय गणेश देवा. जय गणेश जय गणेश जय गणेश देवा. माता जाकी पार्वती पिता महादेवा. माता जाकी पार्वती पिता महादेवा. अंधन को आँख देत कोढ़न को काया. अंधन को आँख देत कोढ़न को काया. बांझन को पुत्र देत निर्धन को माया. बांझन को पुत्र देत निर्धन को माया. जय गणेश जय गणेश जय गणेश देवा. माता जाकी पार्वती पिता महादेवा. पान चढ़े फूल चढ़े और चढ़े मेवा. पान चढ़े फूल चढ़े और चढ़े मेवा. सुरत शाम शरण आए सुफल कीजे सेवा. सुरत शाम शरण आए सुफल कीजे सेवा. जय गणेश जय गणेश जय गणेश देवा. माता जाकी पार्वती पिता महादेवा. दीनन की लाज रखो शुभ सुखवारी. दीनन की लाज रखो शुभ सुखवारी. कामना को पूरी करो जग के बलिहारी. कामना को पूरी करो जग के बलिहारी. जय गणेश जय गणेश जय गणेश देवा. माता जाकी पार्वती पिता महादेवा. जय गणेश जय गणेश जय गणेश देवा. जय गणेश जय गणेश जय गणेश देवा. माता जाकी पार्वती पिता महादेवा. माता जाकी पार्वती पिता महादेवा. बोलो गणपति बापा की जय. बोलो सभी देवी देवताओं की जय. बोलो माता रानी की जय. बोली सभी भक्त जनों की जय. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much for wonderful singing of Ganesh Vandana. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think this sets a perfect mood for us to delve into our conference and talks. Now, so a few guidelines for the symposium. So we have in total 9 talks. 6 would be in person here and 3 are online through Zoom. which will be displayed in the screen. And so we are also live in Zoom and I believe also in YouTube. So you already have received the program schedule, so you can you know which talks are when. So we have 2 cultural events, one after lunch and one at the end of the event. And there will be 3 short breaks, one before lunch and 2 afterwards, 10 minutes each. And there is also an opportunity to interact with the speakers at the end of the symposium in case if someone wants to discuss. Each talk will be 30 minutes, followed by 5 minutes of question answer session, and based on how many questions we can take, we'll try to limit ourselves to 5 minutes. And for the speakers, we'll put a timer on this screen here, so you'll be able to see the time when you are talking. So it's 30 minutes timer, and then you'll know when to conclude, or it'll help you keep track of the time. Yes, so that would be it, and then I think we can start. Without any further delay, I would like to introduce our first speaker, who is also our guest of honor for the symposium today, Michael A. Cremo, honorary doctorate from Bhaktivedanta College in Budapest, Hungary. So I'd like to give you a short introduction of him before he comes up the stage and speaks. So Michael Cremo is an American freelance researcher. He's a member of World Archaeological Congress and the European Association of Archaeologists. He has authored several books and papers on anthropology, cosmology, and Vedic culture. Among them, the highly appreciated and noteworthy are Forbidden Archaeology, The Hidden History of Human Race, The Archaeological Record, and many more. Michael Cremo has honorary PhD in Science and Theology. He is a research associate of the Bhaktivedanta Institute for Higher Studies and is a member of the executive committee of the Museum of the Vedic Planetarium. His work focuses on Vedic perspective, on human origins and antiquity, as well as Vedic cosmology. He has presented papers at meetings of the World Archaeological Congress, European Association of Archaeologists, the International Congress for History of Science, and the International Union of Prehistoric and Protohistoric Sciences. He has also presented papers in the biennial conference series Towards the Science of Consciousness. He has given invited lectures at the Royal Institution in London, the Russian Academy of Sciences in Moscow, the Indian Institute of Sciences in Bangalore, and other scientific institutions. He has also lectured in universities around the world. His books, Forbidden Archaeology and Human Devolution, have been widely reviewed in scientific and academic journals. The abridged popular edition of Forbidden Archaeology, titled The Hidden History of the Human Race, has been translated into over 20 languages. Cremo's latest book is My Science, My Religion, a collection of 24 of the papers he has presented as major international science congresses. Cremo is particularly interested in examining the history of the archaeology and anthropology from the standpoint of alternative worldviews, particularly worldviews with foundation in consciousness-based ancient Indian thought. He has been a member of the International Society of Krishna Consciousness since 1974. So with a short introduction, I would like to invite our guest of honor, Michael Cremo, to the stage to address the audience and present his talk today, which is titled Museum of the Vedic Planetarium, presenting the Gaudiya Vaishnava cosmology as cultural heritage that fosters world peace. I will, yes.
Okay, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. 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 I'd like to thank the organizers, my fellow speakers who'll be presenting today, and all of you who have come to hear something about how the synthesis of science, spirituality, culture, and art can contribute to world peace. I think there's an urgent necessity for science and religion to make peace with each other. That is the key to world peace. In 1945, atomic bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This technology was produced by scientists, atomic scientists, and many of them were very disappointed. You know, they had invented this technology, but then the question came, should it be built? If it was built, should it be used? And if it was used, how should it be used? So they were very disappointed in the result. Therefore, in 1945, Einstein and Robert Oppenheimer and other atomic scientists founded the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. In 1947, the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists introduced what they called the Doomsday Clock. They set it at 20 minutes to midnight, midnight being nuclear catastrophe. This year, in 2023, they set the doomsday clock to 90 seconds to midnight. According to this is the closest the world has come to nuclear war since the last time such weapons were used. I've been around a long time. I can remember the Berlin crisis of the 1960s, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and many others. And it seemed at many times in this history, the world was close to nuclear war. But apparently, we are now closer than ever to such a catastrophe. And this suggests the need of scientists and technologists to take some help from spirituality so they can control what they are working on and what uses it'll be put to. Einstein himself said, "Science without religion is lame. Religion without science is blind." My guru, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, said, "Religion without philosophical basis, without scientific basis, is sentiment. That religion based on philosophy and science, that is right." So there is a need for the scholars in these disciplines, the scientists and spiritualists, to come to some understanding so that their significant influence can be used to keep the world in a state of peace. Of course, when we speak about science and religion, we have to realize that it's not easy to speak about them in just general terms, as these historians of science, John Hedley Brooke and Jeffrey Cantor, wrote, "The perceived relation between science and religion depends on how both of these terms are defined, when and by whom." They further pointed out, we must ask, whose science, whose religion? Because there are many different kinds of religion, some of them more helpful for a synthesis of science and spirituality, and some not. There are also many types of science and scientists, some more favorable to synthesis of science and spirituality, and some not. So we must ask, whose science, whose religion? That's why I titled my latest book, My Science, My Religion. And as was mentioned in the introduction, that's a collection of 24 papers I presented at mainstream scientific conferences integrating my spirituality and science. So by my science, and hopefully our science, I mean scientific evidence and logic consistent with the Vedic conclusions. By my religion, I mean the Vedic conclusions as I have received them from my guru, Srila Prabhupada. Now, the main science that I personally deal with is archaeology. And within archaeology, I find two groups. One I call the archaeology group, and the other I call the archaeologies group. The archaeology singular group believes there's one objective, empirical, professional archaeology united in presenting its findings to the world. The archaeologies group understands that there may be many different kinds of archaeology. The modern Western scientific type of archaeology, which was used to suppress the identities and worldviews of people in various parts of the world during the colonial period in Asia, Africa, the Americas. That's one archaeology, but there may be other archaeologies, a Native American Indian archaeology, a Pacific Islander archaeology, a Vedic archaeology. As a matter of fact, the World Archaeological Congress is one of the world's largest international organizations. And its journal is called Archaeologies. And they express an interest in diversity, multivocality, indigenous and post-colonial approaches to archaeology. And they welcome and stress the importance of non-Western epistemologies. So within the world of science, we have some that are more open to different perspectives, which may aid in the synthesis of science and spirituality, and others who are not. So the Vedic philosophy and Vedic outlook on cosmology that I favor is very conducive to world peace because it explains we are ultimately all beings of pure consciousness. I'm a being of pure consciousness. You're a being of pure consciousness. We're all beings of pure consciousness. There's no need to divide ourselves up into competing, warring groups based on things like nationality, race, even religion. This worldview is very conducive to fostering world peace. And not just peace among human beings, because there's also a war against other species. Yeah, we have huge slaughterhouses and things like that. Animals, plants, species being destroyed. So the Vedic cosmology wants to see peace, not just among the human species, but among all forms of life. And the ultimate type of peace is the peace of each individual finding his higher or her higher self, which exists and can express itself on a higher platform of reality beyond birth and death. Because even if, I got lost. Okay, hit the wrong button somewhere. Because even if we establish peace between the nations of the world, among the humans on this planet, and even among all species, still we're confronted with another type of disturbance. And that is something that the Vedic philosophy and cosmology offers an answer to. So that concludes my welcoming remarks. And according to the schedule, I go on to my talk, which is the first one on the list today. There'll be several others coming. This is about a project that I'm involved in. It's called the Museum of the Vedic Planetarium. And it represents cosmology as cultural heritage that fosters world peace. I noticed in our program materials that it stressed science, spirituality, art, and culture. So this Museum of the Vedic Planetarium it involves all of those things, brings science, spirituality, culture, art, all together to foster world peace. The Museum of the Vedic Planetarium is part of a larger project called the Temple of the Vedic Planetarium. The museum section of this project is circled there in red. It's 5 floors, which are going to be dedicated to exhibits showing Vedic perspectives on science, cosmology, astrophysics, biology, consciousness studies. As was mentioned in the introduction, the Vedic worldview is a consciousness-based worldview. And we're going to be hearing more about that later in the day. Now, when we speak about heritage, we generally mean things from the past that become our heritage now, but we also have to think about the future. What are we going to pass on to future generations? Are we going to pass on a world full of danger of war, environmental destruction? Are we going to pass on knowledge and principles and insights that foster peace among people in the world and a more healthy regard for the environment? So the specific worldview or culture that's being presented in this project is Gaudiya Vaishnavism. And a major figure in in that school of thought was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who appeared in 1486 in Mayapur in West Bengal. And he stressed the study of a work, a Sanskrit work called the Srimad Bhagavatam, also known as the Bhagavat Purana. And this begins with, the Bhagavat Purana begins with sages gathered together in the forest of Naimisharanya in northern India about 5,000 years ago. And these sages are able to perceive the onset of the coming age. They can see in the future how conditions are going to deteriorate. And they're thinking, what from our vast heritage of knowledge do we need to communicate to the future generations that will help them not only survive, but make a success of things in this difficult age that we're in. So in the museum, when people first enter, they will have an experience of this. They'll enter a forest and see the sages contemplating these questions. Of course, these sages emphasize cosmology. We have to have a picture of the larger world that we exist in. So we need to answer questions like, who am I in this cosmos? Where am I in the cosmos? Where should I be going? Now, on this question, who am I? Today, many scientists will say we're machines made of molecules in competition with each other for survival. Oh, did something go wrong? Okay. Yes. Okay. I guess I should look at the screen every once in a while. Thank you. So, on this question, who am I? Many scientists today will say we're machines made of molecules in competition with each other for survival. Richard Dawkins said, we are survival machines, robot vehicles, blindly programmed to preserve the selfish molecules known as genes. Now, if people have that sense of identity, which many do because this is what's being promoted by the scientific community through the education systems all over the world, they're going to have a certain type of culture, and we'll get to that. What about consciousness, some people would say? Most scientists believe it's produced by chemicals interacting in the brain, but they've never shown exactly how chemicals can produce consciousness. And as far as where we are, they would say we're in an accidental universe, a universe that expanded out of some random fluctuations of the quantum mechanical vacuum. There's no purpose to it. It's just an accident. We're accidental beings in an accidental cosmos. And how did we come about? Well, it just happened somehow or other. So if we define our identity in this materialistic way, then naturally our goals and values and objectives in life will tend to be extremely materialistic. And we'll think that to produce and consume more and more material things is the main purpose of human life. And in that process of ever-increasing material production and consumption, we're finding that conflict on all levels of human society is increasing in the world, including the danger of nuclear war, which I mentioned in the very beginning, we're closer to than at any point in the world's history up to now. So we have this conflict on all levels of human society. But in the Vedic cosmology, as we're presenting it in this Museum of the Vedic Planetarium, we are suggesting there's another identity, Aham Brahmasmi, I am spirit. I am not just a random collection of chemicals. And my consciousness isn't going to disappear at the time of death when the chemicals in the brain stop interacting. No, we're eternal, conscious, personal, individual beings. And this is not just something that people have to accept on faith. It's something we can all experience. We're conscious. It's the most real fact of our existence. But there's also scientific evidence that supports this concept that the conscious self, the Atma, can exist apart from the body, apart from the brain. One field of investigation that's very interesting is the study of out-of-body experiences, or near-death experiences, as they're called. During these experiences, what appears to happen is that the conscious self temporarily separates from the body, from the brain, and then re-enters the same body. But that leads to another idea, namely that a conscious self can go from one body to another. Of course, that's reincarnation. And there are scientists who are investigating that, studying past life memories reported in many cases by young children. Now, this process of reincarnation can be progressive. In one lifetime, one may make progress from one type of body to another. So there's a kind of evolution that goes on, an evolution of consciousness, an evolution of the spirit, soul, as it goes from lifetime to lifetime to lifetime. So this kind of answers the question for us, who are we? We're not just collections of chemicals. We are Atma, Brahman, spirit souls, eternal. And in terms of where are we, well, we're somewhere in the cosmos. By cosmos, I mean everything that exists. There is, according to the Vedic cosmology, a whole spiritual aspect to the cosmos. And that's where each conscious self really belongs, because it's there on that level of pure consciousness that consciousness can fully express its Sat Chit Ananda nature, its nature of eternality, full knowledge, and full satisfaction and pleasure. That cannot be experienced on this level of reality, where consciousness is limited in so many different ways But that material part of the cosmos where consciousness is subjected to so many limitations is only a small part of the total reality. And you could say it's like a little virtual reality system. And it's here that, see, the ruling principle at that level of pure consciousness is loving, cooperative harmony among all conscious beings and the source of all conscious beings. So, if conscious selves aren't in that harmonious, cooperative mood of loving, caring, if they have developed any amount of selfishness and greed and the desire to control and dominate and exploit others, well, that's the virtual reality system we're in now. But it has a dual purpose. You can either become more and more entangled in the process of trying to dominate, control, and exploit the resources of material nature and other people, other living entities. That's one path one can take. The other path is to understand we're all beings of pure consciousness. We should satisfy our material needs in the most simple, natural, fair, and efficient way possible, while putting most of our human energy into developing the resource of consciousness and transferring ourselves from that limited virtual reality system that we're now inhabiting and go to the real platform of existence where we can express the full potentialities of consciousness. So this worldview of understanding we're all beings of pure consciousness, we're all related to each other, it fosters an attitude of ahimsa, because if we understand that in the body of the animal, in the body of the human being, in the body of the plant, there's a conscious self, just like our own conscious self, then we tend to be nonviolent. We don't commit violence upon those living entities. So if we really understood that all the people of the world, all living things, are related to each other, part of the same spiritual family, we wouldn't divide ourselves up into nation states that arm themselves to the teeth with nuclear weapons. And there are many who have already done it, and probably there are going to be many more who do it. And unless attitudes change, it's hard to see that these things won't be used someday. So this Vedic Gaudiya Vaishnava worldview was for some time confined basically to India, to groups there, and maybe a few scholars around the world knew a little bit about these things. But starting in 1965, this worldview, this Vedic cosmology, was globalized internationally by my guru, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. And part of his program for globalizing, internationalizing this worldview and turning it from some antiquary topic into a living breathing worldview that has direct relevance to the issues that we're confronting today. Part of his program for that was the Temple of Vedic Planetarium, which is now under construction. It's almost completed in India. He said, within the planetarium, we will construct a huge detailed model of the universe as described in the text of the 5th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Within the planetarium, the model will be studied by onlookers from different levels by the use of escalators. Detailed information will be given on open verandas at the different levels by means of dioramas, charts, films, etc. So he had this vision in 1976. And yeah, this is a real photograph. It's not CGI. The structure of it is now up. And as I said, I'm involved in the museum part of it, and we're in the process of developing the exhibits to make these points that I've been making here in maybe perhaps a more effective way at, at this place. And of course, we're also going to have a digital version of the museum so that people who aren't able to make their way to Mayapur in West Bengal to visit the actual physical structure of the museum will be able to access it and the cosmology connected with it from anywhere in the world. We're going to put a lot of emphasis on the non-sectarian nature of the Vedas. Veda is a Sanskrit word. It simply means knowledge. And knowledge is available to everyone. So we want to stress in this museum that we're talking about something that is relevant to everyone. And we want to have exhibits that make the point that we're all beings of pure consciousness, different from the bodily vehicle made of the gross material elements that we may happen to be occupying at the present moment, that there's something beyond that. And we also want to give people the experience of existing in different bodies, maybe the body of a bird. We're going to be making use of the best ideas, the best technologies, the best art ideas from artists. As I was saying in the beginning, this project is a perfect example of what this conference is about, integrating science, spirituality, art, and culture for the benefit of the world, and especially the cause of world peace. And of course, for me, cosmology is a broad term. One thing it includes is, yes, the movement of the planets, the origin of galaxies, and things like that. But for me, cosmology includes everything that's present in the cosmos, and that includes us. We're all part of the cosmos. So, but we will have exhibits and displays related to astronomical phenomenon and things like that. And finally, I'd like to say that the project is based on a non-sectarian approach. We may be approaching things from a Vedic perspective, but we don't make any exclusive claim for truth. Say only we have the truth. We recognize there are lots of spiritual traditions in the world, and many of them are conducive to world peace and the synthesis of science and religion. And, it's just like the spiritual techniques that we're talking about are broad. Just like you can, if you're a geologist, you can extract gold from its ore. And when if somebody could bring a glass of water, I'd appreciate it. But just like a geologist will know how to extract gold from its ore, and then once you have the gold, you could form it into coins. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. Once you have the gold, you could form it into coins, and then you could stamp the symbols of different nations on it. But if it's really gold, it doesn't matter what symbol you've stamped on it. So it's like with spirituality. If you've got it, doesn't matter what you call it. It doesn't matter what you call it. You could call it Hinduism, you could call it Islam, you could call it Buddhist, you could put your label on it. But if it's really spirituality, it'll shine forth, it'll have its own value. You'll know it. So that brings me to the end of my talk. I'd like to thank you for your kind attention and giving me the opportunity to present this today, to say a few words about the synthesis of science, spirituality, culture, and art for the purpose of world peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so now we'd like to take some questions from the
Okay.
audience. So please, if you have a question, you can raise your hand and then you can ask questions. Yeah. So while you formulate your question, maybe I can start. You talk about evolution of consciousness. So I was wondering, is this evolution of consciousness unidirectional or is it bidirectional? Because in case of human beings, as far as I know, I think it's bidirectional, but in other living beings, it's maybe unidirectional. So if you can clarify on this.
I would agree with how you formulate it, that in the human species, it's bidirectional, whereas in other species, it's unidirectional. And that's because of all the different bodily vehicles it's possible to have, the human vehicle has a special purpose. And it is in the human vehicle or human form of life that the conscious self can make decisions about how to take advantage of the two paths that are available to it, becoming more and more entangled in the material energy or awakening one's own spiritual nature. Now the problem is that some humans misuse their vehicle. Now, many of us drive vehicles, automobiles, for example. And to drive an automobile, you require a license. And to keep your license, you have to obey the traffic rules. If you are DUI, as we say in America, driving under the influence of some intoxicant, or you operate your vehicle in a dangerous way that puts others into danger, then you may lose your license. And that means you won't be able to operate the vehicle that you paid for. So it's the same with human life, the human vehicle. If you misuse it, you may lose your license for it, which means you take another type of vehicle, which may be animal, plant, insect. But when that happens, there's an automatic progression until you come back to the human form. And again, okay, you've got your license back. Do a better job this time. And if you do that, then your progress is always forward. Even if you don't complete the task of entering that realm of pure consciousness, even if you make 5 or 10%, then your next life you pick up where you left off until hopefully you achieve the goal.
Thank you. More questions? Yes.
Sir, my name is Dhananjay. My name is Dhananjay. Sir, with your vast experience, archaeological experience, are there any incidents which made you to a deep dive into spirituality? Would you mind to share one or two such incidents?
Okay, incidents that have inspired me to take to spirituality. Yes.
Thank you.
Well, I think that goes beyond archaeology and more to a general approach to life. And I had questions, from the time I was very young, even as an infant, a child, 2 years old. I was always interested in the truth. I wanted to know what was real. Because even as a child, sometimes you see something that appears to be true. Maybe your parents or an uncle or a friend, tries to play some little trick on you. You want to know what the truth is. And I found, as I was growing up, from the religious background I was in, the academic background, the social background, the national background, there were always questions that weren't answered. And sometimes, somehow or other, maybe because of some progress I made in some past life, I got a copy of Bhagavad Gita as it is. And as I read through that book, I found questions that nobody had been able to answer for me were answered. And then I visited a community of followers of the Bhagavad Gita, disciples of my guru, and I saw these people are actually living the teachings of the Gita, the book that they study. In my days as a student at the university, my friends and I would often discuss different philosophical ideas, but nobody ever dreamed of living by them. It was just some intellectual thing. But when I saw that it's actually possible to live the truths that I'm reading about and intellectualizing about, that was very important because I understood it was an option. It wasn't an option that I chose to follow right away, but eventually I decided of all the options available to me, that's the best. Now, the community and my guru were teaching something called Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti means the yoga of devotion. And one of the principles of it is to use your talent and ability for a higher purpose, to elevate yourself and to elevate the consciousness of others. So I had some talent and ability to write, to speak, to research. I could have used it for anything. I could have been working in some government agency, but I wanted something that was really international, truly international, free from limiting boundaries. So I found that, something where I can take whatever talent or ability that I have and not use it for any selfish purpose, either individually or collectively, but hopefully for my benefit and the benefit of others. So, in closing, it's kind of traditional in settings like this to end with a call for peace. So, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause to Michael Kramer.
Put it in your pocket because of the cable. Please
Yeah.
put it in your other pocket because of the cable.
There is no pocket here.
Oh, okay.
I'm inside pocket here.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much, Michael Kramer, for this wonderful talk. So the next speaker is Daniel Yanin. A short introduction about him before he starts his talk. So Daniel Yanin is the chairman of World Peace Convention. He started his spiritual journey in Belgium in early 1900. 90s and continued in Switzerland. He met Dr. T.D. Singh in 2000 in Zurich, and highly inspired by his books, his works, he was very much enthusiastic to join his mission. Under the guidance of Dr. T.D. Singh, World Peace Convention was founded in early 2000, and Daniel Yanin was appointed as the chairman of WPC. And since then, he conducted many conferences and discussions on the synthesis of science and spirituality here in Switzerland. He conducted the first conference in 2004 in presence of Dr. T.D. Singh in Zurich, and since then, WPC has been organizing conferences and symposium every 2 years until the COVID hit, and then now it's after 5 years. He plays a very crucial role in bringing scientists, scholars, and students from various fields together in such forum and conduct a healthy discussion among them towards synthesis of science and spirituality for world peace. He has been very determined and dedicated towards this cause, and despite his age and health, he is going out every week to meet and inspire many youth to develop their interest in science and spirituality and for their overall holistic and personal development. So the title of his talk today would be Life, Matter and Their Interactions, Memorial from Dr. T.D. Singh. So with this, I invite him to the stage.
Oh, this is front and back. Okay, and pointer. Thank you. Thank you very much for attending this humble attempt to inspire the world amongst the young students and the elder professors. What is the meaning of life? And the presentation we are going to speak about is science, spirituality, about art and culture. It's about the life, matter, and their interaction. This we can see every day, life, matter, and their interaction. This is a presentation based on the publication of His Holiness Bhakti Swarup Damodar Swami, who is a very nice inspiration for the Swiss development and about this scientific project and spiritual project dedicated to our founder, Acharya, or spiritual master, who founded the famous Bhaktivedanta Institute around the world for cultivating this powerful, let's say, this powerful influence on the world of the scientists who are leading for the moment the material view of the leading scientists around the world, and also who are misleading also the new young generation about what is the goal of life, unfortunately. Therefore, Bhaktivedanta Swami has founded 2 institutions, and we are continuing the mission of Bhaktivedanta Institute here in Switzerland. The book starts with the introduction. Kshetragyayor Jnanam. This means that to understand the distinction between the material field, Kshetra matter, Kshetra means matter, and the knower of the field, Kshetragya, means life. I can speak, you see me, I'm speaking, but this lamp of matter is moving under the Kshetragya. This is Sanskrit knowledge, Kshetragya. This is called knowledge, Jnanam, in Sanskrit, Jnanam. So
Kshetra matter, and the Kshetra Gya, this life identity, allow me to have impulse of speech, and this is coming from the knowledge of the Bhagavad Gita. Everybody has knowledge of Bhagavad Gita. Who doesn't know the Bhagavad Gita? Okay, everybody knows the Bhagavad Gita. Very good. So, now we come to the first Louis de Broglie. He says that it is premature to reduce the vital process to the quite insufficiently developed conception of 19th and even 20th physics. So there is a premature to reduce the vital process to the quite insufficiently developed concept. This is very important because scientists today, they think they have discovered the goal of life, which is manipulating all the different molecules of the material nature. But Louis de Broglie, he says, this is premature to reduce the vital process of the quite insufficiently developed conception. This conception is not sufficient to give impetus for substantial advancement in life today for the world, for the planet. Life is a mystery. We all agree, life is a mystery. What is, this is Darwin's book, The Origin of Species, in 1959. The question of life remains unsolved. They can have so many different manifestations, cultural events, conferences, but unfortunately, the life stay a mystery. So the question of life is not resolved. Darwin, everybody knows the Darwin theory, evolutionary theory of Darwin. But if on what we bring, if we could conceive in some warm little pond with the salts of ammonia and phosphoric salts, light, heat, electricity, etc. So if this is all around always of this if, we can bring some material molecule, this is around if. The primordial soup that serves as the starting point of modern theory of life's origin. I don't personally agree with this primordial soup. As a soup, when somebody is cooking a soup, you have to bring the ingredients. And who is bringing the ingredients? Not the soup itself. The soup doesn't fall from the sky, puff, and then we have a soup. But we need the ingredients, the living ingredients, who can bring all the different ingredients for making the soup. The next is to introduce chance. Chance. It's by chance. The mother has received the semen from the father, and by chance the child is born. But who is the origin of life of the child? The father and mother. But the material energy is so strong and powerful that it will not allow the living force to understand, because the living force is covered by such an impulse of illusion of manipulating the material molecules. So this is an obstacle. So the next is to introduce chance. Pure chance, this central concept of modern biology is no longer one among other possible or even conceivable hypotheses. We have to try to understand this central concept of modern biology. We live in a modern world which is no longer possible to conceive those hypotheses, because people, they start to react because they want to come back to their real nature. So chemistry and life is the DNA molecule life. DNA, everybody knows what is the DNA. So the DNA chemicals, either organic or inorganic, would not produce life. Everyone will agree that it will never be possible to revive a dead body where all the organic and inorganic chemicals are still present, thus showing that there is the divine hand of the Supreme being a God. And the Supreme being a God means that even for those who are atheists, or who are influenced by the atheistic point of view of life, we have organic and inorganic chemicals. They are still present. A dead body is lying here on the floor in front of the son and the daughter and the wife, but the dead body and the family is crying about the impulse of life, who has left the body. And there is a good analogy. The body is still there. So why all the molecules of the body are still in front of the family members? So why are they crying in front this dead matter, which is now missing the life impetus? So why to cry? But the body is there. But something is missing we never saw, and we never knew. So therefore, the author is explaining here that there is a divine hand, the divine hand of the Supreme Being, or God. The very fact, I've been too far. The very fact that life exists is a proof of the existence of God. In the theistic paradigm, life and matter are created by God only. In other words, God is the origin of both life and matter. But it's a belief or not a belief? This is my question. Is it a belief or not a belief? In the atheistic view, the Big Bang theory is the origin of matter. Everybody knows about the Big Bang theory. It's a soup. The Big Bang comes from a soup, isn't it? We all agree. Big Bang theory is a soup. But in the atheistic view means that they are not theist. They don't believe in God's existence. Or theistic theologian means those who have open-minded or have advancement into theology. Theology means advancement about the existence of the original of life. Theology. So the Big Bang theory is the origin of matter for the atheistic. And life is an emergent property of matter. Do we agree for this? Who agree? You agree? You give me your name after the conference. DNA and RNA are simply dead matter. So, for example, we take proteins from amino acids and DNA, from nucleotides and we briefly examine the chemistry of the cellular DNA. You have some different researcher here who is doing laboratory research? No? So there is a big gulf who lies between the few simple chemical facts known about DNA and the actual functioning of a cell. What does it mean? What does it mean? It means that there is the DNA, all the information about the living entity who is the kshetra, means the body. And the actual functioning of the cell. What is the functioning of the cell? It is the living impetus which is permitting the body to move, like we heard in the commentary of Michael Cremo, that we need to develop the human consciousness which is allowing us to approach the goal of life. What is the goal of life? Do we know what is the goal of life? If we ask a dog or a cat, what is the goal of life? And if we ask a human being, what is the goal of life? We will have the same answer? No. We have to be objective. This is, the cat will say meow, 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 and the dog will say dog, wow, wow, wow. But the human being will say, if he is an atheistic person, he will say, the goal of life, give me a husband, give me a wife, give me children, a house, and all the ingredients, I can be happy with my subsistence. So this is a big gulf. Today we're trying to help to cross, to go to the reality, nature of reality and spirituality. It is quite possible that other laws are involved in the operation of cells that are unknown to modern scientists. Operation of cells. A cell means a living entity in the perspective of Vedic paradigm. So DNA and RNA are simply dead matter. This is the conclusion. If we try to understand what is logically, if we analyze what is DNA and RNA, this is a logic conclusion. This is simply dead matter. At this stage of scientific knowledge, all the experimental techniques and tools needed to synthesize most of the chemicals primarily found in the living cells. For example, we take proteins, hormones, lipids, carbohydrates, vitamins, and genes. All this is available in a body. Yet we are nowhere near to constructing a complete synthetic living cell in the tube. So if we analyze, we have met some different scientists before in the past. They were working in laboratories, and then they were doing research in labs about different, for example, different companies. Like we have different companies who are quite famous here. I will not give some names, but living cell, what does it mean for an atheist? Doesn't mean really understanding of the living cell. Now they make a living cell, like by example, we take the CERN. Who knows the CERN in Geneva? The CERN? You heard about the CERN? Yes? It's a big entity, the CERN. It's a nuclear research in Geneva, Switzerland, quite famous. they have discovered the gods, the God foundation of the God particle. God particle became famous. This is many years ago. So the synthetic living cell needs to be enlightened by different influence of consciousness, higher consciousness. A gene or a DNA molecule is not life. Similarly, a protein or sugar molecule is not life. Indeed, the author proposed that a mixture of various biomolecules is also not and will never become life. We agree with this? Yes? So in my search for the secret of life, I ended up with the atoms and electrons, which have no life at all. And who is speaking this? This is Tsent Györgyi. So somewhere along the line, life has run out through my fingers. So in my old age, I'm now retracing my steps. So here we have design about what is DNA to genome. Is genome life? So some of you, they are scientists. Is genome life? We hesitate to say yes, but for scientists, maybe for scientists it's alive. I was just driving and thinking about ideas, and suddenly I saw it. And this is Kary Mullis. I saw in the polymers chain reactions of clear as if it was up to the blackboard in my head. So I pulled over the started scribing. So all of a sudden scientists, they have a revelation. Coming from who? From where? We have a famous scientist coming from Serbia, Nikola Tesla. He was honest with his research, and he was humble enough to accept, it was coming from higher authorities. So DNA and RNA are dead matter. We come back on the same conclusion that, yes, I've finished. Thank you. And the same conclusion is that Marshall Nirenberg also, he made his, he formulated goals, and long before he can resolve the ethical and moral problem which will be raised. We do have a religious and spiritual aspect to our beings. This would be difficult to quantitate, but it exists. It exists. This is confirmed by some scientists, John Eccles also. And he says, I maintain that human mystery is incredibly diminished by scientific reductionism, which claims in promissory materialism about eventually for all of the spiritual worlds. So in conclusion, I'm finished, dear computer. In the last 50 years, we have filled in huge details about living systems and can manipulate their bodily structure in many astonishing ways. But we will do not know what is life. Thank you for your kind attention. Do we know what is life? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your talk. Any question from the audience?
Everything was clear.
Thank you very much for enlightening words. My question to you is, what was one instant in your life that made you think or that made you change the way you are now? a life-changing event in your life?
What is the impetus who made me change?
Exactly.
Shift from one paradigm to another paradigm.
Exactly. Thank you.
So it's a good question because I spoke in the brochure of, we have a brochure about the World Peace Convention brochure, explaining that where I accept the impetus where I was loitering in the streets of Israel, Vietnam, US, everywhere. And I didn't go to the moon, neither to the sun, but maybe previous life, for I believe in reincarnation. But one day I was thinking, where is my goal of happiness? And that is confirmed. Where is my goal of happiness? Yeah, I will say, don't worry. So, after loitering in this different paradigm of material existence, the goal of happiness was not found in my research. And one day I started to pray. I don't know, maybe some of you don't know what is mean prayer, but it's a very powerful impetus to pray. Even you take the war between Russia and what is called? Ukraine. Everybody knows. Even those soldiers, maybe they might be atheistic at the beginning of the war, but at the end of the war, the material energy forced them to start to pray. Maybe they pray the energy of the material nature, or maybe they pray the power of the sun, or they pray the moon. But myself, I was praying in the street in Belgium. It was in Brussels, the famous Brussels Center for the world solving problems. And I was praying to God. I was praying to God. I didn't know his name. I didn't know his name at all. I said, oh my God, I need your help. Please enter in my life. This was my impetus when I started 40 years ago. And God appeared in my life as a person. He sent me persons, not molecules, but persons who came and gave me some books about research and confirming my research on reincarnation, life and death. What is the nature of life and death, and if there is a life after death? I'm praying to God. I don't mention any names, otherwise we will enter into big conflict. But thank you for your question. It was a nice question.
Yes, thank you. Big round of applause once again for your talk. So now we'll have a short break for 10 minutes. And now it's 11, so we'll meet at 11:10. We'll start the next talk, which would be a Zoom presentation. So you can drink water, stand up a bit, walk a little bit. See, we'll start in 10 minutes. Sure. Thank you.
You have to help me how to take off this headset.
But you are very open-minded and very good presentation. Thank you.
Where's a person interested in the truth? Somehow or other, I was given an opportunity to work with one of the doctors on the Institute of Science, Richard Thompson, son of Gupta, say that you are real scientist can be feel, but you are open-minded. That's good for science. For spirituality also.
Jetzt verstehen wir.
Test.
Okay, kannst du mal wenig gehen, da haben wir Feedback vom Rückblick einfach so, so vorne hin.
Test, Test, Test. Ja. Hörst du mich? Mic-Test. Kannst du ein bisschen. Kann aber ein bisschen leislicher, glaube ich.
it's more or less, yeah. That's a complete one.
Yes. I think now everything will work because I see your can you try to share now? Your video is not visible. But But can you try to share now? Yes. Yes, now it works. So you can just, but I can see your browser. No, yes. Okay. You can make it, it's only full screen. Some of the top bar needs to be away. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Yes. This works. This is working. Yeah, but this is working now. Yes. So you just need your voice. Can you speak it? Yeah. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Voice is also good and slides are also good. Video is missing, but it's okay. Yeah. Anyway, this everything slide will be screen, so maybe in 2 minutes or 3 minutes, I will just collect everyone. We had a small break now. Now I can see your video also. Yes. But you have to share your. Now I can see your whole screen. Maybe it's not right to show WhatsApp. Yeah. No, no. You can share screen and then just like it's a PowerPoint or full screen. Yes. Yeah, around 30 minutes. Yeah. Okay, then I'll just be back in 2 minutes. I'll just call everyone. This thing was the screen.
EPAL card. Yeah, now we cannot connect it to this one. Actually, can I put this a little bit like this?
Hare Krishna.
So, do you, Pankar, now he has his screen, shared his whole screen with.
No, it was okay. We will share. We will share.
Yeah, no, but now it's here, yeah.
No, no, I think they have
And,
that.
I just turned on the camera, is it showing up? No, it's off, right? No, just turn it down. Where's it? Yeah, but why did it start? Okay. Yeah, this is, doctor, you can adjust it. But turn it, this is, it's here. Adjust it, so I need a pretty right.
Most people point out that Ian Flynn, James Bond.
Yeah, we can adjust it, sorry. 50 off. Sorry. This. This or probably thing over this now.
I'm trying to give a metaphysical frame. A little bit about it.
Okay, yeah, like that. Let's go down to a little bit. Okay, it's fine. Maybe zoom in a little bit. Zoom in a little bit. Now we will need to pull it back so the whole table and then it's in the way. Yeah, but we need to pull the table back, it's too close. You know, we can a little bit like this, that's the maximum. Now we can, yeah, we need to, that's how.
I think we'll continue. Thank you all and welcome back. Can you hear me now? Yes, okay. Simon. Can you say something just to test? Professor Ram Gopal Upaluri, can you say something? Just a moment. Yes, you're audible. We're just trying to get you on the speaker. Can you say something again? Sorry. Yeah. No, I mean you're audible. It's just that we're trying to get the audio from my computer to this loudspeaker. If you speak something. Is it unmute? Can you say something again once more? Yeah, somehow it is. Now? Ah, okay. Okay, no, it's working. It's working. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Just a second. You can already start sharing your slides. Maybe you're on the big screen on the stage. Yeah.
Screen is visible, right?
Screen is visible. Yes. If you make it full screen. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Welcome everyone back after a short. Can you unmute? Just there's someone on the background. I need to mute everyone else. Okay, it should be fine now. Sorry. So we'll continue with our next talk. The next talk is from Professor Ram Gopal Upaluri. So a short introduction before he starts his talk. Dr. Upaluri holds MTech in Chemical Engineering from IIT Kanpur, a PhD in Process Integration from University of Manchester, United Kingdom. After a brief tenure of postdoctoral research at Robert Gordon University, he joined IIT Guwahati as a faculty of Chemical Engineering. Within a short span of 8 years, he became the youngest professor of IIT Guwahati. Till date, 16 scholars received PhD under his supervision, and presently he has 20 PhD scholars working under his active guidance. Apart from his past success stories involving mass transfer, virtual laboratory and refinery process design lecture notes, his recent success story has been in the affirming of Indo-Japan joint MTech degree in Food Science and Technology between IIT Guwahati and Gifu University. Despite having a very busy and demanding academic and research guidance schedule, Professor Upaluri works extensively on the affirming of science spirituality synthesis model of Dr. T.D. Singh through the formal offering of certificate and diploma courses on science and spirituality. Along with few other scholars and faculty of Bhaktivedanta Institute, he developed several certificate courses, namely Foundation of Science and Spirituality, Nature of Reality, Professional Excellence, Personal Excellence, Philosophical Excellence. The team also developed a 1-year diploma course on science and spirituality and is presently engaging to have deliberation with reputed institution to offer the developed course content on a collaborative basis. Professor Upaluri is also an expert in teaching Bhagavad Gita, spirituality in world religions. His team developed 2 certificate courses in this direction, Successful Life Journey, Insights from Bhagavad Gita, and Yoga and Spirituality, Explorations from Bhagavad Gita. With both professional and spiritual maturity, the Department of Distance Education can venture into dynamic and challenging collaboration in the applications of science spirituality and applied spirituality or Vedanta. So with this short introduction, I welcome Professor Ram Gopal Upaluri. The title of his talk today is Consciousness an Epiphenomenon or molecular reactions or an interactions? So with this, I think you can start now.
Thank you, Deepankar, and pranams to everyone at Europe, and good afternoon to everyone in India. The word epiphenomenon, maybe some of you are well aware of this, but the easiest dictionary meaning that we can get is a secondary product or a byproduct. So the talk today goes into looking whether molecular reactions are fundamental and consciousness is derived from molecular reactions. I've been mentored by Dr. T.D. Singh, His Holiness Bhakti Swarup Damodar Maharaj. Have been working under his guidance for nearly a decade, I worked under him, and I have been engaged in the early articles of Savijnanam and also many of his writings. I was instrumental towards the conference series and publications. And after studying his books for more than a decade, we are now offering them in the form of short courses, 2 to 3 months on a weekend basis. We can offer it to anyone, including those in Europe, America, and other countries. It can be done online. So to promote these courses exclusively, we have registered a trust at Guwahati, where I stay here. The trust is called Dr. T.D. Singh Global Excellence Foundation. The trust only caters towards these academic deliberations and support the continuing emphasis on the legacy of Dr. T.D. Singh given to Bhaktivedanta Institute, Kolkata. Coming to the contents, I have the contents presented in 6 segments. I will start very fundamentally about the properties of consciousness, and we want to say something is happening in a molecular reaction basis, then what should be the characteristics that as a scientist I will be looking into. Then I will go into quantum mechanics and consciousness, philosophical projections, Vedantic explorations and consciousness, conclusions. First thing is properties of consciousness. So, what are the properties that we should say that consciousness has? Well, there isn't any broad definition for consciousness because some say it is awareness, some say it's wakefulness, some say it's the self, some say mind controller, feeling, subjective experience. So till date, no universal definition exists for consciousness. The best way we understand consciousness is through our own experience. And given this basic limitation, it's very difficult to march in this field of consciousness. A big problem in consciousness is called hard problem of consciousness. So hard problem means that when we get an experience, we get an experience of the worldly things. The worldly things are matter, but the experience is not just matter, because matter can have any representation as we want, but the experience is a unique experience which may be unique for a particular person. So how the physical connections from the eye to the synapse to the brain translate into experience. This is what we call as hard problem. How subjective experiences occur through the hardware of the human body. Till date, there is no solution to the hard problem. Those who are interested, they can study this paper of Chalmers, 1995, in the Journal of Consciousness Studies. Another problem that we have in consciousness studies is binding problem. So binding problem means, suppose if I see a flower, the flower has fragrance, the flower has shape, the flower has color, the flower has aesthetics. All these are processed in different portions of the brain, but ultimately I see only one flower. I don't see separate realities. I only see one reality. So how this is, everything is unified. So that's what we call as the binding problem of consciousness. Now I'm going very short here because I've been given any short time. So my number of slides are less. If you want, you can have more interaction or contact me to my WhatsApp also, no problem. Now I go to molecular reactions and their characteristics. The first thing that scientists try to convey that a molecular reaction exists is by a physical quantification through an instrument. Like I'm showing here the PCR, polymerase chain reaction, in which the copies of DNA get amplified from a portion of the DNA. Now the real-time PCR uses fluorophores and fluorescence spectroscopy to detect levels in the gene expression. And the fluorescence chart displays the green fluorescence, like you can see the green fluorescence, the dark green one, you can see here. So the instrumentation is required to quantify molecular reaction. So any molecular reaction today we can use a chromatograph or NMR spectroscopy or so many high-end equipments are there. Like nowadays, I'm working on herbal medicine. So there is something called film lithography and this type of stuff in biotechnology. So we can see that to quantify molecules, we have a physical framework because we know the working principle. And quantum theory is also established. This is an article of David Cleary in Science Journal in 1998. He's saying that quantum theory can establish the chemical reaction dynamics with a greater accuracy. So therefore, if we say that consciousness is having sort of quantum is a sort of molecular reactions, then we should be able to define it through the quantum theory. So therefore, can consciousness be defined through quantum theory? That is another issue that we have to look into. And another issue that we can find is awareness. Professor George Ward, in an article shared with Bhaktivedanta Institute, he conveyed that as a human being he can see, and he also knows that a frog can see and respond to the stimuli. But are we sure that whether the frog is aware of its stimuli or is it doing mechanically? He's conveying there is nothing I can do as a scientist to answer that kind of question. So the problem in consciousness studies is experience. My experience is unique. And if I share my experience with others, others can at least understand what my experience is. So same is the case with vegetative consciousness. When someone is in coma, we don't know what their level of consciousness is, but we can think that it is like sleep, or it is like even lower than sleep. So it is something that we cannot speak, give reasoning because we don't have any idea about it. Same is the case with meditation. When someone is in deep meditation, the awareness with the external reality could be lost. So then, under those circumstances, the experience of the person may be difficult to recall. So all these are indicating that the empiricism will have a lot of challenge to resolve awareness. Now, if we say it's epiphenomenon, the first thing that comes to us is Darwin's theory of evolution. And if you believe in Darwin's theory of evolution, monkeys can evolve to human beings. And when we do consciousness studies, we find that monkeys do not have higher levels of self-awareness, whereas human beings have. So therefore, there is a test called mirror test. Monkeys do not pass through mirror test, whereas human beings pass through mirror test. So therefore, if we accept the epiphenomenon hypothesis, then if monkeys evolve to human beings, then we must also find some molecules that are responsible for self-awareness. So I will try to present a logic in this presentation with which we can say that it's not possible by doing any sort of analysis. So we now come to quantum mechanics and consciousness. Suppose if I say consciousness is represented through quantum mechanics. The problem is that consciousness is the ground to study quantum mechanics. Like when people studied in the early stages of quantum mechanics, there was a problem called wave function collapse. That means when we try to measure a quantum phenomena, the measurement actually does not allow the validity of the Schrodinger wave function. That's what we call as wave function collapse. Von Neumann, in his article on these mathematical foundations of quantum mechanics, he conveyed that all these physical instruments like Geiger counter, camera, eye, brain, they may exist in wave functions. But consciousness cannot exist in wave function, because if consciousness exists in wave function, it cannot do the experience. So consciousness must be in a very, very subtle framework, and it can cause the collapse of the wave function, which is not possible. Here there can be multiplicity of quantum states in the brain, in the eye, in the camera, in Geiger counter, but not in the consciousness. So that conveys that quantum mechanics is the end result of consciousness, and consciousness cannot have quantum mechanics built into it. Similarly, there are many theories that try to convey that quantum world and conscious world are analogous. But this analogy is not going to solve the problem. The reason is The brain simply does not follow quantum laws. This quantum coherence happens at very low temperatures, whereas the brain is functioning at very high temperature. Compare it to the superconductance observed at 90 Kelvin. So at these temperatures, if any quantum fluctuations happen, there will be a lot of disturbance or noise, and therefore the convergence is going to be difficult and coherence will not be easy. And hence, Professor Penrose says that quantum mechanics is not a final theory and it is incomplete. And we don't believe that consciousness can be understood in terms of present day science. David Chalmers also echoes with these views. In 1995 article on the puzzle of conscious experience, he suggested that Hameroff and Penrose, they are presenting some quantum theory on consciousness. But he says the theory is silent about how these processes might give rise to conscious experience. So it's exactly saying about the heart problem. No matter how much we present a quantum theory, a theory is not equal to experience, because the theory of consciousness is only based on physical processing, but non-physical entities such as spirituality, contemplation, intuition, thinking, feeling, willing, all these things are beyond the scope of quantum mechanics. So therefore, the heart problem requires the integration of spiritual science with the material science. Now we go to philosophical projections. The problem in consciousness is self-referencing or self-inferencing. So let's say I ask myself, is consciousness a molecular phenomena? Then the next question that comes is that I myself am consciousness and I am trying to explain a molecular phenomena. That is, if I consider myself as subject and consciousness and molecular phenomena as object, there will be subject-object paradox. So therefore the subject and the object are both the same. This is what we call as self-inferencing systems. Like we have a famous statement called Liar's paradox. So this is indicating that no matter how much we inquire about this system will still have a lot of incompleteness, because the inquirer and the inquired both are the same content. Now similar views we can find in Dr. Tononi's research at University of Wisconsin, USA. In the 2010, some newspapers advertised that Dr. Tonini is going to come up with a consciometer with which one will be able to quantify consciousness in human beings. But he himself says that it has restrictions. Like nowadays we have the MRI, the fMRI hooked up to patients, and these are patients with vegetative consciousness not having good health, and they ask people to think about playing tennis. He says that if you get a response in the fMRI, I think it's a proof that someone's there. But if you don't get it, it's not a proof of anything. So this is exactly the problem that we have. That sometimes we may not get any response, but that does not mean that it does not exist. So this shows the limitations of our biofeedback studies, where instrumentation can only give us an inferential understanding of the reality, but not the actual content of the reality. Now, in 1998, one article was written by Moravec. He compared the human and monkey ability in terms of a supercomputer and conveyed that both humans and monkeys have similar brain structure. That is, the brain can process 10 million million instruments per second, and both the brains, the human brain is 100 million and the monkeys got 10 million. Fortunately, human beings and elephants have similar content, that is, both have 100 million. And why I am bringing these three guys here, because the elephant passed the mirror test, the human beings passed the mirror test, but the monkey did not pass the mirror test. So therefore, the human beings, did they evolve from elephant? This is something very difficult for us to accept. If we say that we evolved from monkeys, the monkeys do not pass through the mirror test. So again, there is another issue that comes in consciousness, these evolution studies. How did biomolecular evolution of consciousness happen? from a monkey to a human being, whereas a human being's consciousness is similar to that of elephant as far as Miller test is concerned. So therefore this is conveying that if we accept this epiphenomenon of our monkeys to human beings, we must be able to quantify it. But there comes a thing called paradox. What is meant by paradox? Paradox means we start with a question and we get a solution, and when we go around the solution, we'll again get back to the same question. So how does that come here? So if we accept that evolution theory is correct, we'll accept that which biomolecules or mutations are giving rise to consciousness. Then the next question that we need to ask is that what are the laws of consciousness? How can you measure or analyze it? Then the answer is consciousness can be only understood through experience. Then next comes the question, is the experience a hardware, a molecular effect, or a software, a transcendental effect, or a both? So again we again come back to the same question, which biomolecules are giving rise to consciousness. So this paradox will never be broken unless the laws of consciousness are understood. And the laws of consciousness require an element of spirituality. Even philosophical paradigm cannot provide insights here, because in philosophy we go into a reality which we can't explore also. Like say the case of meditation, I was saying, the subjective states of meditation cannot be understood by a scientist who is not meditating. And even the subject may forget what's going on in the meditation because of disconnecting from the attention levels. So now I come to Vedantic explorations. Bhagavad Gita nicely conveys one nice sloka that conveys that there are different levels of the reality. The main problem in science is that we try to blend everything into one reality and we try to hook up everything. Bhagavad Gita says, Indriyani parani ahur indriyadya paramana manasastu para buddhir yo buddhe paratas tusa. So here it says the human body is driven by senses, which are driven by mind, which is driven by intelligence, and the intelligence is driven by the consciousness of the soul or the Atman. So consciousness is the property of the soul according to Bhagavad Gita, and hence the soul with its ego conditioned in the material nature is driving the activities of the living entity. So that's what Bhagavad Gita conveys. Now how to bring research into consciousness studies? Dr. T.D. Singh gave a wonderful table. This is from his book called Life, Matter and Interactions. So here he is comparing everything in a scientific spirit. He is saying that if we want to study heat, then we measure temperature. Similarly, if we want to study soul, then we need to study the consciousness. In the science, if we want to measure temperature through a thermocouple, we use the voltage phenomena. That is, somehow we convert the heat into voltage. More the heat, more the temperature, more the voltage. So therefore, there will be proportional laws, and we'll try to get some formula out of it. Similarly, if we study consciousness, which is experience, the experience is presently in the form of thinking, feeling and willing. So thinking, feeling and willing are driven by remembrance, forgetfulness, knowledge, all these things, and these are mediated by Paramatma according to Bhagavad Gita. The underlying relationships in science are mathematical and deterministic, whereas in the spiritual realm they are non-deterministic. And the device that is to be used is the soul itself with purified internal senses. So, very nicely Dr. T.D. Singh is conveying in his book that we need to go into the experiential framework to understand consciousness, but not an empirical approach. If we go into empirical approach, we still have the same problem that we are presently having, that we will keep on adding theories, but those theories cannot translate into experience. If I give a book of the theory, but the book of the theory cannot be equal to my experience after reading the book. So therefore, there is a loss of information. Dr. T. Singh in his book Life, Matter and Their Interactions opined like this. In the materially conditioned state, the Atma normally perceives external arrangements of matter through the gross senses of the physical body. The data for such perception pass through sense organs, nerves, other physical structures. But in order for perception to take place, these data must ultimately reach the Atma or Spiriton. So what he is saying is that the sense organs, nerves and physical structures, they are actually providing the material impulses, the responses, the stimuli in terms of chemical transmission in the neurons and all that stuff. But this transmission itself is not enough. Ultimately, this information should reach the Atman or Spiriton. The Spiriton must therefore possess its own senses or means of direct perception. So this is very important statement. We are trying to measure the external reality without a spiritual sense. So therefore, the measurement of the external reality is not going to give us a better understanding of the reality, because the reality is variegated, we ourselves are variegated, we ourselves are having certain level of contamination of the material nature, and with this contamination of material nature, we will not be able to quantify other living entities who have different levels of conditioning of material nature according to Bhagavad Gita. It is this capacity of direct perception which must be invoked in order for the Atma to study itself, other Atmas and the Paramatma. Perception through the limited medium of gross material instruments, including the bodily senses, can only give indirect evidence of the Atma, since these instruments make use of an inferior mode of interaction. So this inferior mode of interaction we find here is that the physical, the sensory based understanding. But we all know that the sensory based understanding fails when we enter into the field of quantum physics. The sensory based understanding fails when we enter into biofeedback studies of vegetative consciousness patients. So it's all like very hazy area. We may get some results and we should be happy with what we get. So that's the problem. This is inferior mode of interaction. When we take an fMRI of a coma patient, the fMRI tells the brain states. So that's like hardware-software connection. By understanding the hardware, we cannot understand the software. The hardware is given for the software to function, but the hardware cannot represent the software. So that's how we have to look into. The software is consciousness, and the hardware is the brain and the brain structure and the entire physical body. The main problem in the scientific approach is trying to project whether hardware extends back to software. Now I come to conclusions. This statement of Professor George Wald is very important. In my life as a scientist, I have come upon two major problems, which though rooted in science, though they would occur in this form only to a scientist, project beyond science and are, I think, ultimately insoluble as science. He's saying there are two problems that are not solvable. That is hardly to be wondered at, since one involves consciousness and the other in other cosmology. So, a scientist who worked in this physiology or medicine is opining that consciousness is beyond the purview of the science. Similarly, Planck, one of the founders of quantum mechanics, said, I regard consciousness as fundamental, I regard matter as derivative from consciousness. So if consciousness can be represented by matter, by now the scientific community would have presented it in terms of matter. The only way we are understanding presently consciousness is by quantum mechanics. In quantum mechanics, that is showing the fuzzy nature of the quantum reality, the wave function collapse and this type of studies that are indicating a greater complexity to understand consciousness. Forget about its epiphenomena analysis. Everything that we talk about, everything that we regard as existing postulates consciousness. So consciousness is the ground that makes everything in the universe. So these are my conclusions. Molecular reactions being quantified through instruments do not have an analog even with the fMRI. So if we want to represent consciousness in molecular reactions, they do not have an analogy, because as I told, the information is lost. Then quantum physics is incomplete and cannot comprehend consciousness due to self-referencing issue. Yeah, wave function collapse is conveying nicely that quantum theory is incomplete. But many researchers in quantum physics can say that we can understand consciousness nicely through quantum physics. Dr. T.D. Singh opined, no. And the fact is that there are good number of evidences. Because even if I propose a quantum theory, in the quantum theory again, there will be a non-representation of the experience. Experience is something unique that cannot be written. Even if someone gives me a lot of paper, I will not be able to write what is my experience. I can give few traits of my experience, but that does not mean it is equal to experience. The biomolecular evolution of consciousness is also having a severe limitation of self-referencing and inference. As I conveyed, if biological molecules have awareness, we must convey what are the properties of awareness in a scientific framework. And Vedanta ascertains that consciousness exists beyond ego, intelligence, mind, but presently it is in conditioned state. So we cannot understand mind through intelligence, we cannot understand intelligence to ego, and similarly we cannot understand ego and go to understanding of the soul. That's what Bhagavad Gita says. These are all in different realities. And Dr. T.D. Singh conveys that purity will only enable realization of experiential states of consciousness. So therefore the scientist attitude must move away from experiment to experience. And consciousness is a wonderful subject to make a person philosophical and even spiritual. So we have started addressing these tough subjects in science spirituality and started offering online certificate courses. Foundations of Science Spirituality, already Mr. Deepankar conveyed this. This is our email address. If you are interested, please write to us. Even if 1, 2 or 5 people are interested, we can conduct a session, there is no problem. We also have online interactive sessions. These are the topics that will be covered in these courses. I'll just browse them, I will not talk about it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Professor Ramgopal, for a nice talk. So now I'd like to request or go to our audience if they have any question. You can raise your hand if you'd like to ask any question. Yes, we have one question.
Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to ask about the the notion of purity. You mentioned through purity you can understand. Is there a definition how the science defines purity, and how would you inspire the scientists to achieve that purity? In order to have the clear experience of whatever levels of reality that they need to experience in order to give a proper picture.
Deepankar, I can't listen to the question properly. Maybe you will have to repeat the question, please.
Can you hear a bit better now?
Or maybe Deepankar repeats from the screen.
Can you hear?
Yeah, now I can hear, yeah. From you, sir's voice is a little feeble.
You're asking about the purity.
So, is it better now? Hello?
Yes, sir, purity, yes.
So, the aspect of purity, how would you define it scientifically? And how would you inspire, or how would you transfer it to the scientific world for them, so that they achieve that purity, and so that they can have a good picture of reality?
Very nice question, sir. I mean, if we read the works of Dr. T.D. Singh, we'll find, like, there is a book called God is a Person. What should be the attitude of a scientist towards understanding the reality? Very nicely, Dr. T.D. Singh and this Professor Phillips and Professor Towns. If we study their articles, then we will have that what is that purity it means. mean, like when we do science, we must see it as an instrument to understand the higher reality. We should not have the arrogance which is very much dominating because of our success that we get. First point is that. And when we go into a field like consciousness, and especially vegetative states of consciousness, we must accept the outcome, and it should not be seen like, the theistic groups winning a war against atheism, or atheistic groups losing the war. I mean, this is how the entire media would project it. Professor Towns, Professor Phillips, in his interaction with Dr. T.D. Singh, he was very nice. I mean, we can find that he's saying that some of us have accepted that God exists, but there are our good friends who also do not accept that God exists. So, we respect their views. Because we are going through the method of inference here, which is, which requires element of faith, it cannot be enforced on anyone. Our approach has to be, we can make them our good friends first, and later we can gradually make them also think in this direction. But there are scientists of different levels also. Like, say for example, Professor Phillips is saying in his article that when I'm doing experiment, I am thinking that I'm praying to God to reveal me the reality. Now, can this be given to someone who does not have that faith and belief in God? It can't be. So that's why we need to have a decorum, and we need to have a framework for accommodating this purity. The purity, negative elements for purity I've already mentioned, arrogance, or, a scientist's attitude should be only to understand the reality. And if it is fuzzy, it is the nature of the scientist to say that the reality is fuzzy in this platform. I hope I have conveyed to you, sir.
Thank you for your answer. So due to limitation of time, we'll just proceed with our event. Thank you, Ram Gopalapalli, Professor, for your nice talk and gracing us with your presence from India online. So big round of applause once again to you. Thank you. So the next up we have our last talk before the lunch break. So let's a little bit excited for the last one for next half an hour, and then we'll go for lunch. So I'd like to introduce the speaker, Goran Marjanovic. Goran Marjanovic graduated from the Faculty of Transport and Traffic Engineering as a specialist for systems of light-based telecommunications in 1974. In 1982, he obtained the title of Reserve Liaison Officer at the Military Officer Academy in Belgrade. His 36 years of working experience is based on supervision and control of communication devices of civil and special services. Since 2016, he has been teaching at the School of Public Health on quantum medicine and complementary treatment method courses. As an independent researcher, he was dealing more than 40 years with research in theoretical physics with a special focus on the Nikola Tesla legacy. In his own laboratory for Tesla Ether Technologies, he made many Tesla apparatus replicas as well as a series of machines aiming to the verification of Tesla ideas and postulates of quantum energy density model, which unites the material and spiritual aspect of reality. As a member of many international research teams, and as an independent researcher measuring different forms of energy on pyramidal and scalar and sacral objects across Europe for the last 20 years, he compared and analyzed the knowledge of ancient civilization and the latest scientific knowledge in the field of scalar and torsion field. So today he will talk on the title, The Relationship of Light, Ether and Akasha. I'll just
presentation.
Yes, I'll put the
Thank you. Well, if we look around us at the world we live in, looking outward, we will see planets or sun, and millions of other stars, galaxies, clusters of galaxies, etc., etc. We will see the objects in our surroundings, houses, trees, seas, mountains, but we can also look in our minds in the opposite side, in the direction of smallness, inside of us, where in that infinity small world we would see the tissues of our bodies, for example, then molecules, atoms, nuclear particles.
Share your presentation for the Zoom.
Zoom. Should I start from the beginning? Okay. But all of this outside or inside of us is part of the same reality. So it would have to be something common connection, some rule, law that would be identical for all aspects of reality. I thought about it a long time, and then one day it occurred to me that it could be this doesn't work. Thank you. But very soon I saw that there is a limit in the macrostructure of our world, the so-called Luxon wall, velocity of light, which corpuscular objects with real rest mass cannot reach. But I find a solution. Here is how. The modern interpretation of Maxwell's constants, beta, based on the values of permeability and permittivity of the vacuum, is completely equated with the value of the measured speed of light in the vacuum. And that value of electrical permeability was calculated from the relationship, and then the value of constant K in Coulomb's law was corrected, which is absolutely and extremely illogical, because the value of the constant in the law, in that law, is valid only for stationary charges to be determined on the basis of the photon speed in the space. Using the empirical value of that time, Maxwell himself obtained the value of the beta coefficient of about 310,000 kilometers per second. However, if we return to the original Maxwell equation, interpretation of his constant, then value of magnetic permeability, permittivity of the vacuum, have the value which follows from the international system units and values of electrical permeability. That is not based on the measured speed of light, but is obtained from the original value of the constant K in Coulomb's law, which is logical. Then we get theoretical value of Maxwell's constant that is exactly 300,000 kilometers per second. And this qualitatively small change in the definition of Maxwell constant has extremely large consequences. Namely, this constant, which represents the relationship between electrical and magnetic phenomena, and which is in dimensional terms represents speed, is actually a theoretical value of the speed of electromagnetic phenomena which not and does not have to be identical to measured speed of light. If we, in accordance with that, enter the Lorentz coefficient as the basis of the theory of relativity, the value of the highest possible speed in nature interpreted in this way and the measured photon speed, we will get a huge qualitative difference, because now the mass of any phenomenon that moves at the speed of light is no longer infinite, but only 27 times greater than its rest mass. Unbelievable, but truth. So the photon, which science is forced to define as a massless particle, can have real and finite value of mass. In the first preliminary considerations, I calculated the density of several objects from the macro world and a few from the micro world. For the sake of simplicity, I calculated the mechanical density, but due to equivalence of mass and energy, the mechanical density is completely correlative with the energy density. What I got as a result, with an exceptional regularity and quite obvious quantization of the objects, as you can see, based on de Broglie relation, I present the same law in the energy space diagram, where the ordinate is the real or fictitious diameter of the object, and the abscissa is the energy expressed by de Broglie wavelength. The law, which was clearly demonstrated and which is identical for both macro and microstructure, was very simple. It has been shown that all objects that exist permanently exist in some resonant state where the amount of energy and the part of space that fills that energy is in precisely determined relations, where the mass is always approximately proportional to the square of the radius. For example, there are hundreds of particles in the micro world, but their life is very short, and only 7 of them are stable and exist permanently building this world. Subsequent analysis for more objects and with more precise data from the Institute of Physics, Astronomical Observatory, and other scientific institutions confirmed the observed law, and it was clearly shown that the phenomena of the macro world are in the second quadrant, objects from the domain of the micro world are in third, while the main is located right in the middle between the macro and micro segment. This area of the fourth quadrant of extremely low frequencies was very interesting. What is known to science in this area are the so-called frequencies of the brain waves that our brain emits in certain states of consciousness. And that was the first argument that pointed to the possibility that the area of the fourth quadrant belongs to the spiritual aspect of reality. Considering that this area also includes a spectrum of much lower frequencies that escape classical scientific thought, I looked for possible explanations in theosophical and philosophical teachings. In the book States of the Consciousness in Esoteric Practice, I found the parallel presentation of Krishna cosmogony and Upanishadic cosmogony, where the spiritual aspect of reality is shown in a great detail in all its segments. The analysis showed that these segments are completely identical, although described by different words, but the corresponding levels had a completely identical structure. Based on that, I mapped that hierarchy of spiritual phenomena into my diagram. To my great surprise, the last phenomenon, the physical world, according to Upanishads, or the material world, according to Christian cosmogony, finished at the position of the quantum level K8, which belongs to the photon, a particle wave that represents a last brick of the material world. That fact was a strong motive for me to consider all phenomena of this spiritual world from the fourth quadrant as equally valid as those from the physical macro and micro segment of the same reality. Further research in this area enabled me more detailed insights into the structure and content of certain segments of the spiritual aspect of absolute reality according to various philosophical and theosophical teachings in which different terminology was used for certain levels of existence or consciousness levels, but their contents are very similar. At the same time, the postulates of the model enabled us a direct connection between them via the corresponding quantum levels. You see that? K levels for the every of phenomenon. And direct connection between them via the corresponding quantum levels, which give us the corresponding physical parameters of official science, mass, radius, frequency, etc. Although these parameters are virtual, they still enable us to compare them with the physical world known to science. The part related to the energy levels of the being turned out to be particularly interesting due to the possibility of correlation of its structures at various levels of existence with the corresponding energy form or vital principles. In short, established correlations allow us to join physical parameters to the phenomena from spiritual area which are completely inaccessible to science and thus make comparisons with the real material aspects of reality. As the ancient people knew, everything created by God or nature is characterized by symmetry, beauty, and simplicity, described by the golden mean. The fact that man is placed in a very special position, in the position of the golden intersection between the black area and the ordinate, point to the very important role of man in the world we live in. What is really fascinating is the distribution of material spiritual phenomena, where the entire material spiritual manifestation has completely identical matrix of growth and development, evolution and evolution, characterized by three elementary cosmic constants: the number pi, the golden ratio, and the base of natural logarithm, unified in the Pythagorean triangle. So, three transcendental numbers confined into one finite form. Ancient cultures recognized that certain patterns of geometric shapes and repeated throughout nature and are expressed by figures of sacred geometry, vesica pieces, and Platonic solids as the basic building matrix of the world. And the most interesting thing, the meeting of matter and spirit take place at the energy space position that I call hyperdimensional equator, and which corresponds to a frequency of 1 Hertz, which is a rhythm of the human heartbeat. A very unusual coincidence. On this slide, we see a slightly more detailed presentation of the unity of matter and spirit, where based on the content of individual segments of absolute reality, it is clearly seen that matter and spirit represent a mirror image of each other, and that each material phenomenon has its own complementary spiritual form, so that a mutual comparison offers us a much clearer picture of the structure and role of both. Concretely, established correlations clearly indicate a direct connection of esoteric phenomena such as soul vehicles as communication tools on the separate levels of existence, such as, for example, physical senses on the material level, emotions on the astral level, or intuition on the mental causal level. If we separate and magnify a segment of electromagnetic spectrum from absolute reality, we will get a picture where we can see that each maximum particle energy of the microsegment in the sense of mc square corresponds to a border area of qualitatively different electromagnetic waves in the sense of photon energy, from radio waves to cosmic rays. You can see for the heavy particle we have different area, electromagnetic waves. The exception to the established correlation was the area of frequencies below 30 kilohertz to several hertz, for which I cannot find anything until the moment when I came to Nikola Tesla patent, where he says that he does not work with Hertzian waves whose quantum carrier is a photon, that is quantum level k+8, but that he works with different waves and recommends to use waves from 20,000 Hertz to 6 Hertz. That was exactly the area of the stable object k+9, which I considering this Tesla statement called Teslion, and the associated area of energy vibration Tesla waves. This was the key motive for me to become more interested in the legacy of Nikola Tesla and his ether technologies, that is, technology of scalar phenomena. The quantum level K9 Tesla waves area is of extremely importance because this is the part of absolute reality where matter and spirit meet and where the transition from the physical to the spiritual world takes place between the first and second heaven according to Christian cosmogony, that is between the first and second loka according to Upanishadic cosmogony. The key phenomenon of that transitional zone is the stable object K9, I named Teslion, other researchers call microlepton, from Dr. Hatrin, for example, or Iteron, Professor Popescu, etc. Anyway, the quantized energy density model for position K+9 offers us the appropriate parameters, expected mass value for the particle form and wavelengths for the waveform. In his research, Nikola Tesla determined the theoretical value of the density of the etheric fluid based on the analogies between the light and sound, because for Tesla, light is a sound in the ether. He experimentally measured the density of ether fluid and obtained a value that is very close to his theoretical predictions. The value of the density of ether fluid that he obtained corresponds to the density of galactic clusters, indicate that the etheric fluid, Tesla gaseous medium K-9, is composed of elementary quanta of ether K+9, which is a confirmation of Tesla's interpretations according to which his non-Hertzian waves are scalar waves, that is longitudinal compression, expansion, disturbances of the etheric fluid whose elementary quantum phenomenon K+9 and not transversally vector vibrations of the electric and magnetic field whose quantum carrier is the photon, k plus 8. So Tesla's statements really make sense. The next phenomenon in the direction of higher levels of awareness are subtlety in the subtlety is the k plus 10 phenomenon. According to information in the book Secret of Sankhya by Gopala Srinivasan, the most fundamental phenomenon of reality and root of nature, or the root of substance, is Mula Prakriti, whose mass is 1.3 power minus 51 kilograms, which surprisingly precisely corresponds to the stable object k plus 10. On the other hand, the Sanskrit term akasha means open space, emptiness, the essential fluid that fills the cosmos, which perfectly corresponds to the phenomenon at the quantum level k minus 10, which is the inverse form of the object k plus 10, Mula Prakriti. By identical analogy of electromagnetic field photon and ether Teslion, we can say that Mula Prakriti could be an elementary quantum of subtle fluid akasha. So, it is quite clear that ether and akasha are not synonyms, as many translators of the Vedic texts believe. The confusion most likely arose because there is no word ether in Sanskrit, which was introduced by the ancient Greeks as a term for flaming air in which the stars float and the gods live. But now it is clear that ether is the crudest form of akasha, as is claimed by the famous theosophist Helena Blavatsky. That is, that akasha is the proto-element or precursor of ether. By the same analogy, etheric fluid is a subtle form of electromagnetic field, Teslion is more subtle than photon, and Mula Prakriti is a subtler phenomenon than Teslion. The numerical values of the physical parameters for objects from spiritual domain indicate the perfect symmetry of the material and spiritual elements, super and sub-photon world, even when it comes to the extreme values of the ultimate phenomena, universe and the root of substance. They have absolutely inverse values, which is also cannot be a coincidence. The part that completely eludes science are the functions of qualities inherent in the living beings and some life-giving energy that connect us to the entire universe and is the basic force behind our physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. According to Upanishadic teachings, the elementary vital principle or life force that fills reality at all levels of existence is prana, the immortal living substance that is characterized by individuality is jiva, which is the Sanskrit word for individual soul. According to Helena Blavatsky theosophy, analogous to the planes of existence and the structure of being follow the same energetic multi-layered form, so that the physical body is only the hardware or vehicle of the astral body, which is again only a tool for prana, so that this astral double of the physical body is only the adapting hardware through which the prana flow to the physical body. By the same principle, at a hierarchically subtler level, the causal body is a hardware for jiva that animates the astral body as a transitional form for its final embodiment in the physical body as the grossest form of the existence. Thus, prana is the vital principle appropriate to the astral level, that is astral body, while jiva is correlative to causal level, that is to causal body. So, in the simplest terms, prana is a hierarchically lower, that is more physical form of jiva, and its more manifesting aspect, bearing in mind the already established correlations of prana, astral body, and jiva, causal body, the connection that is also logical is prana, ether, and jiva, akasha. And finally, we can establish correlations in terms of level of existence, medium fluid, elementary quantum, vital principle. For the second loka, that is astral world, ether, Teslion, prana, and for third loka, it's mental world, akasha, mula prakriti, and jiva. As an illustration of the advantages of comparing material and the spiritual phenomena, we will give the following example. Wanting to check the popular belief that the soul leaves the body after death, American Dr. McDougall performed the following experiment. He placed the hospital bed with patients near the end of their life on the very sensitive scale and determined that the mean weight loss after the death of the patient was 21 grams. This value is widely known as McDougall soul value. Our analysis showed that this value of 21 grams corresponds to the quantum level K plus 9 to K plus 10, which belongs to the area of the second heaven, second loka, or to the astral level. On the other hand, according to Upanishadic data on the size of the jiva, the individual soul belongs to a much more subtle level, to K plus 16, which is the third heaven, or the mental causal level, which is the world of non-manifested phenomena. It follows that McDougall's measurements do not indicate a change in weight due to the departure of the soul from body, but rather to the departure of the astral double, which is more physical and more manifesting phenomenon than jiva. In other words, the same effect could be registered if the subject did not die, but only go on a shorter astral journey, which is a common practice of those who have mastered states of deep meditation. The appropriate technique is being prepared using modern electronic equipment with the aim of extremely precise measurements and verification of the stated assumption. The result of the measurements, whatever they may be, will certainly help us in better understanding of this field, which is currently quite inaccessible to science for now. And I call this picture everything, because it shows the structure of absolute reality, which includes all forms and levels of existence, from the material, macro and spiritual segment of reality, from the lowest to the highest level of consciousness, from the universe to the supreme spiritual absolute Brahman, which represent a complementary pair, two sides of the one, exactly such as the physical body of man and his soul jiva were the rhythm of the human heart is in the central position of the creation where matter and spirit domain meet. You see, universe, Brahman, human being, jiva, and human heartbeat. Why is Tesla so important in this story? According to my research, he is the scientist who came closest to the ancient, just few slides more, who came closest to the ancient Vedic knowledge and reached perfection in his machines because he copied the principles of the creator or nature into them. He was aware of the importance and significance of non-physical phenomena in the mechanism of nature that were completely ignored by official science. His technologies, which today are completely suppressed by official science, were based on ether concepts as well as theories until the beginning to the 20th century, from Newton's theory of gravity through Huygens wave and Bernoulli's particle theory of light up to John Bell's interpretation of EPR paradox. Unfortunately, based on Michelson-Morley experiment, the ether was thrown out of science. Its existence is still denied despite numerous confirmations by contemporary researchers and even Michelson himself, who 45 years later repeated his measurements and proved its existence. What's more, in addition to expelling the ether after Maxwell's death, his original theory was changed, claiming that the original version was too complicated. Oliver Heaviside, Gibbs, and Hertz simplified the original version of Maxwell theory that he published in 1865. They reduced his 20 quaternion equations, which have a scalar and vectorial part, to only 4 vector equations without a scalar part that existed in the original quaternion version, and therefore significantly weakened its strength and the possibility of describing scalar phenomena that are at the basis of the Tesla technologies. However, the human spirit cannot be limited by any theory of authorities. So, in the 80s, Anatoly Akimov and Gennady Shipov introduced their concept of torsion fields. It has been experimentally shown and proven that torsion fields travel at speeds 1 billion times higher than the speed of light. They affect biological processes, gravity, and inertia, which are all characteristics of unconventional energy forms that possess elementary awareness, as is claimed by Dr. Anatoly Okhatrin, for example, or Dr. Klaus Volkamer. And this is my confusion, which you can read because I speak a little bit longer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the talk. Anyone has any question? Oh, yes.
Thank you for this very insightful talk. My question to you is, now that you've told us the correlations between the Akasha and all of the molecules, what do you think we can do more? What can we do more with this research? You talked about Nikola Tesla having maybe used it while developing his cars and his technology. What do you think, after you, what would be your plan? If now you could use all of this, what would you do with it?
This difference between ether and Akasha is of extremely importance, because ether is a more physical phenomenon, material, and Akasha is absolutely spiritual phenomenon, which is not manifested. But Akasha is also medium, which vibrate on the, has its own form of energy vibrations based on the, its quantum, which is Mula Prakriti. But that energy forms are also has a great difference regarding to our material opinions about energy interactions. We know for electromagnetic force, for gravity, weak force, strong force, etc., etc. But all of that is in the material segment of reality. What's going into Akasha and higher levels of existence are also same the vibrations, but a different fluid, which is has a much low energy density as a fluid, because it is about 10 power minus 30 grams per centimeter cubic, but their quantum carrier is of extremely high energy density. So human being is 1 gram per centimeter cubic. Universe is absolutely nothing. Universe density is about 10 power minus 30. And for Jiva, as a quantum level at the plus 16, energy density is plus 45 grams per centimeter cube. So real energy is inside in that way of smallness. That is greatest energy is on the level 29. It is a level of absolute phenomenon, spiritual phenomenon, which we call Brahman and different names, but this is a greatest conscience, level of conscience. And its density is plus 96 grams per centimeter cube. If you go back to the Jiva, their density is so high that all universe, which we, all stars, galaxies, compressed together, we can put that in the one little soul, and beside that universe, our universe, we can put millions other universe, because this energy density is so high. So the processes which we have there are very different. Real energy is there, and everything what happens there is much more, have a much more greater importance for expression in low levels. So what we see here is only a shadow of what really happens in that spiritual domain. So spiritual domain is of extremely importance for everything, for this creation and for us as a beings. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for your question. Any more questions? I think everyone has one common question now. Where is food? So thank you, Goran, and now it's time for food. We are running a little bit, we're delaying, so let's meet again at 13:30 here, and we'll start with the next series of talks. The food is, you go straight and then downstairs to your left. See you in 1 hour from now.
Tesla completely out. day of Tesla is only Tesla before polarized state.
Yes, understand.
No, I got it. But these real
Yes,
Tesla-
yes.
That's this form of torsion absolutely harmonized with the nature of human being. Not dangerous for us. Why don't we use that? No, we use Hertzian waves. Okay, we are okay.
You met Constantine Knight? Professor Constantine Knight?
Not directly, but I know.
But his work is also pretty good.
He's somewhere here, very near.
Yes, yes, yes. He's near. He lives 20 minutes from our house.
Ah, yes. Here.
No, no, but
no.
You should meet him. Because you have a lot of...
We planned it a few times, but something happened, I don't know. He has a problem with his health.
Yes, yes. Actually, he's too much known. So
I know.
That is the problem.
Yes,
With
I
health.
read his works. And I meet him in Belgrade before maybe 5 years, but only formally.
Yeah.
But I know what he speaks, and I like him very much. He was very brave as a real scientist.
Nowadays you have to
speak about Tesla.
Yes.
That's very rare.
And you should survive that.
Nature do that. And
Yes.
God is here. We can call him God or Brahman or Brahma or Brahma. Never mind. Some absolute conscious existence. Will help us.
So you mentioned the torsion fields. You know Shungite from Russia?
Yes.
It
I
was-
use.
You use, I also use so much. There is this everywhere. So,
Yes,
but
it harmonizes water.
it's changed the torsion
Structure,
fields.
yes.
It changed, right? We don't. You know any research which can prove it's changed the torsion field?
I have more friends in America, in Russia. I do a lot of measurements, experiments on the pyramids.
Yes, yes.
I don't know on sacral objects. And I know a lot about Brazilian mirrors.
Yeah, oh wow, okay, cool.
I made one in two measurements. How it affects on our mind can travel.
Yes, I understand.
Or decrease level, stress level.
Easily, very easily. I never made.
That's machine, very simple machine, but it works.
Actually, I'm very interested to learn about that one. Now, that is new to me, this subject. I know about the time, what is the perspective. So, yes, sorry, I'll take so much of your time. Okay, anyway, I will send one email to you.
You give me this, I cannot speak without glasses.
It's okay, this is my name, Toby.
Mail.
I will make it.
You know my name, Mail.
Yes, I took a photo.
Ah, yeah.
Yes, that's the first photo I took. Okay, thank you so much. I hope we will meet again. Okay, thank you.
In real things.
From 6 to 6:30 you can speak with them.
Okay,
We will. I always find the time. Sure. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Louder.
Okay. How can Brahma have a singular density if it is one consciousness?
These fictitious. These values are not real. Because everything what is on the second heaven or loka or higher are absolutely not manifested in our
It's another brain. You know what it is?
thinking about material or energy. Energy, how we define energy is based on 4 interactions, electromagnetic, but in that world, spiritual world, which are like this and analog to this, but not are this. So when we speak about density of Brahman, that's something which we see from this side where we are in this physical world regarding terms which we define only some way. And we just have no imagination, knowledge to describe that. If we take a cow here and try to explain how this light bright, what we can say? We can speak using our word. This cow cannot understand. She don't know nothing about electron, about nothing. So cow cannot understand how this light works. So we cannot understand that. This is far away. As you can see, man is quantum level 0. To the end of the world, to the end of the universe, is a 10 quantum levels. But on the inside, to the Brahman or God is 29 quantum level. You know, very far in everything. So we can speak about it, but only just analogy, because every Thai world has the same matrix, you see. So Hermes Trismegistus said, how is above, so is below, how is inside, so is inside. Mechanism is the same. So bird or way of living in that world are very similar to this world, but is much richer, much different. There are much more colors, shapes, and many other things which we don't know that they exist. Everything new we can reach is in Akasha, or morphogenetic field. But you cannot contact this knowledge in that God's area via your senses, with your eyes, ears. So I show the channels on the physical level, that's our senses. But to reach that something new, which is in Akasha written, you have to use vehicle of the soul on that channel, on that frequency. This is intuition. So not your brain. We are very clever, educated. No. Intuition is the vehicle of the soul for contact with. You can lot of text on my site.
Yeah.
And if you're interested, you can write me, and if I find time, I will answer to you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very interesting, even if I understand this much. Yeah.
But just picture.
Yeah, I have some
analogy,
you know,
symmetry.
Yeah, I got that. that aspect.
It must be true.
Yeah.
Because that's a numbers.
Yes. I see that. Yeah. I was reading some stuff.
Okay, so I have to read because I don't want to forget something or use different words.
Okay. You come for prasadam? You come for prasadam? All right. Yeah,
I think yes, but Damir is commander. Darko, pardon.
all right.
I have a little question to you. If this presentation you give to what would that
I will, you have my presentation
Where?
by the computer.
In computer. Okay, then you have everything. Yes, because it's very complex to understand everything.
Yes, very complex.
Yes. Never complex. Antes de decir que era esta mujer. Tú sí estás como capeando.
Können wir gut.
Maybe we can roll the piano a bit behind.
The piano?
Yeah, because it's on. Yeah, we can move it.
We can move it more on the left side.
Yeah.
I have to ask the. I can.
Yeah, either.
This we can move. This is not.
And the
problem.
screen also maybe, so it doesn't fall down.
The screen? Oh, this
Yes,
screen.
no, the small one here.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to ask flowers and so on. This, okay, and the piano, I try
A
that.
bit behind, yeah.
Behind. Okay.
So,
So I'm going to talk to Anupama.
okay.
The chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're chatting, huh?
Yeah. I have to finish my 16 now.
16.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Sincere, huh? Yeah, sincere. Nice.
Thank you.
You're initiated already?
No.
Not yet.
I'm waiting.
But you have a guru
Yeah.
in India.
Yeah, Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj.
Who?
Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj, the student of Karamkhanana Swami.
Karamakanana Swami.
Who
Oh.
left his body last year.
Yes.
And he gave sannyasi to Sukapa. So he's now Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj.
Swami Bhagavan Krishna Maharaj in the, from
The UK.
UK, huh?
Yeah.
But
he was here last month, 2 months ago.
He was here on the Bhakti retreat in Cape Town.
In Cape Town, yeah. And he gave a conference also in
yeah, in the university.
University.
Yeah.
You go there?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not recognize you.
That's fine.
So he's your inspiring disciple to me.
Yeah.
Nice. Very nice. Yeah, he's brilliant. He's intelligent.
Yeah.
He's very tall, no?
Yeah, he is.
Nice, nice. So I asked, you can tell those two here if they can come with me, and then
Oh, okay.
I'll bring them downstairs.
Okay. வாசமாமா உங்களை நினைக்கலாம் சாப்பாடு இல்லை நாங்கள் அப்படியே Yeah.
Essen? Was ist an dem Programm nach dem Essen?
Bitte?
Was ist an dem, was kommt jetzt noch?
Will wir weitergemacht haben, eine halbe Stunde.
Weiter?
Weiter.
Dancing.
Wie Vormittag.
Ja, Dancing.
Bitte?
Dancing.
Das bin ich nicht sicher, aber Musik bestimmt.
Musik bestimmt. Gleich nach dem Mittagessen?
Ja.
Halbe Stunde? Wann geht's weiter?
Normalerweise Schedule ist 1 Uhr.
Und wie viel Uhr ist es jetzt?
1 Uhr 10. Nach dem Mittagstanz.
Yeah, no, I think it's, as we start probably in 10 minutes, it's, I think, around 30 to 40 minutes late, everything. But,
Nobody knows. Indian program. Yeah, thank you so much. What time? What time continues?
I think in around 10 minutes.
You think? Die essen noch, die sind.
Should I go somewhere else? Or?
No, no.
Everyone asked me when it starts, so I
think
said
you
in
are
10 minutes. Yes.
I think you are the one who's doing it.
So now you have to start in 7 minutes. Alright.
Let's see, this is one. Oh, that's nice.
Okay, I think it's already
because I just was wondering if with my hair too much noise will happen. I tried even to, tie it.
This is fine.
Yeah, yeah. एक मिनट अब ले लो
Everything is ready?
Yes, I
just need a mic.
no I
Speaking
because
okay.
with my hair I was not very comfortable.
Sure. But it's fine for you?
Yeah, he said it's fine.
But
It's
if
fine.
you
Hello,
want, you
hello.
can take a wireless in hand. Then
ये
you can
virus?
move if you
This
want to move.
yeah, I can. Okay.
If you want.
No, because I was thinking I would speak over there. That's why I wanted to
Yeah, yeah.
move around. Then I have to take this.
Yeah.
They're not questioning.
You want to interact, right? Hello, hello. Yeah. Hello.
And how does it work?
It just works.
And इसको कैसे करना है?
हाँ. Just
Hare Krishna.
back and
Okay.
Wait. This is back and pointer. ये okay.
Hello, hello. Test 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Let's see. I was just trying to push it away. It's okay. Hello. Okay, I think we can start. So welcome back after lunch. I hope you had a nice lunch. So the challenge before lunch is the hunger, the challenge afterwards is the sleep. So let's hope that we are awake, but I'm pretty sure the presentations are very interesting that you'll not be able to go to sleep. So, introducing our next speaker, we have Professor Dr. Ruby Bakshi Khurdi. She's doctorate in Business Administration, Human Resource Management, award-winning international motivational speaker, leadership coach, and trainer. Dr. Ruby Bakshi Khurdi is a highly acclaimed speaker on emotional intelligence and women empowerment in the global market. Recently, she was awarded an Inspiring Educationist and author by the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir at Sher-e-Kashmir Agricultural University, Srinagar. She is the only verified Kahoot educator in Switzerland and popularly known as Kahoot Professor by her students. Her teaching style focuses on gamification and perceptual learning. That's what we need right now. She is a recipient of many national and international awards for conducting successful workshops across the world in London, Bahrain, Amsterdam, India, Nepal, China, Paris, Portugal, and Prague. In Switzerland, she has conducted highly successful training sessions at UN, Geneva, Good Festival in Lausanne, Nestle Veve, and Science Congress in Zurich. During challenging times of COVID-19, she participated in various webinars, conducted live masterclasses, and talk shows to motivate people across the world. She is frequently seen sharing her expertise on topics like education, communication, leadership, public speaking, empowerment, stress management, and practicing resilience. She firmly believes education and communication are strong pillars in developing a progressive nation. Her family and 2 kids have always been her priority. She is a role model and mentor to various international students from business and hospitality management colleges. She received a standing ovation for her first TEDx talk titled Learning Human Values via Emotional Intelligence. She is always looking for creative ways to connect with her students. She is a very passionate person with a vision to educate people with life skill and connect emotionally towards building a creative society. Her selfless contribution towards education and society have been recognized by World Book of Records UK. She featured on cover page of Elite Businesswoman magazine, The Ambassador, Career Beacon as 50 Elite Exemplary Women, Swiss Star in the Explore Journal, and Wow India. She has been interviewed on Doordarshan Kashmir, Swiss Radio, Swiss RTS, and various international magazines as a global inspirational educationist creating an impact. She wants to leave a rich legacy in education. She has been working consistently since few years to make her vision a reality. So the title of her talk is Practicing Emotional Intelligence in Education. So with this, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Ruby Bakshi Khurdi onto the stage. Thank you.
Namaskar everyone. Thank you so much for wonderful introduction. I was floored. Kept on listening and I felt let the music go on. So good afternoon everyone. I hope you had a good meal. In India as we say, pehle pet puja, fir kaam dooja. Which means once your stomach is filled, now you're ready to go for another some time with a happy face because the stomachs are filled, so we are happy to look forward to coming presentations. So I would just request, fasten your seat belts now because I'm going to take you through the journey of emotional intelligence. And yes, when we say emotional intelligence, the very first thing that comes to the mind is what is emotional intelligence? These are some of the things that we are going to discuss today. And of course, when I say what is emotional intelligence, that's a big question we ask ourselves, are we emotionally intelligent? I don't think there's anyone in the room who would say, I'm not intelligent, because we all think ourselves, we are intelligent, we are the best, we are cool. In here, I'm also going to discuss with you some of the components that define EI, that is emotion intelligence, in the world of AI, that is artificial intelligence. It's very important, especially now when we are talking about virtual reality. When we are talking about artificial intelligence, we have to have a very clear understanding of EI, that is emotion intelligence. I'm going to be talking about self-awareness, self-regulation, and of course, how to develop self. The eminent speakers just before me, they talked about consciousness. I will also be talking about that, but in a little different manner, how we can talk about now in the field of education and something which is more prevalent for the younger generation, which I see some of the kids over here, so I would be happy that you participate with me. We are also going to talk about how EI can be practiced in the real world, because just talking doesn't do anything. When we talk, we just don't have to make noise, we have to make noise here. It should make noise here, that is logically, and here, that is your heart. Because when you do any business, we always say, business is something that you have to think well, logically, and then take the step. Yes, I get a good feeling, I'm gonna make good money in this business. And that's how you can practice EI in the real world. We're also going to be talking about EI in classrooms. For some of the kids who are here, I would be very happy to share what you can do to be emotionally intelligent in the class. And of course, how personal growth and interpersonal relationships play a very, very important role if you think or evolve as a person. Because each one of us wants to grow. It's totally up to us how we grow, what we do, and what we don't do. We are always emphasizing in every society, whether it's European, whether it's Indian, African, any society across the world, we always want our kids, we always want our people to do well. You have to be successful. You have to do this. You have to do that. But do you ever ask the person whom you are telling what he or she wants to do? We are also going to talk about my theory, that is Ruby's 3E theory. It was during COVID. I happened to be an author by accident. It was not planned. I wrote my very, very first book, and it was published, and it became like a Bible for people in virtual world, you know, because we all know how to express ourselves sometimes in front of the people. I can see you. Some people are smiling, some people are nodding their head, what I'm telling, some people are thinking. I can read your faces very well standing here. But when we are in the virtual world, just when we had a Zoom presentation with one of the speakers, Mr. Rajgopalji, he was speaking and so were we listening. But whether we understood everything or not, that was a question mark. So in my book, I talk about the 3E theory in detail on what it is and how you can connect with your audience in virtual world. Then the challenges on how to overcome them, because it's true right now we are in a real world, but sometimes we have to go to virtual world as well, because now that's the new mantra. The new mantra everywhere, work from home, work from anywhere in the world, which you don't need to have all the amenities with you. If you have your laptop, you're good to go anywhere. And of course, in the last we'll have Q&A. Hopefully we'll have time for that. So defining what is emotional intelligence. If I ask you sitting over here, how are you feeling now? I just want one word from everyone. What do you think you're feeling right now? Happy, excited, confused, tired? What are the one words that describes your emotion? Come on. Excited. Attentive. Very good. Thank you, Anupma. Something else? Curious. Yes. Anticipation. Yes. These are some of the emotions that everyone is going through, because when we are talking about emotion intelligence, the first thing that comes to mind is that each one sitting in here has something to give. And when we say emotion intelligence, it is the connection with oneself first. You need to understand your own emotions first. And when you understand your own emotions, you're able to connect with emotions of other people in the room. It's okay now? Yeah. So when we say emotional intelligence, it's very, very important to understand the three elements that define it loud and clear. Once you're at peace, when we talk about mantras or when we talk about chanting, Once you are with peace with what you are doing, automatically you start becoming comfortable with how things are happening at workplace. So when we say 3E, or when we say emotion intelligence, it's very important to understand the components that define and explain emotion intelligence loud and clear. And having said that, emotion intelligence can make you understand very well on the basis of two main competencies: personal competency and social competency. When we say personal competency, it is something that we all know ourselves. We know how we are as a person. We know that right now we have to sit through the presentation, so we are self-aware of each other. People next to me, people right and left. We are all aware about what is happening here. Once you are aware of your personal being, it's normal that you start managing yourself better. It's like if you want to do something, you are consciously taking that step. I want to do it, right? You are accountable for it. But when something is thrust upon you, let's say you don't want to take a specific career, you didn't get a job. In Switzerland, it's very difficult to get a job. I think everyone would agree to it. So when you don't get a job, you end up taking a job that is available. Unfortunately, for you at that time, because you are not ready for that job. But fortunately, you think, okay, at least I have a job, at least I have something to support my family. So that's self-awareness. And doing things consciously is your self-management. It's like bit by bit, step by step, you start doing things that help you understand what I need to do and how I need to do. And it has been seen when you're successful as a person, when you're successful as whatever profession you are in, you need some social recognition. We are all sitting over here in the temple, peaceful place, having the summit. We are all enjoying. But at the same time, when you are happy, you want to share it with your loved ones. And that's what is social awareness together with social management. I want to just see your hands. How many of you are active on social media? Just raise your hands. You don't have to say anything. Just raise your hands high up. How many of you are active on social media? Okay. If I say active on social media, what is one word that comes to your mind? Why are you active? Why do you want to have a social media presence? Connections. Very good. Something else? Purpose. You have a purpose. Yes. Something else? Awareness. Exactly. You want to be aware of certain things that are happening in some part of the world. Yes. Informations. Exactly. These are key words that definitely help you to connect sitting in Switzerland in any part of the world. So once you are connected, automatically you start feeling, I know it. Even if you know a little bit, tiny bit, but you feel, yes, I know it because you read about it. Sitting in the room, reading presentations, reading books, which are now also, we have digital copies, so you don't really have to buy a hard copy. You can just buy a soft copy. So once you have these connections, socially, you also start becoming more and more aware by reading, by having social connections. And if you are really very happy on social media, it also helps you evolve as a person because you read and see how other people are doing, what other people are doing. No one would evolve just by sitting and reading a book. Sometimes you need to connect to understand who is doing what. And how can I be like him? You have to have role models. And you can only have role models if you read and understand what others are doing and they're doing better than you. When I say self-awareness, one has to keep his or her eyes and ears open. Because only when you are aware, once you have, like, as Shiva has a third eye, okay? We don't have a third eye, but sometimes we have that gut feeling that gives us a kick. Yes, this is it. Go for it. And that's what defines over here. When self-awareness, if you just read the literal definition, is the ability to understand and be aware of your own thoughts. Recognize your own thoughts. So once you are having your own awareness, what am I doing well? What am I not doing well? You move step forward. You take a step forward. But once you are aware, once you are very happy and content in your space, you understand the things, automatically you keep on going, keep on going. It doesn't mean you have to have a specific age, you have to have specific experience. We have seen in history, we have read in books that age is not a parameter anymore. If you have the knowledge, if you have the sense, if you have something to share phenomenal with the world, it doesn't need just your age or experience, it just comes and it flows. So when I say self-awareness, it is something, once you are comfortable in your own shoes, you want to connect with other people, you want to give it back to the society. There are so many of us, we understand things well, but when it comes to giving, we hesitate. Am I doing the right step? Is it something which is good? Is it something which is not good? So coming from India, I'll just narrate a small example. Coming from India when I came, in a male-dominated higher education society, I felt a bit uncomfortable. I wasn't feeling very sure whether I am okay or not okay. Having said that, now it's been a journey, but having said that, when I remember that time, sometimes I would feel like crying. Sometimes I would feel like, to the world I am in the happiest place, in the best place, but to me I am not, because I was feeling very lonely. I was feeling very, I would say, I was self-doubting wherever I come. To the world I am cool, I am happy, but to myself I wasn't happy. And this I couldn't even share with my parents who have given me birth. I couldn't even share with them that I'm not happy. I miss them. I miss India. I miss the things that were keeping me connected to my roots. Because here I did not understand the language. Even if I had a clear conscience, but it was very, very difficult for me to connect. And of course, being a woman, also in the beginning, I was not very comfortable because I wanted to make an impact, I wanted to connect with the people, but because of the difference in the society there and the society here, it made me confused. So some of the professors who were very comfortable, they would always smoke with the students outside during breaks. They would go out after drinks, after studies, they would go out. But for me, I was like, are they doing it because they want extra grades? Or are they doing because they are comfortable doing these kind of activities? So for me, it was very, very difficult to understand and regulate the scenario. But with passage of time, I kind of became comfortable how and what needs to be done to be having a complete control of the situation, and that's self-regulation. Because when I received my very first evaluation, it was showing it was not very great, even though I was giving my lessons very well, but the evaluations didn't show. And I was like, what went wrong? And the thing was, I was not being self-aware. I was not keeping my eyes and ears open because I'm in a new world, I'm in a new place. I need to take the first step. They are not going to come to me. I have come to this country, so I need to make the first step to be comfortable and understand them. So these are some of the strategies which are really very helpful, which I'm sure if you even identify with 3 or 4 are really at peace. Focus, which is a must now, especially when we are in a world where everyone is into multitasking. All the mothers, especially all the working women over here, I'm sure they might agree with me. Of course, you're absolutely okay if you don't agree, you're okay to not agree, but they will agree with me that we are multitasking all the time. And in that, we are not able to do one thing the best way, So it's very, very important. Do the things, keep time, and at the same time, you have to make sure that you are being mindful of your actions. Even if you're doing something small, make sure you give it your best thought. Because if you are doing something, meditation, yoga, feedback, constant feedback, whether it's with your family, whether it's with your children, whether it's at workplace, whichever scenario we think about, it's very, very important that you need to have a clear understanding and keep on being mindful at all possible situations. Now I'm going to talk about emotional intelligence in the real world. And when I say in the real world, it is very important when you're working, how you can emphasize on the key factors. In order to perform or in order to be a good leader, first you should know how to listen. When we are given a microphone, everyone likes to talk. But that's not it. You need to talk that it's making some sense, that the audience is agreeing with you. It's hitting you somewhere, either here or anywhere. It's hitting you. And when it hits you, you're like, okay, I want to follow this person. I want to be like him. Want to be like her. And that's what is very important in terms of when you're a businessman. The main idea is profit maximization and cost minimization. How you can do that? You know, in India it's called baniya, or in India it's called think like a baniya, or think like a Gujarati or a Marwadi, because that makes thinking much, much faster. Because when you use that language, you click with the audience instantly. And of course, when you focus on these small things, it definitely leads to increased personal well-being. When you see people are connecting with you, when you see people are agreeing with you, automatically you evolve as a person. Who would think a girl coming from India here, at one point of time I was a very, very timid person. We had a classroom, and in a class of 50 people, I would always hide behind my friends so that the teacher could not see me to read an article or to read a book. And when I would read the book, believe me, my hands would shake and my eyes would be watery, because I would get so scared that, oh my God, everyone is looking at me. And when you are in the spotlight, you can't afford to make a mistake. But that's what is wrong, and that's where I differ. Doesn't matter whether you are the spotlight or you are at the second right or third right. You are human beings and you have the right to make mistakes. Do not be afraid to make mistakes, because only when you make mistakes, you are going to make a better version next time. You need to learn from your mistakes. There's no competition. Be your self-critique. Competition apne se rakho, not with the other person. Always see your image in the mirror and see how you can make it better. Here I've just shared with you an example how you can also practice EI in a classroom. In a classroom, deliberately I've chosen a auditorium kind of a classroom where it's very difficult to know even the name of the people. Sometimes it's just a roll number. But how a professor can connect is by choosing the things or by talking the things that the audience or the learners agree. So share with your learners, surprise your learners, or come up with things that they are not prepared of. Surprise them. So that if you are like, if I throw a ball, I'm not going to throw a ball, but if I throw a ball, automatically I'll see some people in the audience would try to catch it, right? It's normal, because that's your reflex section. You want to do it because you don't want to mix the chance of holding the ball. And that's when I say it's very important for your personal growth as a person, as a human being, being able to accept criticism and responsibility. It totally lies in your hand. It's not something, no test, nothing. It's not an essay test. It's totally in your hands how you move on by making a mistake and not get stuck to it. I say that, but sometimes I get stuck. And then my daughter says, come on, move on. You're the one talking about EI, but you're stuck yourself. So of course, practice what we preach. That's also very important, because when we are able to say things that mean a lot to us, we will be able to emphasize it better. And of course, we live in a society, we can't please everyone. You know, even we try to do our best, holding this beautiful summit, inviting people, going on social media, telling them to come, whether virtual or real. We did our job. Whether we did well, whether we did not so well, it's not something to be decided by just few people sitting here. It's you who decides. You come to know whether it was good or not. At the same time, learn to say no. You should be in a position to say no. Don't be in a habit of pleasing everyone, because you can't be a pleaser. You can't please everyone. And of course, when sometimes you need to, just say something, shut it out of the system, it's also very important. So it's okay not to be okay sometimes. Okay, please mark my words. It's okay not to be okay sometimes, because you can't be in a smiley face all the time. You can't be in a happy state all the time. Sometimes we all want to cry. Sometimes we all want to sulk. Sometimes we all want to be angry. So do not hide from these emotions, because these are just a part of evolving yourself as a person. And of course, the more you evolve, the more you'll be able to solve small, minuscule problems in life. Benefits of developing emotion intelligence. As I said, these are the 3 core benefits which I think. Of course, there will be many, many, many more. But these are the 3 things which is very important, especially now when we talk about mental awareness, mental health issues. If a person is sick, as we have said that in the past also, if someone is sick, we see that it's physical, there is a bruise, it's blue, it's swollen, person is not able to walk well, he's struggling, you see all these things because these are physical things which are visible to the eyes. But certain things, when people are struggling, shaky hands, or not knowing, having control on your hands, on your limbs, you start shaking your head, or some part of your body shaking because you can't control it, because you're nervous, or because there's something that you want to share, but you're not able to share. These are some of the things which only you know, because it's your mental state of mind. We try to please, we try to smile, because we are in a social world. We are living in a society where we have to show everything is okay, peace, even though it's not. So it's important when sometimes you need to fight with yourself. That's an interpersonal conflict, intrapersonal conflict that's happening within you. Fight that battle. Fight with yourself first, because only when you are able to fight with yourselves better, you will have the energy to fight with others who are the real people, the real world, who is always looking for acting as a critique to show you that you are not doing this well or you're not doing that well. So it's very important, take charge. You need to take charge, because only when you take charge, you will be able to find solutions. You will be able to find any conflict that comes up, whether it's intrapersonal, interpersonal, intra-organizational, or inter-group conflict, which is very normal. When we are working in teams, it's normal to have conflicts. And having said that, I am a person who encourages a lot of conflicts as well. And when I say encourages conflict, doesn't mean in a wrong way. Bit of healthy conflict is always good. Imagine if I say, is it okay? And everyone is always saying, okay. Are we growing? Yes or no? Because if everyone is in a state of agreement, then there is no challenge. And that's why it's very important. And that's what I've talked about in my 3E theory in my book, where I talk about the 3 pillars, which are very, very important to be highly comfortable with yourself. Educate, empathize, and empower. And this you can use in any context. I use that with my students a lot, but you can use that into any context. If you are able to educate your minds, and with education I don't mean the books or bookish education or university education. Education is the education of life, how to live life. Teaching our children the good and bad, good values, bad values, both. You have to give examples of both. Teaching your son how to be a good husband, teaching your son how to respect women, and at the same time teaching your daughter, say no when it is too much. Do not say yes to everyone to please everyone. And when I say empathize, it's like if you are the boss and you're always giving orders, do this, do that. I want this in 2 days. I want it in 3 days. Of course they will do it. They're your employees. But the result may not be phenomenal because they're not doing something which is a win-win. And the last one, which says here, empower. When I say empower, it simply means what needs to be done and how it needs to be done. Give resources. You're not just empowering a person by just talking, I want results. You're empowering a person by giving him or her the resources. Resources in terms of money, vitamin M, that's what I say to my students all the time. Resources in terms of enough things, the things that are necessary to get the work done. As an entrepreneur, you can get work done by just showing off, I have so much money, do this. But if you're not giving them enough funds, if you're not giving them enough time and people, then it may or may not be enough. So these are 3 things which I talk a lot about, and also I have mentioned that in my book. And if you are interested, the book is called How to Engage Learners in a Virtual Learning Environment. That's my first sole book, which I have written so far. If you want, it's available. I can also offer you the book after the talk is over. Moving on, the challenges. Of course, when we are doing something, it's very, very important that the work doesn't come to an end without certain challenges. And when we say challenges, any challenge is not sufficient or any challenge is not complete until we don't understand how to do it and when to do it. So the 5 W's. Can I listen if anyone is aware the 5 W's and H? When? Exactly. What, when, where, why. So if we are able to answer these 5 W's, it will automatically lead us to the H, that is how to do it, right? So in here, when we are met with any challenge, it is a challenge to face a challenge, but you have to accept the challenge, right? If you accept the challenge, automatically you will move forward and of course you will develop as a person. But if you're afraid of the challenge, you're hiding back, you're hiding behind someone, oh, I don't want to, you keep on pushing it back, of course it's not going to be a successful one. So you have to be prepared of the challenges, you need to take them, whether it's a cultural challenge, whether it's an emotional challenge, or it's a barrier, it's a bias. Something, I just don't like people from this country. I don't like people from that country. Or I don't like men with long hair. There could be many, many things. And recently I also talked about when people are judging other people just by the clothes that they wear, or just by the ethnicity. These are some of the things which we are very comfortable saying, I don't like it. But the idea, the question is why you don't like it, and you need to find it. I've just mentioned some of the theories over here. Wait. How to overcome these challenges. Of course, when we say how to overcome these challenges, it looks very, very phenomenal that, go for it. You have a question, just do it. But it's very important coming to talk or understanding in terms of listening. Listening is one skill. It looks very simple, but listening is one skill which can definitely make you evolve as a person. In the haste of speaking, in the haste of making a statement, guys, it's really time that we need to listen. Listen to your inner voice. Only if you listen to your inner voice, rest is a history. If a girl, I always say that to all my students and all my friends who take public speaking courses with me, it's just a matter of time. You can do anything if you listen to your inner voice and at the same time, appreciate the people who are there with you in that journey. Do not forget to appreciate the people who are there with you in that journey, because the more you do, the more you evolve. The more you evolve, the better you will see. And the better you will see, the better person you will make. Because it's very important, remember, that's what I say to everyone, it's very, very important. If you evolve as a person, nothing is gonna stop you. Very recently I became the LinkedIn top voice. I didn't expect that. I would just share information what I'm doing in the classes with people. And it was a surprise when I received the letter from LinkedIn top voice that you are having a deep influence on lots and lots of people. The algorithms say so. I'm not a science person, so I don't know about algorithms. I'm a person who connects with people. I always feel if you connect, you have won half the battle. So I am always appealing everywhere, wherever I go, whichever country I have been to, that if you practice emotional intelligence in the world of artificial intelligence, you are definitely going to stay, you're definitely going to rock your personality. It's very important, and when I say rock your personality, it's in terms of evolving as a person consistently. Learning doesn't change, learning doesn't happen in one day. It's a consistent process. Keep working on yourself. The more you work, the more you will evolve. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a wonderful, wonderful talk. Maybe you need that to answer questions. Yeah. And I can say that you connected very well with us, with all of us. So if anyone has any question, yes.
Thank you so much for this very empowering talk. Madam, correct me if I am wrong and if I have understood well. During that phase when we were talking about the personal growth and interpersonal relationship, if someone is going through a deep traumatic phase in her life, where the emotional intelligence has suffered a lot or has gone deeply down, then in the community of this competitive world, the second party doesn't know what one is going through. How would you cope with the situation, madam?
Thank you very much for the question. It's a very, very pertinent question. I think a lot of us sitting in this room will agree to it. Yes, sometimes it's a lot. We go through a lot and we don't know where to stop or how to take it anymore. So I would suggest when we are in this scenario, take charge. You have to take charge. It might take some time, but you need to take charge. You need to evolve and say to yourself, it will pass. Keep on giving that reassurance to yourself from time to time. It's just a phase, it will pass. Because there are people, as I said, you can't be a people pleaser. So there are people who will keep on talking. Arey, she doesn't know this. Oh, what does she know? You know, those kind of things. Don't get let down by those kind of talks. These are just testers. Even gods, even our gods, if you see in Indian philosophy, even our gods have been to criticism. They have been through a lot. So stories tell you, even when gods were not, able to live life peacefully, you are a human. So accept those things as a passing phase and try to push it. It might take long. I don't say that it's just with a flip of a second it will go. It will take long, but give yourself that boost that it will pass by very quickly. If you want to cry, as I said, I used to cry in the toilet sometimes because I was so frustrated. Some of the very good proposals, some of the very good projects were taken away from me because I was young. At that time, I didn't speak the language and I was a woman. So I knew that I can break the glass ceiling one day if I believe in myself. So I just keep on pushing. I kept on pushing myself. So I would just tell you as well, or anyone who has faced that, push yourself, do not give up. Life has challenges, life has hassles, but take each step like a baby step and it will go. It will pass.
Thank you. More questions? Yeah.
Hi. Thanks for the lovely presentation. I have a question which I usually face from my kid sitting next to me. The question is again about emotional intelligence. The question is when she is given a task or asked a question or she has any thought, she always gets a second thought from somewhere contradicting from the first thought where she wants to do something. So it's like negative and positive, or it's dilemma point where she is not aware what is right, what is wrong, which should I be focusing on, which should I do, not to do. So any hints about that?
Thank you for the question. I think, Mr. Shah, it's very, very important when we are having this kind of dilemma. We need to understand what are the other options available. It's normal in life, everyone has some dilemma at some point of time. But give it a chance and weigh both sides of the coin. Do not take a decision in a haste, because it's normal, the generation, like you said, your daughter asked that question. So the present generation Z is like that. They want instant gratification. I want this, I want that. They are not patient. If you see, our parents, our grandparents were more patient. They did not study so much. They did not have so much academic qualification as much as they had life education. And it's only with passage of time when you teach your children, especially the younger generation, that they need to be little consistent and they need to be keeping their eyes and ears open, not just on the digital devices, but also by reading. So spending time with the family, I think, will always help. That's what I do, and I always try to do with my own children. I just don't say for the heck of saying, and I'm saying it with my own experience, that whenever your kid is in dilemma, tell him or her to discuss with you, discuss with the people of their age as well, and at the same time, give them also a chance to understand and take a decision. Whether they take a right decision or wrong decision, then they are accountable for it. But please give that weightage, give that value to your child, that we value you and we respect your decision as well. So with passage of time, he or she will know whether it was a good decision or not, and things will evolve. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with this, I think we'll conclude. I mean, if you have more questions, as said before, you'll get a chance to interact with the speakers at the end of the event. So big round of applause for Professor Dr. Ruby Bokshi Khurbi for her amazing presentation. Thank you so much. I hope it brought a lot of value to all of us. Thank you so much. And now the next event is a cultural program. So we're going to have a Bharatnatyam performance by Tara and her group and her team. So they're going to perform Alaripu Slogam and Kirtanam. She will let you know more about it. So I'd like to welcome Kirtana, Viranavi, Madhumita and Tara onto the stage to perform the Bharatnatyam. And the teacher is M.A. Ganasundari Vasan.
Hare Krishna. We are so nervous just to say it in the beginning. Please accept our humble obeisance. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Science and Spiritual Quest. In German, Wissenschaft und spirituelle Suche. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome you for today's first cultural part. We are honored to present you a timeless art form that embodies the essence of both tradition and transcendence, Bharatanatyam. Originating in the ancient temples of South India, Bharatanatyam is a classical dance form that is more than just a rhythmic expression of grace and beauty. It is a living testament to a profound connection between the physical and the spiritual. The sacred dance not only celebrates the rich tapestry of our cultural heritage, but also serves as a medium to explore the deepest kingdoms of the human experience. Before starting our performance, we would like to give you some background information about the dance piece and the dance school, the dance teacher, and our school.
Jnanasundari Vasan, our beloved guru, was born and raised in Sri Lanka. Her journey into the world of dance began during her school days, where she received her initial training in Bharatanatyam from her mentor, Mrs. Rajani Mohan Raj. Her passion for this exquisite art form continued to flourish, and her dance journey expanded. Our guru delved even deeper into Bharatanatyam under the guidance of Mrs. Leelambike Selvaraja. Unfortunately, her dancing career in Sri Lanka was interrupted by the war, where like many Tamils from Sri Lanka, our guru sought refuge in Switzerland. However, her passion remained unshaken. In 1992, she established her own dance school in Switzerland, known as Radha Nadanaliam. Her initial dance class took place in Lucerne. Now she takes classes in Lucerne, Zurich, Olten, and Schaffhausen. Jnanasundari Vasan had the privilege of teaching up to 200 students, and over 13 of them achieved the Kalaimani, the teaching grade, through the International Institute of Tamil Arts, also known as ITA. ITA is an institution where thousands of students undertake grade examinations in Carnatic music and Bharatanatyam. While instructing over 100 students, she continued to evolve as a dancer and pursued her bachelor's and master's degree in fine arts, specializing in Bharatanatyam. In 2020, she successfully earned her PhD in fine arts with a focus on Bharatanatyam. She has become both a dancer and an inspiration, embodying the aspirations of her students.
Good afternoon, everyone, also from my side. I would like to introduce our dancers from the dance school Radha Nadanaliam. Here is Kirtana. She is 20 years old and is dancing since she was 4 years old. Now she is studying architecture in the ETH Zurich. I have a question for you. What means dance?
As you guys heard, I'm dancing since I was 4, and it's a part of my life and also a passion which I follow, and also like a therapy for me. And more than, it's like a family dancing together with the friends, and yes, performing together, spending time together, and also learning together.
Thank you. The next dancer is Pranavi. She's 20 years old and she started dancing at the same time as Kirtana, and she's studying social work in High School of Bern. How is Bharatanatyam helping your spiritual life?
Since I'm dancing Bharatanatyam for a long time, I've learned about the culture, about our spiritual life, about Hinduism more, and through that I learned how to love and show my devotion through my dance to God Himself. So yeah, that brought me closer to my spiritual life.
Thank you. The third dancer is Tara. She is 26 years old and is dancing around to 22 years, and she just finished her bachelor degree in business psychology and is working now as a HR manager for the Zurich government. How do you manage work, dance, study, and private and spiritual life?
Thank you for the question. First, we are doing this because it's nice to watch the performance, but we don't see behind the scenes. And as you see, she's the daughter of our dance teacher, and I know her since she's a baby, and it's not like that we separate the lives. I'm always a dancer, even when I go to work or when I was studying, and I start my master's soon. I think all the confidence, everything comes from dance, because we learn at the age of 4, 3, 5 how to compete with the others but support at the same time. Sometimes we stand on the same stage and competing, but before that we just support and correct ourselves. And so this is why it's not like the dance gives me the whole balance, and also through the stories, like Brenavi said, it helps me to explore the Hinduism and myself and the spiritual life. So I think it comes together, and because Bharatanatyam is a whole science, which helps to maintain the body, the mind, the soul, and evolve, develop, grow together, and cry together, everything, it's giving the balance, and sometimes it's even taking out the balance, like putting 2 hours makeup for a 10 minutes performance. It's like the calculation doesn't go so well, but we still do that because we love that 10 minutes and these 10 hours practicing. So, and I would like to introduce Madhu, who was introducing us three. She's the daughter of our teacher. We were introducing her. She's wearing a green sari and sitting there very humble. So she is 17 years old and doing an apprenticeship as a pharmacist. My question for you is, how is it different being a daughter of a dance teacher and a dancer at the same time? And how do you find the balance? And how is she different for you from being a mother and a dance teacher? And what about the whole journey as being actually the part of all our families?
So there are two sides. On one hand, I feel very blessed that I have this opportunity. I can easily learn everything from my mother and have a great connection to the art of Bharatanatyam since I grew up with it. On the other hand, all of this comes with a lot of pressure because everyone has high expectations from me. It is not always easy to live up to them, but at the end of the day, I am very, very happy to know I always have so many people like my fellow dancers standing behind me and supporting me. Without them and my mother and of course my family, I wouldn't be standing here. Yes.
Thank you. Now let's move on to afternoon's program, specifically our dance performance. We will commence our dance with an Alaripu. An Alaripu is a welcome dance which prays to God, gurus, semi-divine beings, families, friends, and the audience. The Alaripu is set in Ragam Nate and Talam Mishra Chapu. In the background, you will hear a Tirupugal. The Tirupugal is a prayer to Lord Muruga. In this piece, the song is called Padi Madi Nadi, which is translated Half Moon River. The song begins with glorifying Lord Shiva, who adores a half moon and the river Ganges and gave birth to the Lord Muruga. And the Alaripu is followed by a slogan, which is divided in 3 pieces.
The first one is the Ganesh sloga, the second one is Saraswati sloga, and the last one is about Lakshmi.
Tatte ya teyum tat tattam kitataka ditte ya teyum dit tattam kitataka dam dittam itta takkade nadaru tatte itta takkadam dittam itta takkade nadaru tatte itta takkadam dittam itta takkade tatte itta takkadam dittam kitattakade tatte kitattakadam dittam kitattakade tatte kitattakadam dittam kitattakade tatte kitattakadam idam tadi kitattakade tatte tadi kitattakadam idam tadi kitattakade tatte tadi kitattakadam idam yeni kitattakade tatte tadi kitattakadam idam tadi kitattakade tatte tadi kitattakadam தக்கதை சூழவர தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதாம் தித்தாம் கிட்ட தக்கதை தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதாம் கிட்ட தக்கதை தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதாம் தித்தாம் கிட்ட தக்கதை தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதாம் தித்தாம் கிட்ட தக்கதை தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதாம் தித்தாம் தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதை தத்தை தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதாம் தித்தாம் தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதை தத்தை தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதாம் தித்தாம் கலியிட்ட தக்கதை தத்தை தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதாம் தித்தாம் தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதை தத்தை தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதாம் தித்தாம் தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதை தத்தை தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதாம் தித்தாம் தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதை தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதாம் தித்தாம் தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதை தத்தை தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதாம் தித்தாம் தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதை தத்தை தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதாம் கிட்ட தக்கதை காணும்பகை தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதாம் கிட்ட தக்கதை சூழவர தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதாம் கிட்ட தக்கதை 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 பெருமாளே கிட்ட தக்கதாம் தினம் கிட்ட தக்கதை தத்தை தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதாம் தினம் தத்தை 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 கிட்ட தக்கதை தத்தை தத்தை கிட்ட தக்கதா பெருமாளே கிட்ட தக்கதாம் பெருமாளே
मूषिक वाहन मोदक चैत चामर कर्ण विलंबित सूत्र वामन रूप महेश्वर पुत्र दीन विनायक पाद नमस्ते मूषिक वाहन मोदक चैत चामर कर्ण विलंबित सूत्र वामन रूप महेश्वर पुत्र दीन विनायक पाद
Thank you for watching. I try without my notes. The next piece is Kirtanam. A Kirtanam is a performed piece which dancers dance when they finish, like the Nrityam, and have a basement of doing Abhinayam. So the Kirtanam is about Shiva, and the song is Tattite Radavan. It's described how beautiful he danced Tandavam, and also we try to glorify him, how he is having Mother Ganga on his head and the half moon, and how he dances together with Mother Devi. So that's the masterpiece of today's evening, and then we will finish. So we can start.
Thank you so much for this wonderful performance. And I think I'm speechless what to say. It's kind of everyone like you. It's wonderful visuals, and sorry we had a limited space, but still you managed, I saw, very wonderfully. Thank you so much for taking out time and doing this performance for all of us. Thanks a lot. Big round of applause once again.
Thank you so much to Anupama Mataji and her husband. I didn't forget the name, sorry. Help me. Okay, but he's sitting there. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you. Thank you all who were involved in this, teacher, ma'am, and then also those who made it possible. Thank you once again. Okay, now we will move forward with our schedule. After this very amazing performance, next we'll have a talk. Just need a moment to get everything ready. Just give me a second. Yeah. Yes, yes. Just maybe 2 minutes and then we'll be ready. Perfect. Just put it, thanks. Let me first do the Zoom share screen.
It was just there.
It's there.
The screen or something? Oh, here is the problem. One second.
Is it two?
One.
One, okay. By the time I will just... Is it there? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Screen 2. Share. Okay, now if I do F5. Sharing. Let's get rid of this guy. Okay. Does it work? Oh, wait, it's just I didn't touch that.
No? Oh, because I switched it off. That's all right.
Okay.
There we go.
Can you turn it on? Hello. Sam. Yes.
Put it down. More down.
belt.
Back, yeah.
Coming through okay? It is now, yeah.
Okay.
You want to take a couple of minutes?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to call them back. Yeah, maybe we are taking a unannounced break. Let's try to.
Yep, it's okay.
We need 5 minutes. Okay, we'll start at 3:05 on public demand. This is the break on public demand. It was not scheduled. Okay. Can you mute? Put the microphone?
Yeah.
Just to let know to Dimitri, Prabhu, and Yash Prabhu, can you hear me? We are running a little bit late, so can you hear me? Can you respond? Yes, okay. Here, we are running a little bit late, so I'll let you know when we'll be ready. So now we'll start with one talk, and after this we'll have it's 14 minutes, 35 minutes, then we'll have a talk by Dimitri, and then we have sorry for that. I need you, I think I need you. Okay, I think in 35 minutes, it will be over. Yes, okay, 40 minutes and then we have the 30 minutes.
I had to make an offering to my Gorni time.
That's fine, we make a break.
That's okay. I come back tomorrow. But I come back for his speaking.
Fast. You can take this out.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Right inside. Yeah. There it is. Should work. Used to work.
Thank you. Okay, I request everyone to please come back and take their seats. Yeah, we can do that a bit later. Okay, I think I'll start now. So everyone is requested to take your seat and yes. So the next speaker is Martin Fleming. He's a Vedanta philosopher. A short introduction before he begins his talk. Martin Fleming is a Vaishnava Vedanta theologian, originally from Belfast, Northern Ireland. He has served as the principal of Bhaktivedanta Manor near Watford, the director of Buckland Hall in Wales, a member of the Central Religious Advisory Committee for the BBC, and as a trustee of the Faith Authority for the Avanti Hindi Schools in the UK. Martin Fleming specializes in the integration of modern science and the philosophies of Vedanta, Sankhya, and Yoga. Currently, he is the director of the Science and Philosophy Initiative, a UK association, and board member of the Bhaktivedanta Institute for Higher Studies in USA. He is best known for his regular broadcast on the BBC since 1989. So the title of his talk today is Triad Framework of Consciousness, a philosophical framework uniting science and spirituality derived from Vedic knowledge systems. So with a short introduction, I welcome you, and you have next 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deepa. I'm glad you clarified that it's a talk and not going to be interpretive dance, because we very much enjoyed what we just seen, and I don't want to spoil that. Thank you. Anyway, I'm very pleased to be here, and it's been quite some time since we were first notified of this event. So it's wonderful that it's come together here in Winterthur, and all our thanks and appreciation to those who have been organising the day for us today. It's been absolutely fantastic. I'm going to speak on my favourite topic, consciousness. As a kind of philosopher steeped in Vedanta philosophy, consciousness is naturally of interest to me. And I spend a lot of my time these days talking between philosophers and scientists. I'm hoping to make philosophers more aware of science and be more science literate, and I'm hoping to make more scientists philosophically literate, because the two disciplines overlap so much, and particularly on the big issues that still provide mysteries for us, of which consciousness is an important one. So, I'm going to present to you the Triad Framework for Consciousness, which is a philosophical framework uniting science and spirituality, and derived from the Vedic knowledge system, particularly Vedanta, Sankhya, and Yoga. But I'd like to start with a question for each of you. Something that I'd like you to answer for yourself. What's the most important thing about my life, your life? What's the most important thing? Quickly, a few words, as Ruby did. Spirituality? Happiness. Existence. Good health. Family. Air. Very good. Love. Those are the good things. And they all depend on my existence. Isn't it? None of those would be important unless I was aware that I exist and that my existence gives me the opportunity to experience. Existence, experience, and the fact that I have this first person perspective. It's me who is conscious. It's me who's experiencing. It's me who's feeling the value of existing and living and being. And then all the other things that are in my life can be important because I experience them, I enjoy them, I love them. So consciousness is at the heart of everything. And it's something we are already aware of, we already understand. It exists. It's real stuff. So this presentation is going to take you through some of the components of conscious experience. And it's going to show you that these belong in a framework which is non-reductive, meaning that it looks beyond the physical. It looks beyond what can be done with the ordinary mainstream science into other areas that need exploration. And this will address, clarify some of the potential that exists within consciousness for scientific research. And it will also, you will recognize that this framework helps to accommodate a lot of aspects of what we sometimes call anomalous or paranormal or psychic phenomena, which people think, well, are those real? Can those exist? Can they work? Well, actually, if you understand the framework that is needed to explain consciousness, you can see how these fit in. And you'll also feel that in this picture, it accommodates very happily my spiritual aspirations and my abilities to develop myself in spiritual life without any conflict with issues of naturalism and of science. So, the components of conscious experience. I've got this, I like this phrase by John Searle. He's a philosopher, American philosopher. I probably don't agree with him on anything else. But this is a very good summary of what is the challenge when it comes to explaining consciousness. I attended a conference just a couple of months ago, the Association for the Scientific Study of Consciousness, it was in New York University. Big 700 of the top neuroscientists, philosophers involved. And everyone saying, I've got a theory for consciousness, I've got a theory, my theory explains this, And it was very frustrating because their theories didn't deal with this subject here, that the essential trait of consciousness. All right, well, I'll try and work with this thing. Okay. Okay, we're all right, we're good. This is, okay. That their theories, their ideas didn't address this statement by John Searle, that the essential trait of consciousness that we need to explain is unified, subjective, unified qualitative subjectivity. Unified, me, I'm the one person. Qualitative, I'll come to in a minute. Subjectivity means that I am seeing the world from being me. Now, Christoph Koch, who worked with Francis Crick, did this analysis, and I find it very useful. And it was actually with Ram Gopal's charts, he did something very similar. That let's analyze what is happening in experience. We have a picture of the external world, a guy walking his dog in the park. Light is bouncing off it. It's entering into the eyes of our person here. This is sensory processing. Light coming into the eyes, being turned into electricity, isn't it? It's turned into electricity and goes into our brain, right back here, the visual processing cortex. So There, you see it as data, it's electricity. And then Christoph Koch draws this, that somehow or other, from that activity in the brain, we get the picture of this little dog. Now, that's a big question. This brings into question, how is it that what our brain has got is electricity, but what we are seeing is an image? Now, you might be thinking, well, of course I'm seeing an image because it's out there. That's the world. I'm seeing the world. But wait a minute, you have no connection with the world. Your only connection with the world is the light that's bouncing off it into your eye. And it's going into your brain, and it's just electricity there. Why are you seeing the world as a picture with forms, with colors, with movements? Why are you seeing it like that, like a movie in your head? That's the hard problem. And this introduces us to the issue of what is called qualia. Qualia are the qualities of our inner experience. Because the world has lots of properties and qualities. But we are experiencing the world inside our minds. And the ways we experience the world in our minds has its own qualities. The redness of red. That is different to the blueness of blue. These are qualities. Color is a quality we're experiencing inside our minds. It is actually being generated by our minds. Let me just give you one little experiment which you might have done as a kid. Do you ever do this thing with your fingers? You just put your fingers about an inch or so apart, just in front of your eyes. Try it now for yourself. Do you see a floating finger in front of you? A bit further apart, a little further, so that you're able to see, you can move them. Do you see there's a floating finger you're looking through it? Yeah? See the little floating, not one that they can't be touching, they've got to be apart. You know, not too far apart. I said an inch or so apart, an inch, it's about that much, a couple of centimeters, and you see a floating thing. Move it closer to your eye if you need to. Has everyone seen it? Good. You just saw something that doesn't exist. Is there a floating finger moving about in the room? No. But you saw it. Your experience of it is a real experience. But you know it doesn't exist out there. So where does that floating finger, that picture of a floating finger exist? It exists in the mind. Now that's interesting. You see, we're used to thinking we're seeing the outside world. But now we actually have to realize what I'm seeing is inside my mind. And my mind has these qualities of qualia. So qualia are real. They're the only thing you ever experience about the world. What your senses send electricity to your brain. And then you experience the feel of that. So they're real even when they are illusory. And a simple example, we can't go into this in great detail today, but a simple example is color. We're usually taught that color is related to the electromagnetic spectrum, and that color, a different wavelength of light, is a different color. Isn't that the usual story? Wrong. Electricity wavelengths do not have any color whatsoever. The color is imposed or given to you in your mind. Isaac Newton, who did a lot of work on spectra, looked at these and said, well, if every wavelength is a different color, where's magenta? Which wavelength is magenta? Doesn't exist. But you'll say, magenta is a mixture of blue and red. It's mixed, isn't it? When you have red light and blue light, you'll see magenta. So does that explain it in scientific terms? No. Because where does the mixing take place? You can't mix two wavelengths and get a new one. Physics doesn't work like that, right? And the wavelength related to red and the wavelength related to blue are dealt with by different cells in your eyes. So they're not mixed outside in the world, they're not mixed in your eye. Separate signals go to the brain. Does the brain mix them? And how does the brain produce a color? Where in your brain is this color, the picture? If we cut it open, we're going to find it? No, I don't think so. So that means that you've got qualia, you've got mental experiences, qualities, which cannot be explained in anything to do with the physics of the outside world or the biology of how your senses and brain process it. They are different. Qualia correlate with what's going on in the brain, but not exactly. You see these two squares, A and B. Are they the same shade of grey? Do they look the same shade of grey? No, they don't. But they are. Now that you know that there are, will you see them the same? No. Your mind's still tricking you, but they actually should be the same. So they correlate, but not exactly. And it's subjective. You know this one, right? All right, hands up. Black and blue. Hands up, gold and white. All right, at the next break, you can go and fight it out outside. So what this tells us is that we have the easy problems. We understand how all this processing of information about the world goes through our senses and goes into our brain. We can do a heck of a lot analyzing that. But the hard problem is explaining how that produces the picture that we see in our minds. And it suggests that the mind is something beyond the brain. It has properties, qualities which are different to what the brain has. It's different to physics. It's a different type of function, different type of properties. And then there's a further problem. That's the hard problem, but there's a bigger problem. That who is the entity, who is the person who is experiencing the picture of the world? That's us. We said at the beginning, we are the person who is experiencing stuff. So there is the world, there's our body, there's our brain, there's the stuff in our mind, but the actual act and facility and faculty of being able to observe that is a different quality again. It's a different property. So what this tells us is that we have three categories of components that make up our experience of the world. There's the physical functions, there's the mental, cognitive functions, and there's consciousness functions. Three types. So, putting them in a very simple picture, physical functions, cognitive functions, consciousness functions. And we talk about them as functions and properties. Why? Because science can only work with functions and properties. Science never tells you what something is made of. It tells you that the components have these properties and these functions. What they do, what they look like, how they interact, what are the nature of those interactions. Science doesn't tell you ontology. It doesn't tell you what the world is made of. It does tell you what it does and what it's like. And that is the approach that we recommend for the exploration of science. Explore mind and the observer in terms of its functions and properties. Then we keep away from all this argument. Are we dualists? Are we idealists? How, what is consciousness made of? You can't ask that question because you don't even know what matter is made of. You just know its functions and its properties. So we know this much. Consciousness is real. We just know that. We know it exists. It's the one thing you absolutely know for certain, that. And you experience the stuff in your mind. That's real. is the world real? That's actually the one that's a question mark, philosophically. But my view is that it does exist. Because it exists, stuff is being experienced in the mind. Because stuff is experienced in the mind, we know consciousness is real. Now, instead of the word observer, I'm going to slip in this word Atma, because I think it's a useful one when talking about this subject. I never mentioned soul. The only time I'm going to mention soul is to say I'm not going to mention it. Why? Because people say, well, so where does soul come from? You're making stuff up. And we don't need to make stuff up. We know consciousness exists. It's real. So let's talk about that. We're not making anything up. And we give it the name Atma, the smallest unit composed of and possessing a quantum of consciousness. It's an individual entity of consciousness. We are the seer, the witness, the observer, the knower. These are phrases used in Vedanta a lot. We're the original self. We are non-neural. We are not part of the physical world. We are non-physical. And we know these things interact. Our body and senses react with the world, sensory processing. That's all. We can model that with physical functions. But the mind also connects with that, interprets it, and brings it into the mind. And the Atma, the conscious functions, connects with the mind. So we know these interactions happen. And when you've got things which are each of them real and each of them interact, then you know they are part of a unified ontology. There is something, some aspect of reality that ties it all together. They are all part of the same thing. Matter and spirit are not two really different things. They are connected together, but they have different properties. They function differently. That's the point we're making. And the domain of physical science is to analyze this area. The natural sciences works really well there. However, you should also explore these interactions. And that requires a sort of psychophysical science, which often is regarded with a little bit of disdain by the mainstream. But it shouldn't be, because the world exists and mind exists. They have different functions. They should be explored, how they work together. And the Atma and its link with the mind and the world should be explored through the domain of experiential science. And each of those sciences should have their own rules, should have their own methodologies, should have their own integrity. Now, I'm going to just give you a little bit of a flavor of how these two interact, because it starts to open up quite a bit of ideas of what's going on in this world. In each of these cases, the physical aspects of the world and brain have a sub-physical state. The modern physics is delving deeper and deeper into, the world of particle physics, quantum fields, and wondering what's below that. Are we dealing with string theory? What are we dealing with? What's going on at the depths of physics? So, sub-physical states. We know that the mind has subconscious states. So, both of those, physical and mind, have their subconscious states. And they are linked together by a psychophysical substrate. This is the explanation of Vedanta and Sankhya, that the connection between mind and the world doesn't necessarily take place when they're both manifesting themselves fully, their properties fully, but takes place at the subtle level. And very interesting, at that conference I mentioned in New York, Thomas Nagel, very famous in philosophy of consciousness, he's the one who coined, "What is it like to be a bat?" You may have heard of that one, but it's a really famous one. It's quoted in all the books. And he gave a talk and said, actually, you cannot, and he did this to the neuroscientists, and he apologized at the beginning, if what I'm about to tell you doesn't seem to fit with everything you've been talking about in neuroscience and, you're going to explain the hard problem through neurology, you may be disappointed. but he said, blame David Chalmers and the other guys for inviting me to give this talk. So he said, you're not going to connect the brain and the mind together directly. They both link down to a psychophysical substrate. He practically quoted from the Bhagavad Gita on this one. He did. Yeah, he thought it was his own theory. But that was what he was explaining, that they connect at that level. So therefore the distinction between mind and brain need not be seen as a big issue when we see that they connect. And really what is happening is that there is a flow of information about the world, which flows through this substrate to mind, and it is gathered by the mind. That's how the Vedas explain that the properties, the sensory perceptions that exist out here of what something tastes like, smells like, feels like, touch is like, what it looks like, what it sounds like, is all that's pulled through here, through the Akash, through Shabda, and manifests then as qualia perceptions. So, although mainstream science and neuroscience has no explanation for qualia, if you analyze the world qualitatively, looking at it in a different way, you start to see that there is an explanation that takes in what we experience and how it is gathered from the world. Now, it's not just things are in the mind. The qualia perceptions exist in the mind, but it is the Atma that shines its light on the mind and experiences whatever is in the mind. Whatever the mind is gathering, that's what we experience. But it's not just one-way flow of information. There's another flow going in the opposite direction. And that is initiated by the Atma through will, free will, volition. What I want to do. It generates stuff in the mind, ideas, plans, strategies, desires, all this stuff. And then that sends information through the system and manifests out here. Actions, manifestation, everything we say, do, and happens, it starts to go there. That opens up a lot of big questions. The whole, if you like, industry of manifestation actually is borrowed from Vedic truths. That mind can influence the world, can influence your body. Manifestation works, but there's some tricks to it, and most of the way it's been sold through courses do not work. They're just making the teacher very rich, but not you. But you can see that in this system, how does it cross here? For instance, I'm just going to very quickly give a little bit of the science from a philosophy. It was mentioned earlier, I think, by the professor in India about Penrose and Hameroff's theory of orchestrated objective reduction. Now, in that, they say, well, we've got a theory of quantum consciousness. No. But what they have identified, and I spent some time with Stuart Hameroff discussing this with him, that in the brain there actually are examples of quantum states in the microtubules. And these microtubules affect the threshold at which the brain cell fires. You might have thought, well, it's very straightforward for brain cells firing. They get a stimulus and they fire. But the threshold of charge that is needed to make them fire, that threshold can be varied. So what is varying the threshold of your brain cells firing? That's the quantum activity in the microtubules. Now, we know from the work of Princeton University that intention, just pure conscious intention, can influence the behavior of quantum states. we have a very close connection with Brenda Dunn, who ran the Princeton Engineering Anomalous Research for 27 years. They amassed 800,000 experiments showing that overall conscious intention can change the output of quantum devices. So intention can affect quantum states, and if quantum states then affect brain states, you've actually got a connection between mind and the brain. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but it's a route. But we'll move on. So basically what we have then is this two-way traffic. And if you use this model, you can start to see that it is possible for the Atma to experience knowledge in the mind, and that the mind can access knowledge in a number of different ways. Normally, it's sensory inputs being decoded, and the information now being presented in mental format. Usually that's the way. But the mind can actually even draw information about the world from down here. That's a process known as remote viewing, or precognitive perception. I've trained in the process of remote viewing that the CIA used, and we run seminars and courses showing how pretty well anyone can draw information about any target distant in time and space without knowing anything about it, without even knowing what the target is in the first place. We can get you to draw information from that, from this subtle physical state we would call, and I'm using a word perhaps differently than you were using the Akash on this one. So draw it back to here. Or the mind can connect with subtle states of mind. Both within ourselves, we can access information that is very deep in our subconscious. Vedanta in this, explains that nothing you have ever experienced in this life is lost. Nothing you've experienced even in any previous life is actually lost. It's just very deep. And it can be accessed. Not just your own mind. You can access the mind of others. I've also done that. Actually, it was... I'd done the Stanford system of remote viewing, but a couple of years ago I got introduced to the Princeton University system of PRP, precognitive remote perception, in which you send someone out into town or wherever, and they're looking at something. And we're sitting here, we connect with their mind, we start to see what they're seeing. And if you, in the right circumstances, I was flabbergasted how accurate and how this really works, for us. So you can gather mind from other minds. And mind is collective. There is collective mind that we're all connecting with. So there's opportunities to derive inspiration, intuition, insights from even the collective mind. So even on this is all on the physical world, all the natural world at least. This isn't actually spiritual. This is just how the world works. The world works on this subtle level. So what tends to happen is that the Atma is really excited about what's going on in the mind. It's our show. It's like watching a constant movie. It's a drama in front of us. And we don't want just to be the audience. We want to get involved. We want to be the center actor in this drama. We want things happening to us. We want to change things in such a way that we're getting more and more out of it. We're doing well, don't worry. So we start to invest ourselves in that, like you would invest yourself in a drama, in a movie. You want to be there. You want to feel what they're feeling. You want to kind of give yourself to it. So we identify deeper and deeper and deeper. So deep that in the Atma no longer thinks of itself as being the observer, detached from the mind, the body, and the world, but sees itself completely as this new self who is and that self is generated as an image in our mind. I am this body, I am male, I am this age, I am this type, this activity, these are my skills, these are my interests. This is a self created here. And we engage in that, looking after that self for the whole of our life. What's this self interested in? What does it want? What is it trying to get? That becomes our material life. However, what we need to do is to understand that the mind and the world, body and brain, they're all part of one domain, the domain of time. But that the Atma is outside time. You observe time. You have observed time since I started this talk. Time has moved on. You are still the same person, observing when I started, and now you were the same person when you were a little kid. Of course, your mind, your body, your kind of views, all this, the mental stuff has changed. But you as the observer never changed. You observe the passing of time. You are outside of time. Time changes the world, it moves it, it changes stuff in the mind, but you remain constant. That's one of the first messages of the Bhagavad Gita, isn't it? Krishna starts out with Arjuna. So, this is the domain of pure consciousness. Now, what we're actually suggesting in spiritual life is that initially we realize, wait a minute, I am not this self that I think I am. I am the spirit. I am the Atma. I'm a being of consciousness. So initially we give ourselves a kind of selfhood of a spiritual being. Initially it's still a construct in our mind. But from that we're able to kind of define our desires, our interests, our motivations in a way that is consistent with the reality of being a conscious being. When we just think, I am this body, I am the material self, we give ourselves to that. When we see ourselves as the spiritual self, we define our activities in order to be conducive to that identity. That is called Dharma. Dharma is acting conducive to your real self. And when you do that, your influence then spreads to the world. It is shown in compassion. It is shown in your desire for harmony, for creating peace, as you all are today. It starts to manifest in that outreach view. But then, one last aspect of this, that in that state, the Atma can continue to develop. And it turns its attention to the domain of pure consciousness, and particularly to identifying the source of unified consciousness. Atato Brahma Jigyasa. Now it's time to look for the absolute truth. What is that absolute truth? Janmadhyasya yataha. That from which everything else emanates. And again, this is an absolute agreement we can have with anybody. There is no one in this world who doesn't think that all of existence comes from something. It's just a question of what that something is. But we all know there must be some source from which everything else comes. So the only question for human beings is that source of existence, that source of everything else, is it inert, non-sentient, or is it sentient, conscious? That's the question. Now, because of the analysis I've just done, it's very hard for me to see how matter, something inert, can produce consciousness. Therefore, my tendency would be to think this source must also be conscious as I am. It's easy to see how something conscious might produce something inert, But the opposite just seems ridiculous. I know lots of people believe that consciousness, we heard, is consciousness an epiphenomenon of matter? You know, people believe that. But it's very hard. Therefore, if this source is conscious, if it's aware, if it has its own perspective, then there is a chance that I can connect with that source personally. That becomes then another source of inspiration, of intuition, of insight, of knowledge. And that is the process of yoga, connecting with the source of our existence. And particularly the process of bhakti is to connect with the source of our existence, not just in knowledge, but in love, in bhakti, in devotion. So the hope is that this model actually resolves many of the issues facing science, facing philosophy, and hopefully creates a framework that actually can be used, as we've said, it was said earlier by other speakers, you know, doesn't matter, you can put any religion into this. You know, we're not arguing with any other religion. We're not arguing with any other philosophy. Any other philosophy can be held and accommodated within this. But this offers at least reassurance that if you have this inkling that spiritual life is important to you, that you wish to make progress on it, the reality is there for you. The processes are available. They're described. And that each one of us, according to our own desire, can make as much and as quick progress towards a spiritual destination as we would like. And in that way, perhaps do a lot of good for the world. I'm just going to finish with this last statement from Bhagavad Gita, and it's not 1333, it's 9.2. This science is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of spirituality and religion. It is everlasting and is joyfully performed. Deepa, in your introduction, you were talking about going from pessimistic speculation to optimistic realization. That's what this verse is about. Realization, perfection, which is everlasting, joyful. I don't think you can get more optimistic realization than that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was a very wonderful talk. Yeah. Is it, am I audible? Yeah? Good. Yes, wonderful. I personally liked it a lot, the way you took us through the physical, mental, and then even deeper. Slowly you were revealing, more and more, and at the end it made like a perfect picture. It was, thank you so much, personally from my side also. So if anyone have any question, please come forward. Sorry? So we need a question first. Yes, someone has any question based on the presentation? I think we need to process this, it was so nice. It takes like some processes to understand, and then, yeah, but it was really nice. There is one question. Sometimes it takes a few seconds to also formulate the question. Yes, please, ma'am.
When you say that physical entity and mind, where the thoughts comes, and Atma, so where is the emotions?
Emotions are stirred within the mind. Basically, the mind reacts to the circumstances it's being fed, and it's looking, how will I respond to that? So really, the ups and downs of our emotions are generated within the mind. It's like if you watch a movie and you see there's a happy scene. You're watching, you become happy. Then there's a sad scene, you become sad. But actually, nothing has changed about you watching the movie. You're sitting there enjoying your popcorn, you know? But your emotions have gone up and down by identifying with what is being shown to you. So for most of the time, our emotions are being generated within the mind. However, the reason that we identify with emotions within the mind is because consciousness at the Atma contains its own emotions. But in order to explore those emotions, they need to be stirred by real love.
So emotions of Atma and emotions of mind, they both will be together, and then you will see that this is the real emotions of that picture.
What Krishna is encouraging Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita is to stop identifying with the emotions of the mind. You know, there's so much, be detached. Don't tolerate the ups and downs. Be like the lake, the pond that's always filling but never disturbed. Once you get the mind under control like that, then the Atma can experience real emotions of its own. It's like if you're watching a film, you're not really experiencing your own emotions about your own life. You're experiencing the emotions that have been stirred by something else. So you have to step away from that.
So it means real, one intelligence is you are seeing the picture. And second, real intelligence that comes from your Atma.
Real intelligence is a supportive role that actually Krishna plays as Param Atma. The Sankhya idea is that there is mind, mana, and that's the thing that's accepting, rejecting, coming up with all sorts of ideas. Higher than that, and I think it was, I can't remember whose slide it was in, it showed above the mind is intelligence. That intelligence is a higher function, which we might think is our own intelligence, and it is helping to control the mind. But actually, that higher intelligence is a gift from God.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Martin Fleming and such a nice presentation. So we'll take a short break at this point because next we'll have a Zoom presentation. We need to set it up, and also it's a little bit of refreshment, fresh air, water. So we will assemble again in 10 minutes, 4:05. Thank you. Also. Also, you can go downstairs. There might be something to drink and some snacks, so you can go downstairs.
It belongs to someone. It's good to be here.
What's entertaining? It's because.
Yeah, I mean, for instance,
Tam, kita taka hey, yeah. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
I will definitely talk. मैंने आपको बोला आप मुझे Facebook पेज में फॉलो करोगे जहाँ पर मेरी नेक्स्ट स्टोरीज आपको पता चलता रहेगा. अब now that we are connected, I definitely let you know. पक्का. Thank you. God bless you. Definitely we would.
Okay, we are almost here. I just need to. They went for a break. Now it's about to finish. Half of the people are here. I just call them back, and we'll start. Just a bit.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the. Thank you. So please do.
Okay. So we'll start with our next. Thank you all. Please be seated. So everything is set, right? The Zoom is recording. I'll just remove this, yeah. And is this camera working?
Camera, I think it's in standby. No, it's not. Why is it not? Is it unplugged? I'll unplug and plug in again. Now it is on. Can you see here? Adjust it maybe. You need to adjust. Yes. Now. Now it's here. Camera. Which one is it? Oops, it's chosen. Should. I don't know. Was it fine before? The mic is on. The mic here is on. Yeah.
Can he see me now? Dimitri?
He can hear you. But you might choose to another camera.
Great guy.
Switch back or to close the software and open it again or something.
Here, I think here is one.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Choose another and then.
Well, I don't know.
choose it again.
Which one?
No. No,
Okay,
it's
yeah,
on.
it's just there.
No, you just move it down. It's not good.
Oh, sorry, I remember. What because of this? Sorry. Spotlight.
No, but move the camera down in the software. You know.
Just make it side by side. Yeah, this is good.
And the camera, you know, just.
What?
Camera angle.
Ah.
Is the down a little, you know, it's too high. Even a little more, yeah. I will go more. A little more. Yeah, maybe like that. Yeah.
Okay. So everyone, I request everyone to please be seated. We have our next speaker online with us, Dmitry Orlov. So I would like to give a brief introduction of Dimitri Orlov before he starts his presentation. Yes, please. Everyone, so they're coming slowly. Yes. Thank you. So Dimitri Orlov is Master of Sciences in Technical Physics, General Manager at the BioWell company since 2014 that produces BioWell devices and software. Founder and General Director at AVD company, which does study of human ecology and living space ecology and their interconnection. He published more than 20 papers in different journals and international conferences. He authored various tutorials in EPI, GDV, and BioWell. He is the author of the book, Please Don't Change the World, Change the World Within, which has been translated into 7 languages and published on Amazon. He is a winner of Jacques Benaviste Award for development of methodology of space and water measurement with the use of EPI GDV technology. 3 years in a row, he has won STED grant of St. Petersburg government for the work with EPI GDV technologies, which is a study of the ultra-weak influences on water. Dimitri is one of the leading specialists in the world in the field of GDV technologies. He has conducted training seminars, presented EPI GDV technology, took part in the international conferences worldwide in 38 countries over 6 continents. Today, with Professor Korotkov, he has developed technology of space measurement using EPI GDV method and constructed new type of sensor, GDV Sputnik. Dimitri has also developed a unique methodology for assessment of the activity of the space. So today we are very happy and fortunate to have him here via Zoom, and the title of his talk is Humankind is Still Very Young, Don't Judge Too Hard, We Need More Time. So the stage is yours now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for introduction. And just wanted to ask if you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you properly. Yeah.
Okay. Well, so first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to present on this conference for the 3rd time already. So previous 2 times I was able to come and participate live. Well, this time, I just returned back from a business trip to Malaysia and couldn't make it to Switzerland. Just second trip within a month is too much. My family missed a lot. So, sorry, but this time I will speak through Zoom. I remember the first time my topic was more about the GDV and BioWell technology. Second time I was more talking about my personal spiritual quest and more related to the topics of the book that I have written. This time I will just share my thoughts about the main topic of the conference, like science and spiritual quests, how these 2 things coordinate, cooperate, and from different aspects. So you see that usually when I'm giving classes on BioWell and there are medical doctors sitting in the audience, even though I don't have any medical education or psychological education, it's still okay because nobody was complaining until now for 10 years of me giving classes. Because my conclusions are mainly based on just logic. As a technical scientist, I just apply logic, and if it's logic, it makes sense, and it's easy for other people to understand something that is logically connected. So during this short speech, because I'm not used to present within half an hour, but it will be like a TED talk, half an hour, very dense, and I will look at the aspect of cooperation of science and spirituality from different aspects. And well, the first quotations in which limits we will be talking about, you know, things are changing, but nothing changes, and still there are changes. Well, it's really complicated to understand and embrace and fully, you know, grasp the meaning of 3 lines only. But if you read the second quote, "Thought spoken is already a lie," told by Russian poet Tuchev in 19th century, well, we are all very limited, because whenever we try to put our ideas, our thoughts into words, we're limited, because words have limited meanings, and it's very hard to explain different things and different phenomena in words, because words are too limited. So knowing this and knowing that we are limited in words, we will try still to understand the topic that we'll be talking about. So you see that I was a PhD student of Dr. Korkov for 5 years, and of course one of the subjects that we had to study very thoroughly in the university is the history and philosophy of science. And well, when you're just studying in university, you don't pay too much attention to that maybe, but it was an interesting fact for me to know that actually science has got free, more or less free, it depends on the country and place on earth, from blockage from religions not so long ago. So actually, if you look at the picture on this slide about Giordano Bruno, who was burnt on the fire for just saying that maybe Earth is not the center of the universe and there's something else there, and that is the Earth is rotating around the sun. Well, George didn't like that, and he was burnt. So actually, the relationships between the church and the science is really, really difficult. Well, you know, most of you have heard the name of Avicenna, yeah, who was one of the first to do some surgical operations and to study what's really inside the human being. Whilst this was strictly prohibited and forbidden by the church at those years, because everything that is about human should be controlled by church. So science and religion are having very dense, very difficult relationships in history. And actually, religion was, church was trying to control what can be found and what can be learned about human being, and all these studies of consciousness and studies of mindset and all these things and studies of the brain. You can't imagine a couple, even simply a couple of centuries ago, maybe even 1 century ago, it was still very strict. So actually, if we talk, why I have named my topic like we're still very young, actually our humankind and the way of this relationship between science and religion and science and spirituality is really, really young. Well, first of all, of course, when we're talking about the European culture, of course, the relationship between science and religion in Asia is quite different. So if we talk about India and China, one of the oldest cultures on this planet, well, their relationship between science and religion are different. That's why the development and the most ancient wisdom traditions are coming from those areas. So just to understand at what stage we're living now in terms of relationships between these two terms, is that just imagine, like only your grandparents or great-grandparents were living in this situation when there was no total overall education in the country, in most of the countries in the world. Only in the middle of the previous century, the total education has become something normal, and it was firstly implied in Soviet Union, when everyone had the opportunity to go to school for free. So, of course, before that, most of the humankind, like most of the population of our planet, had very low level of education overall. Few people could read, few people could write, so, and books and all the literature were saved and preserved in different churches and monasteries. So, for the rest, it was actually some very small places on planets where you could find some wisdom, so where you can actually learn something about spirituality and like different, wisdom traditions. So there were few places where you can actually get information. You should, at those just 100 years back, you had to really move somewhere very far away from your home in order to find the place where some books are, whilst if you had to, to do pilgrimage or something like that, like travel long distances to find information, right? Whilst nowadays, it seems like it's all different, right? Satellites roaming around our planet, we have plenty of information through internet, we are non-stop connected to our smartphones, and it seems to us like it has been like that always. Whilst smartphones just appeared like 15 years ago, 20 years ago, the first, 2007, before just cell phones. But it means that humankind is not yet adjusted to this level of development of science. So we are immersed in information now. It's from coming to us from everywhere, but we are not used to this situation. We are not used to live this, and we are not adapted yet to this. We are constantly connected to the screens of smartphones non-stop. When we wake up, the first thing we do, we switch on the smartphone to check what's there. And it's not even one generation that has passed living in these conditions, so of course it's difficult, and it will take several generations for us to get adjusted to this density of information coming. So the problem nowadays is not to find the information, because just go to internet, go to the library, you can get any information you like. At least, well, in some cases you just find the direction where to go, at least. But it means that now, in abundance of information, the main problem is how to filter this information. So, because there's too much of fake information nowadays, so now you need to know how to differentiate the real information from the fake one. And it's another task for a human being. While 100 years back, the people, souls that got incarnated, the life of them was absolutely different, and they had different aims in life, different tasks to complete, so different quests to complete. So nowadays we have absolutely different environment, and we have different tasks to be completed. So, and of course, with the new level of knowledge that we have now, we have new level of questions to the same topics that we knew long ago. So, as an example, why I'm talking about this at this level is that, for example, the studies of energy in meridians, studies of doshas in Ayurveda, for example, or TCM, the meridians. Well, they are known for thousands of years, but now at the current level of development of the science, people need proofs for things that were known for thousands of years. Now, well, you just say that the meridians are there, they say, right, okay, prove me. So people, because they have higher level of education in general worldwide, they need more proofs for the previously just known facts. So, for example, the presence of these meridians in the technology with which I work, the fact that our human body, you can extract electrons flow from the fingers or from any part of the body, but actually the acupuncture points are there on the fingertips. You can get the images of these fingers and correlating the emission from different parts of 10 fingers, you can henceforth talk about the energy state of different organs and systems in the body. Whilst previous ages, well, it's Biowell is based on Sujok. Well, it's been known without these new technologies. Those doctors 100 years back knew all this stuff without all this high tech and high voltage, etc., that we are using now in order to visualize, to prove to the new generations that things that were known are really there, they really exist. So it means that nowadays the science has one of the tasks to prove things that were already proven before at the previous level of knowledge, and now we have to prove the same things at new level of knowledge. So now we talk about consciousness, now we talk about mind, because we have all these different encephalographies and different ways of studying the brain and what's going on there and how do we really perceive the light. And like in the previous lecture, it was stated that there are no colors actually. The colors are here, inside the brain. All the coloring is there. So that's why there, for example, people who cannot distinguish green and red, it's just they have different palette. That's it. Yep. So what? Not a big problem. So that's what we are facing in our technology too, that now we have to prove again things that were already known. And another aspect, like the way Ayurvedic medicine perceived the human being, known for thousands of years, now knowing the medicine, knowing what's going on inside, all those hormones, pheromones, and different bacteria and etc. that are living inside of us, different toxins, we can understand what was told and what was taught in Ayurveda from different perspectives. For example, I just want to share a concept of illness development according to Ayurveda. So where you can look at the human being from a perspective of a hardware and software, like a computer, like a complex system, because now we have IT technology, like information technologies, and we have computers, we use smartphones, and we all aware of what is hardware and what is software. We know that there is an information, like an operating system, that can be installed on any computer. So it means that hardware and software are just two independent things. So that's why when we talk about these things, having these information technologies nowadays, it's easier to understand these concepts. So let's look at it. Just to keep an intrigue, we'll start from the last stage of illness development in the human body according to this Ayurvedic concept. The sixth stage is pathology. When it's already time to do some surgical operation, it's time to take pills, go to hospital, too late to take preventive steps. So usually most of the male patients are visiting doctors at this stage because they usually wait till the end. And only if they have very good wives, they are forced to come to doctors earlier, right? So And the fifth stage, the early stage, is the symptomatic stage, when you have already some discomfort, some unease, some symptoms, but you still can live with them. You can continue working and functioning, but well, it's up to you. If you don't want to go to the sixth stage, you can take care of the symptoms. Well, actually, modern allopathic medicine is mainly concentrated in these two levels. So with the pills and surgical operations, they can deal with many various symptoms and pathologies. So, but where we get these symptoms from, according to Ayurveda, it's about garbage that is getting accumulated in our body, the toxins. So when there is too much of toxins in any part of the body, you will get some symptoms, and then if you don't do anything with them, you will get some illness, some pathology. So where do we get these toxins from? From metabolic activity. So some chemical processes going on in our body. If they are not fulfilled completely, or there's not enough of some minerals, vitamins, etc., then they will not be fulfilled as they should be, so it will create those residuals, those garbage and toxins. So actually, integrative medicine is mainly concentrated on these two levels, because metabolic activity is about balancing the person, the processes there, and number 4 is about cleaning, detoxification. So if you go to any integrative medicine clinic, you will be offered different types of therapies that will either balance you, either clean you, detox you. That's it. So, but there are other levels right here. So these 4 levels are our hardware level. Yep, the flesh, skin and bones. So that's how our hardware works. But Ayurvedic medicine knew this thousands of years back, that there is something above that. And level 2 is our lifestyle. It's how do we actually live on all different aspects of life. So it's not only about what do we eat and what do we drink, but it's how we refer to ourselves, how do we, deal with other people, with animals, with planet, environment, etc. Whatever is in your life, inner life or external life, it's all your lifestyle. So all this will create different imbalances in metabolic activity. So that will lead to toxification, symptoms, pathologies, etc. So where do we get this lifestyle from? It's here. And Ayurveda knew it thousands of years back. It's our mindset. Or you can call it, it can be your constitution, set of laws according to which you live your life. So this is already, the mindset is just information. It's just set of rules according to which you live, specific lifestyle. So the mindset and lifestyle are controlling the hardware, right? So, but already now, when we live in 21st century with all the computers, etc., and coding and programming, we know that if there is some information existing, some set of rules composed in some specific way, it means there should be some author, right? Who has written this specific set of rules that are installed on you? Just think about it. So you are living some specific lifestyle according to the rules that you personally have, and who is the author of these rules? So the author, well, you can call it soul, you can call it consciousness, it depends, it's up to the religion that you confess, up to you. But there is some information field, quantum field, whatever you call it, author, the composer of this mindset, and who is able to actually collaborate with it, use it, and edit it, what is most significantly. So it's the software level. So, and the software is information that, it's not tangible, it's just information that it's you cannot measure it and wake up as the hardware, right? But still, it's the software level that, again, I read in you long ago. So nowadays, we can more clearly understand what they were talking about. Like, okay, in order to really change our lifestyle and our lives and to get rid of some problems on a hardware, on the body level, we need to change the mindset. So that's the only way to be healthy. So, and not in our practice in the BioWell, we have to, actually prove to people that when we do the measurements with the BioWell, it's not about going and taking pills or passing some specific therapy procedures. It's about changing lifestyle. It means it's about changing the mindset yourself. If you don't change it, all the rest of the therapies are just temporary things. They just add a little bit more time before you die, or just give you a little bit more time to reconsider your lifestyle. So at the current level, we understand that there is some kind of, hardware level and software level compatibility about the body that actually is given to us from our parents with the DNA, that it has nothing to do with the software that is installed here, right? It has something to do with parents, then grandparents, then great-grandparents, great-great, etc. So it's the heritage that we have, but it's a material heritage with which we need to work. And we know now that even though we have the DNA that is, set and defined by our parents, actually there is a way to edit the DNA, to activate and deactivate different chains in the DNA. So there's a methylation and acetylation processes going on there, and it means that, again, you can even rewrite it yourself. So it means the software level is anyway higher in terms of priority and administrative rights in our lives. So and then this aspect of the soul or something like that, that is actually controlling everything, that is being like a software that is being written down on this material body, that is trying to somehow co-work with this heritage. So it's being understood by our wise people, sages from India, from China, from Vedic culture centuries ago. So now we're re-understanding it again from a different aspect, knowing that there is such thing as DNA, So another aspect from which I want to look at the relationships between science and spirituality is the way we transfer the knowledge. It's a very, very difficult topic, actually. That's why, for example, the name of my book is Please Don't Change the World. It's Change the World Within. It's about understanding that it's really hard to transfer some information to another person. Because whenever you are consulting a person, okay, you do the measurements, you have those data sets in your hands, and then you give recommendations to a person, like don't do this, do that, don't do that, etc., like big list of recommendations, and then you think that these recommendations really work. People leave your cabinet and they start applying right away all the recommendations. No way! In most of the cases, they don't. And the more recommendations you give, the lower is the probability that they will actually do something, at least something. So in most of the cases, what I do is that I give one recommendation maximum and ask the person to concentrate only on one topic and forget about the rest. Then there is some probability that person will do something. So it means whenever I pass some knowledge, some information to another person, there is no guarantee that it will be actually used. This is the problem of all the scientists sages, teachers, doctors in all times in humankind. Because we have somehow to share the information in such a way that the person will understand and, well, maybe resonate with it in order to, apply it. And in most cases, when we share the information, and I'm sharing with you now during this presentation, like other presentations on this conference, we are telling you what to do or what kind of interesting facts we have. But you know that for our brain, it's super duper important to understand not only what you recommend, but also why it is like that. Because when you just transfer the peak of the iceberg, like only the essence of the information that you possess as a teacher or as a philosopher, doesn't matter, or as a doctor, you tell them what to do. But in many cases, you just don't have time to explain why you have to do like that. And what happens in their brain is that these new facts that you transfer to them as recommendation, what to do, is like a white cloud in their mindset, because there are no supporting facts, no supporting information in their mindset that will protect this bit of information that you have shared. So why this kind of, fast track doesn't work? Like, okay, I will teach you everything in one day or something like that. It will not work, because if I just give you the essence, okay, in half an hour, in 1 hour, okay, in one day, you will read it, you will listen to it. But as long as the rest of your knowledge doesn't support these facts, they will be erased from your mindset very soon, because they will be like white cloud. And that's why just giving the only what to do is not enough. Actually, we as teachers, doctors, as philosophers, we don't have time to explain why in many cases in our practices. But we need to do that, because without why, if people have to do that, they will not do it. Their brain will protect them from these new, unknown, unproven facts. So, and this is the relationship between science and spirituality, from my perspective. Because science is about what to do. What is it? And spirituality has to give the fundamental for that. Why you should do that. Okay, we can create an atomic bomb, but why we should do that? Why and how it will be applied? Why should we go in that direction, or why we should go in this direction? Because science can evolve in any directions. It's just, if it gets uncontrolled, then, well, it can create very devastating consequences. Because development of science without spirituality is super dangerous. And that's the time, actually, at which we live now, the last, maybe, 70 years, when humankind already, science, have weapons to completely destroy this planet. Okay, not the planet, let's not overemphasize. We can kill life, at least our type of life, the oxygen life on this planet, easily. And if the science has evolved so much with all these ITs, and there are different other factors, not only these nuclear bombs, etc., but if there is no spirituality supporting it, guiding it, explaining why should we go in this direction, why should we go there and we shouldn't go in that direction, why should we study this and we shouldn't study that. This is a very, very dangerous time we live in now. It's just not so long, it's just life of one generation. And we have to get used to it, or we'll die. That's like two options. It's democracy here. We have the choice. Either we will learn how to support with the spirituality, the development of science that is super duper fast. With this AI development nowadays, it's really scary what it can do uncontrolled. Without spirituality behind it, and explaining and limiting it in some aspects, like when you bring up a child, I have 3 children, if you don't limit their development, in many cases they will not reach even 10 years old age if you do not control them, their development and their movement and what they do. So same thing about science. Okay, we are curious about too many things. Science is about curiosity. But look, how many people are attending this conference about spirituality? And look how many people are attending just a show off of a new iPhone going up. That's the state of our humankind nowadays. People care much more about new iPhone than about spirituality. So it's the job that we need to do. We should speak the language, the modern language, and we should explain why the spirituality to this development, very fast development of science nowadays. So, and this is the task for a Brahman scientist teacher, is to somehow deliver this information. And you know, again, it's a new system that is known now. It's called human design. You can easily find it on internet, where they are talking about, again, to my mind, it's Vedic aspect, but still it's from another perspective, that in human design there it's energy related division of people, and the caste of mind people, the ones who works with information and their aim in life is to share information. The biggest problem of this caste or this type of people is that they don't have energy to manifest what they know. Just think about it. Maybe you will not agree, but well, just study this system and observe people around. There are many people who do not possess information, but they have lots of energy to manifest whatever comes up to their mind. But Brahmins, the scientists, they don't have energy to manifest what they have found out, the information that they possess. So they should collaborate with those who have the energy and those who can really manifest what they know. But unfortunately, again, we live in the days when we act too fast and we do too many things without even thinking or consulting a person who really knows. Another aspect to take into consideration of science and spirituality is that any person, any nation is passing through these 3 stages of development, inner development. It doesn't matter, individuals or nations. When we get born, we are too dependent on those who have created us, right? Well, for example, as individuals, we are too dependent on the parents. If it's a new nation, new country, it's dependent on those big neighbors who are elder. So then we start evolving. We fight for independence. We try to be independent on all aspects in life as individuals and nations, same story. But unfortunately, nowadays, most of people are stopping at this level of development. They think that independence is the top of the mountain, but it's not. If you think about function and doing something, the interdependence is much more effective than independence. Together we can do much more than each one independently. And some things can't be done independently. They can be done only in teams. So, and now humankind at the current moment, with all these struggles between different nations, different countries, it's still the level of independence, fighting for independence, and forgetting about that there is a level of interdependence, that it's more efficient way of living, to being interdependent. So, personal-wise, nation-wise, doesn't matter. So, cooperation is much better than independence. So, and it's another task for scientists, for philosophers, to explain to the world, to those who can really do something and change something, who have the influence, money, power, etc., that cooperation is better. living together and cooperating, being interdependent is way better than independent. It's about families, by the way, too. There are too many people that are living independent nowadays and not willing to create a family, becoming interdependent. But it's a more efficient way of living together. So that's why my message to this world is that we should more concentrate on not just because I'm powerful, I have weapons or tools, money to force you or not a group of people or even nation to do something. We shouldn't impose on others our opinion, our mindset, etc. We can propose. We just need to share the information. This is the main message of my book and in my practice. And I'm understanding whenever I'm cooperating with them, interacting with other people, like, well, you're listening to me now, I clearly understand that I can't teach you anything. You can learn, but I cannot teach you. I cannot force you to learn. It's only your free will if you want to learn, if you want to get this information and study it, etc., and accept it. So, well, according to Vedic knowledge, we are in Kali Yuga, like Dark Age, whatever you call it, the time when only young souls are getting incarnated. And but it has and I hear a lot that we are just waiting for the Satya Yuga, for the Golden Age. No, every time of the evolution, when the wheel is rotating, each time is good for something. So now it's the time for the young ones to appear, but it's a good time because it's the fast time. What can be, like one very wise person in India has told me, the benefit of Kali Yuga is that you can reach something within a day that could have been reached only in months or years in Satya Yuga. So everything is much faster now. So why not? Let's face it, it's the time that we live in. And it's doable, we just need to concentrate on our own responsibilities. And well, if we are those Brahmins, the knowledge people, like according to human design, we are not manifestors, we're projectors. We just can systematize information and then share it. So let's concentrate on that. And well, thanks for giving me a chance to speak here on this Congress, and I thank you all for your attention. It's been a little bit more than 30 minutes, I'm sorry. But it's the first time I read this kind of lecture. Thank you very much, and well, if there are any questions, ready to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your talk. Are there any questions, really quick questions? Otherwise, we'll just move on to next talk because we're running late and I think we already used 35 minutes. No? Okay, so thank you once again, Dimitri, for your nice presentation. And we look forward to hearing from you in future also. Thank you. So we'll move on to our next speaker. And it is, so you can already start sharing your screen. Can you try? So we have Dr. Dheeraj Dubey Prakash Chand. So he'll be speaking next. It's a short introduction about him. He's currently serving as a postdoc at Georgia State University, Atlanta. He has a passion in the research which can be broadly categorized as computational biophysics. His research interests predominantly involve molecular dynamic simulation, which can effectively handle and model the interaction of biological relevance. So modeling the biological systems at their molecular level details utilizing the novel techniques of computer simulation. He worked towards deciphering the physiological and pathological relevant biomolecular interactions. So he also makes use of unbiased MD simulation as well as enhanced sampling techniques like metadynamics, umbrella sampling, and replica exchange MD to explore the conformational space of the biomolecular system at hand. So today he will talk about revisiting the non-reductionistic Ayurvedic approach in the light of modern biophysics. So you have 30 minutes. I will remind you when you have 5 minutes left. You can start now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the introduction. Just a quick check. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. So, I would like to start with a small disclaimer that I'm new to this topic that I'm going to present, and I would highly appreciate any kind of major or minor critical comments coming from. And so, having said that, I would just start off with these two definitions of health. One by WHO and other by Ayurveda. WHO defines health as a state of complete well-being, consisting of physical, mental, and social well-being, along with absence of disease or infirmity. While Ayurveda chooses to describe health as balance and connectedness between body, mind, spirit, and environment. So there are a couple of differences between these two point of views, and among them, the major one is the absence of disease or infirmity, which is mentioned in the WHO definition and absent in Ayurvedic definition. So the other important point is the balance and connectedness that is peculiar to Ayurveda. We realized during the course of this presentation that this point of balance and connectedness is very crucial and needs to be taken up very seriously if we are to really worry about curing a person or like dealing with diseases. So I would begin by talking about the concept of reductionistic approach in modern medical practice. This is a practice of analytical evaluation of natural world by divide and conquer approach. So the basic assumption is that problems are solvable by dividing into smaller and simpler and the small units. Since quite long, reductionism has been all-pervading in almost all of the major scientific disciplines and has been responsible for tremendous success. Still, there are certain limits to reductionism, and explanation must be sought to complement it. In case of biology, an alternative view has emerged where the problems are approached through systems perspective rather than dividing a complex problem into a component into its component parts. The systems perspective appreciates and composite characteristic of a problem and evaluates the problem with the use of modern computational and mathematical tools. So, in simple language, it can be said that systems approach appreciates that the forest cannot be trees individually. So while implementation of clinical medicine is system oriented, the science of clinical medicine is fundamentally reductionist. And this reductionism you can see through four of these prominent practices in modern medical science. The first one being focus on a singular dominant factor behind a disease or infirmity. Then second is overemphasis on homeostasis. Then third is inexact risk modification, and the additive treatments. So much like a mechanic who repairs a broken car by locating the defective parts, physicians also typically treat disease by identifying the isolatable abnormalities. Implicit within this deep-rooted belief that each disease has a potential single target for medical treatment. For infection, this target could be pathogens. For cancer, it would be tumor. For gastrointestinal bleeding, it would be bleeding vesicles or ulcers. This approach leaves little room for contextual information. Like a young immunocompromised man with pneumonia usually gets the same antibiotic treatment as an elderly woman with the same infection. So in such cases, what happens is the disease and not the person becomes affected by it. General focus. Our contemporary analytical tools are simply not designed to address more complex questions that would be faced in medical science. Like there is no query raised such as how do a person's sleeping habits, diet, living conditions, and stress collectively contribute to his or her heart disease. This would be one example. The another problem faced by medical science currently is an overemphasis on homeostasis. So homeostasis was a very remarkable idea introduced by Claude Bernard Buchanan, which is basically the ability of the body to maintain stability when exposed to stresses. Incorporated into clinical practice, illnesses is defined as a failed homeostatic mechanism, and treatment requires physicians to substitute for this failed mechanism by correcting deviations and placing the parameters and indicators within the normal range. This corrective treatment is adopted for a range of medical conditions from hypothyroidism to hypokalemia to diabetes. Homeostasis biased with reductionistic results in overemphasis on correcting the deviated parameter, which belies the importance of system-wide operation. There may be either alternate or less intuitive targets that could be more effective to handle. Also, correction of the deviated parameter may itself have harmful system-wide effects. Basically, homeostasis is the ability of the system to maintain stability and robustness. The smaller units could have a dynamic interplay and could still maintain the overall system-wide stability. And hereby robustness, I mean the capability of the system to perform normally when exposed to perturbing stresses. So, for example, as a constitution of dynamic equilibrium in the overall system, we could picturize circadian rhythms as oscillatory stable states, and complex heart rates variability could be considered as chaotic elements contributing and feedbacking to the overall system's equilibrium. Inexact risk modification is another problem that we face in modern medical practice. So basically, attempts are made to identify and single out the precursor factors for a disease with certainty. The common unidirectional one risk factor to one disease approach used in medical epidemiology has several limitations. For example, hypertension is considered to be a risk factor for coronary heart disease. Based on Framingham study, it is suggested that individuals with systolic blood pressure greater than 140 should get pharmacological and lifestyle treatment. But these kinds of study only measure a chance of acquiring this disease. Now, a country can have a 70% population having blood pressure lower than 140, and this population will have a higher case of coronary heart disease because of huge sample size. That is 70% of the country's population. Majority of the people from the remaining 30% population might not at all get coronary heart disease. Now, this is something called prevention paradox, which leads to twofold problems. Number one, people taking medicine because of the prescription based on statistical study might not get heart disease but could develop some other side effects from preventive medicines. Number two, because of the certain risk factors still unknown to the medical community, a majority of the population which is being pharmacologically treated is still exposed to the risk of acquiring disease. So this is typically a scenario where we often see the medical community constantly lowering the threshold of the parameter for treating the disease because they want you to be counted in the 30% population group. This kind of approach produces but little benefit to the individual. Statistically, maybe our medical infrastructure is doing a good job, but the individual is still suffering because of this. So in reductionism, multiple problems in the systems are typically tackled piece by piece. Each problem is partitioned and addressed individually. For example, in coronary heart disease, for like each known risk factor is addressed individually, whether it be hyperlipidemia or hypertension. The strategy is also extended to coexisting diseases such as hypothyroidism, diabetes, and coronary heart artery disease. Each disease is treated individually, as if the treatment of one disorder such as coronary heart artery disease has minimal effects on the treatment of another such as hypothyroidism. While this approach is easily executable in clinical practice, it neglects the complex interplay between disease and treatment. The assumption is that the results of the treatment are linearly additive rather than non-linear. So we can conclude the basic differences between two approaches, reductionistic approach and system-oriented approach. So in reductionism, normalcy is considered to be healthy. Basic normalcy of parameters and indicators are more important. While in systems-oriented approach, robustness is given importance, which means the system should be able to perform well. A person's body should be able to perform well even under external stresses. In reductionism, treatment involves risk reduction, while in systems-oriented approach, adaptability and the plasticity of the system is appreciated, and in many scenarios, even if the parameters and indicators are out of range, maintain, the person may not require the treatment at all. Reductionism requires the bodily system to be homeostatic, while in systems-oriented approach, it is supposed to be homodynamic. Reductionism requires singling out one causative factor, while in systems-oriented approach, multiple factors can be accommodated in the model to assess the robust dynamics of the system. In reductionism, systems behavior is linear, predictable, and frequently deterministic, while in systems-oriented approach, we allow the system to have non-linear, sensitive to initial conditions, stochastic, and chaotic behavior. So these kind of system-oriented approach we do have in the Ayurvedic system of medicine, which is derived from ancient Indian knowledge system. I'll be very briefly introducing some basic concepts of Ayurveda. So, like we have a practice in modern science of segregating matter into two categories, inorganic matter and organic matter. Biological phenomena are better explained in terms of interaction between inorganic matter. Similarly, in Vedic philosophy of Sankhya, the gross reality consists of earth, water, fire, air, ether. Earth being the grossest element, while the ether being the subtlest element. So these five elements are in principle kind of inorganic, and although being kind of inorganic, they are able to combine in special pairs to form certain organic elements of a living system. And these organic elements are broadly categorized into three types, Kapha, Pitta, and Vata. So Kapha can be considered to be made up of earth and water element. Pitta can be considered to be made up of water and fire. And Vata is completely separate. It only deals with subtle elements like air and ether. It has no components of water, earth, water, or fire. Now, in Vedic understanding of reality, Sankhya Darshan is considered to be the base for all the phenomena around us, subtle or gross. Sankhya Darshan basically enumerates and analyzes the various elements in different realms, gross, subtle, and spiritual. Our existence is considered to be made up of 5 different layers known as Panchakoshas or 5 coverings. The physical body is a manifestation of grossest covering known as Annamaya Kosh. Our subtle realm made up of mind, intelligence, and false ego constitute the next 3 coverings known as Pranamaya Kosh, Manomaya Kosh, and Vigyan. The spiritual realm consists of the real plane of existence and is known as Anandamaya Kosh. Ayurveda mainly deals with the imbalances in the gross realm. These imbalances could also originate in the subtle realm made up of false ego, intelligence, and mind. For dealing with imbalances in certain realm, we also need the practices of yoga, pranayama, and yama niyamas. Similarly, for restoring spiritual balance, we need there are certain practices prescribed, which are dhyan, mantra sadhana. Now, there are already many researches going on in the field of integrative and alternative medicines, and there are many publications also which show a direct correlation between prakriti and metabolism. The rate of metabolism is different for different people with different doshas. For people with predominance of kapha, the metabolism is slow. For people with pitta as the predominant dosha, it is fast, and for people with vata, it is very low. A number of studies have demonstrated or hypothesized the link of Ayurvedic Tridosha theory with various metabolic systems and biomarkers. And among these, some have even demonstrated the genomic linkages as well. One more study describes the concept of prakriti in aging, stating that the individuals which have pitta predominance in their prakriti have high basal metabolic rate and energy consumption, and also there is a high energy consumption, which leads to tissue premature aging. Individuals with kapha predominance prakriti have a tendency to delay manifestation of aging and have a longer lifespan. So these are some of the correlations that are being reported in recent research. It has also been shown in a study by Sarah et al. That the Tridosha theory of Ayurveda is mediated by certain nuclear receptors, mainly those related to androgen, T cells, and thyroxine, which are in study related to pitta. So here again, I would like to give a disclaimer. These are certain concepts I am still trying to do research on. And these receptors regulate the expression of certain genes and thus have an overall control over embryonic development, adult homeostasis, and finally the metabolism of an organism. Similarly, there are certain works reported relating prakritis with genome. We realize that the need of the hour is also to bridge the ontological divide between Ayurveda and current science with the development of common vocabulary. Evidence is present and mounting regarding the links between prakriti and various genes through which these associations work. Such links between prakriti and genetics have been clearly elaborated by Patwardhan and Bodekar in 2008. Their work published in 2008, which have now become the basis for scientific investigation related to Ayurvedic biology. They even coined a fancy term like Ayugenomics. The basis for this was an earlier work done by Patwardhan in 2005, in which they demonstrated a significant correlation between various alleles of human leukocyte antigen genotype and Prakriti, where they provided rational and preliminary experimental support for the concept of an association between HLA allele and Tridosha theory. In other studies, associations have been discovered between various genes related to inflammatory pathways and oxidative stress pathways in rheumatoid arthritis patients and their Prakriti. Other associations between genetics and Prakriti have been drawn out for genes related to drug metabolism, such as CYP2, C6, C19, where the genome related to extensive metabolizers was associated with people having Pitta Prakriti, while genotype metabolizer was highest in people with Kapha Prakriti. Also, it has been found that there are certain inflammatory markers which are found to be higher in Kapha body type individuals. Now, Prakriti types, as described in Ayurveda, can be considered as phenotypes that have distinct links with various metabolic pathways, disease susceptibility, especially that with chronic diseases, and last but not the least, with different genotypes. As these links of Prakriti become further defined, it is not difficult to imagine a time in the near future when it will be possible to identify specific genotypes that are linked to any given Prakriti type. This opens the door for an idea that has not been proposed before. It is quite possible that in near future, newborns can be screened right at the time of birth for their Prakriti type using their genetic profile, which is further correlated with parameters. Thus, a specific set of criteria using genetic markers and biochemical markers can be used to set up not only to identify extreme Prakriti types, but even mixed Prakriti types. Ayurvedic physician's job would then be at the extent of derangement and bring back the doshas to normal state. So what we have been doing in terms of parameters and indicators for a particular disease, we would then be doing it in terms of repairing the derangement of the doshas. Linkages of principle with modern scientific biochemical and genetic markers are also being unearthed. This is a very significant step towards integrating Ayurvedic theory with modern scientific findings, and it is quite likely that linking the Tridosha theory of Ayurveda with current medical practices can improve health outcomes. As a step further, it can be envisaged that in future, newborns can be screened for various Prakriti types, which will open up a possibility of creating lifestyles and environments that lead to prevention of diseases that particular Prakriti types are prone to. This takes the concept of personalized medicine further and enters the arena of personalized preventive health or personalized preventive medicine. Such personalized preventive health will result in healthy and more productive lives for children, which has also the potential to reduce the burden of a disease as well as the increasing cost faced by health systems due to rising incidences of chronic diseases. Allopathic medicine excels when it is required for treating acute disorders or traumatic damages to the body. Chronic disorder cannot be managed well by allopathic medicine, and Ayurveda is more effective in treating such chronic non-communicable diseases. So, in my process of studying this subject matter, I have certain realization that I would like to share. One is that correlation is not necessarily causation. Second, Ayurveda basically helps us to understand that we are not the body and we do not have a soul. In fact, we are the soul and we have a body which needs to be taken care. And ushering in these concepts would help us to introduce the Ayurvedic concepts in the modern medical practice. And having said that, these are the references that are used for like making this talk. Thank you. I really appreciate your patience.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dheeraj, for your presentation. So if we have any questions, any short, quick questions, then we can ask. Yes, there is one question from the audience.
Thank you for your nice presentation. My last question is, we don't have soul, but does it mean the soul doesn't belong to us, or we don't have soul? It's contradictory with the Bhagavad Gita. What do you mean by this?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to correct. We are not the body and we do not have soul. That's a wrong statement. We are the soul, external covering called body. The real person is the soul, and the body that we see is the covering.
I think normally we say that I have a soul, but it's not like that. It's like I am the soul and I have a body. That's what he's trying to say. Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. Big round of applause once again. Thank you for joining us. And yes, so I think we'll move on with our next. The final talk of this event, final scientific talk of this event today. So I need to set it up. Okay. So we have Marko Gricic for the final talk today. A short introduction about Marko before he starts speaking. Marko Gricic was born in 1975, Switzerland, and he's living in Croatia. In 2005, he graduated in University of Applied Sciences as Bachelorette of Entrepreneurship Economics. He enjoys in hobbies like windsurfing, where he was competing in the World Cup Windsurfing Championship in 1993 and 94 as a Croatian youth champion and vice champion in senior division. So since 2004, he has been trading commodities in the US markets. In Robbins World Cup Trading Championship, he has won vice championship in 2016 and fifth in 2015. So due to his curiosity, he started independent research in science, spirituality, and Vedic knowledge, from modern science to the Bhagavad Gita, Sankhya, Rig, Yajurveda, Vedanta Puranas, Upanishads, to the Nikola Tesla, Swami Vivekananda, etc. He has been translating many Vedic texts and spent many years in translating ancient science of Sankhya Karika by Sri Srinivasan commentaries that explained all missing pieces in science by simple math and logic, as well as unite science and spirituality. He has been practicing yoga and meditation since 2002, and he's also teaching yoga and Shakti meditation. So the title of his talk today is Science of Vibrations is the Key, Sankhya Karika. Yes?
I would like first to thank you so much. You came here to hear and to support all this knowledge and peace in this planet. And I would also like to say big thank you for the organizer who organized this beautiful conference, and we really enjoyed all that. And also I would pay the deepest gratitude to all our teachers that we have chance to learn from. So from the Vedic masters to the gurus and all teachers that we can share this knowledge and as legacy of our civilization. So I would like to start my presentation with one quote of, for me, the biggest guru, that is Krishna, that he said in Bhagavad Gita, Maya vidyate, or apparent is true. So that means it's partial true, and never take things seriously too much and be aware of your limitation. That would be the conclusion of this statement. But why is that? When we consider material world, only 0.0001 portion of atom is something material, substantial or vibrational. So if we squeeze, for example, if we squeeze solar system into the earth, then the sun would be the size of ball. So from that very small portion of matter, with our senses we can perceive only fraction of the bands of frequencies. We can hear only everything is vibrating and producing sounds. But what we can hear is very narrow band of frequency. What we see only the reflection of light that come to the some substance. So first, when we learn, I think it's very important to be aware of our limitations. In this lecture, I would try to say what science, religion, and ultimate truth really are, and what is the link between science and spirituality, and what is the blueprint of the universe according to the Sankhya and the Rig Veda and other texts. So, science and religion. Science deals with the material world, while religion deals with the spiritual world or the soul. And are they in conflict? I think no, because everything is structured perfectly, and we see that everything is stable, that all correspond to each other according to some order, and all laws are just stable, like gravity. We can believe or not to believe, but gravity is attracting all of us. And all conflicts could be placed as subjective interpretations, because we have some limitation and we are subjective. So in reality, all religions are true because they speak with and deal with the same kind of reality. But we have one sun. Some people call it sun, some Sunce, some Surya, some people call it Sone, but it's the same sun that we look and deal with. So it's definitely a proof that senses cheat us day and night, and that we must deal with very, very narrow insight into the reality, with a very narrow mind and memory and intellect that is above all that. So, in fact, science is the search in darkness. That's definitely, because even if we prove something, we prove with the devices that are made of atoms. So behind or below atoms we cannot go, we cannot prove. You can say, I love someone. Who can prove that? Is it possible? No. So we have certain limitations. Bhagavad Gita and Sankhya are the core of the Vedas, And Bhagavad Gita is the core of Vedic wisdom because it deals with both science and spirituality. And Bhagavad Gita is set of permanent spiritual and natural laws. That means that all laws are stable. It's not like one law will deal with one portion of time, another will deal. They have continuity. And sorry. So. And the laws are omnipresent, so they are in every point in space. So they are not dealing in one place and not dealing in the other place. So they are omnipresent in all universe, and they are permanent. They are valid for the all time. So in Bhagavad Gita is actually the starting point of the learning because it's core. Sankhya is one, I don't know, it's switched. Sankhya is the mentioned in the second chapter of the Gita, is the main subject. So the word of Sankhya in Sanskrit means number. So in reality, everything could be counted because everything is composed of vibrations or interactions, like in between us or some event. And do you find numbers boring? Yes, sometimes numbers could be boring, but if you want to scientifically prove and to explain some reality, then the numbers are necessary. And in fact, Sankhya is the set of 68 axiomatic and holographic natural laws that are holographic. That means that micro and macro world are made of the same scheme, and that means that all laws are on every level the same. Everything is made of the same set of rules that could be applied in any level. So Sankhya is an analytical study of the universe, and it is the oldest because it's mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita, in Rig Veda, in all these texts from the Vedic perspective. Sankhya is always mentioned. That means that it must be older and it must be the base in some way of the Vedas and Ayurveda and all this knowledge. So Sankhya say there are two eternal realities: Purusha, that is universal soul and all sentient life or consciousness, and it is source of all. It's potential that create everything. So some quality is going automatically. I don't know why. Some quality of the Purusha is love, bliss, and happiness, joy, and Prakriti is the embodiment of spirituality. So time, space, and causation. So when that manifested state become visible, or we have a space, then there is Prakriti. Or embodiment of the Purusha as a base. So Prakriti is a constant mode of changing, and it runs automatically by the same set of laws that are predetermined and clear, that I mentioned before. Omnipresent and eternal. So what is the common in all natural law? That's the question now. And that is the blueprint of the universe. So everything is structured on the same level. So for example, Triguna principle, you can apply in physical law, in emotional law, in Ayurveda as 3 metabolic principles. You can apply in mental world. So same is with the all other laws. So they are holographic or self-similar or scale invariant. So when you know the scheme, then you can apply that in every level. So what's the problem with our understanding? Because when we read some law and some rule, we can apply only in the place that we know where we can apply. So it's same is with the fivefold manifestation. We have 5 tanmatras, 5 mahabhutas, 5 koshas. All that is connected, like 7, number 7. So Sankhya is dealing in some way with numbers that are holographic and self-similar. So we have the same set of laws from galaxy, stars, planet, humans, cells, atoms, molecules, electrons, and etc. So we see the same fractal torus shape in all structures. For example, in some solid object that's synchronized on the 3 axes, we don't see atoms or molecules, but the real structure of every object is like we can see in these pictures. Same is with humans and trees or apples or any system. So what is the link between science and spirituality? That's the question of this conference. And so what is certain according to the Western and Eastern physics and science, that everything is a state of vibration. So only vibration can be detected. And what really is vibration is interaction, stress, collision and separation, information, event, and intelligence also. And there is in Sankhya Sutra 52, there is 2 modes of vibrations. And I think that it is the key how to connect science and spirituality from this angle of view. It could be connected on a million ways. So we have 10 people that clap sequentially. 10 claps could be counted, and we hear 10 claps. But if these 10 claps synchronize, we can detect and hear only 1 clap, and there is 9 hidden claps that become undetectable. And these claps increase mass, density, and intensity. And from there, you will see that unites science and spirituality through this very simple mathematics of dual mode of polarization, guna polarization. So we have simultaneous oscillations or vibrations or interactions and sequential. So Purusha is simultaneous. That's coherence, and mathematics of Purusha is very simple. 1 + 1 is always 1. So it's all about love there, of course. And Prakriti is sequential. So we have potential that is always simultaneous. For example, our potential, our karma is our potential. We have every sequential action is building potential, and potential bring the kinetic action. So cause and in effect. We know that from Sankhya point of perspective, we have everything is cause and effect, and it's transforming into the one into the other. So no time, we don't have time, we have time and space. So mass and energy, unmanifested, manifested, undetectable, because that could be trillions of claps merged together, and detectable, what we really see. What is very interesting, for me that everything is made of black holes. It's not black holes in the center of the galaxy. Every molecule, every cell, every atom, every human beings have black hole and nuclear boundary that is communicating into simultaneous mode, and then this transformation goes to sequential. So every equation from Sankhya is connected to this transformation of a cause to the effect. So we have fractal torus as an effect. So karma, self-action. So karma is always with us, but it is simultaneous mode of vibration that include all our past memories. So we have thinking process, we have thoughts, and when we stop thoughts, we go to the simultaneous mode of existence. Same principle. So that's the principle how the holographic, one holographic law works on all levels. And there is no level in nature that this law doesn't work. So in Sankhya, by Sri Srinivasan, there are Sanskrit letters, and there is a rule how to decode these letters. These letters have numerical values. Same is with Rigveda, and these numerical values gives much broader perspective what these texts really mean. So Purusha is described as a balance of three guna. So nirguna state, three gunas in balance, and we have this value in kilograms. So all Purusha, all universal Purusha is only 0.91 kilograms. So I will come back to Goran Marjanović's theory that is really diamond for this civilization because of his theory shows that mass and density of energy have opposite relationships, and he brought that in the linear scale. That tells us a lot, that space and universe is perfectly organized. And that was confirmed with Sankhya, so it's really something big to this humanity, that the theory of quantized level densities. So when this coherence breaks, then we got the Mula Prakriti value, we have Mahad intelligence value. All these values are known to the Western science. Mahad Prakriti or nucleus value. We have proton, same base. We have neutron, well-known value. We have electron, same base, always the same base. This is the proof that Purusha is the source of everything. And photon, the same thing. So one of these examples is meditation. So meditation is science of happiness, in short. I mean, the whole life is, everybody wants to come back to balance and to experience a real happiness. So what is really meditation? It's the union of individual and the cosmic soul. So how do we meditate? We renounce, initiate to think and consciously go to the state of union or coherence or synchronity with the source or with God. And divinity and nature in this sense go into each other. So Sankhya is not, or any other Vedic scripture is not scientific or spiritual. I mean, in my opinion, that is one. It's just emanation from the source and coming back to the source. So direct experience is siddhi. So in siddhi, in Sanskrit means knowledge, accomplishment, or perfection. And what we really can is when we merge with something that we want to see, we can see that when we go to that state of samadhi and merge that with our attention, we can see what is happening there, and what is Sankhya proved, that we can see 333 sets of information simultaneously and intellectually verify it. So, and from this different perspective and in the simultaneous mode. So all intellectual understanding about these things are very subjective and misleading in comparison of the real experience of meditation. So what meditation really do? We increase our potential, because when we synchronize with our source, our karma or our stresses from the nervous system are cleaning, our software, garbage software become cleaned, and then we can access to that state of Purusha, or to quality as love, beauty, creativity, joyfulness, enthusiasm, and all these qualities are radiating in our everyday life. So meditation is infinite love, access to infinite love, bliss, joy, and all these positive divine qualities. So there are many ways to, for many different temperaments, and all these ways are beautiful. And I would like to conclude with what is really important and connects everything, because all laws and all things in universe could be summed into one law. That's we all tend to go back to balance. So whatever we do, we go back to balance. And everything what is rotating and going is trying to regain that balance. So what is really gravity? Gravity is just very low frequency and very, very, very high mass or dense vibrations, and all this around that sphere attracts, because due to synchrony, two objects want to synchronize, and that causes attraction toward the center, and that is gravity. So, but what we also want to love people and go to spend some time with them. But what is real attraction? All attraction from material world to the spiritual world is all about love, because that gravity on all these material laws are just a reflection or fog of the universal love that is God. Love is beyond time and space. For example, we love gold. We want gold. We love football club. We go to fight. We love country. We love birds. We love our house. It's all one love that is going into many directions. So love is the source and the cause of every movement. So love is absolute. It could, if you love someone, it could be in the most distant galaxy. You will the love will be the same. It will be no change at all. So whatever we do properly is love. There's no doubt about that. And when we come back to the introduction, where we saw that it's not that real as we think. It's like a vibrational fog that is real in some extent, but it's actually divine play, or lila. Divine is playing in infinite time with itself, and reality is lila. So we should not take seriously anything. We should play that play in with full heart, and playful creativity is true freedom, because without freedom and free will, absolute cannot reach its full potential. So we all have free will to be able to allow Creator to reach its full potential of that divine play. So God's plan is unity in variety. So that one unity goes into infinite varieties, and all these varieties come back to that unity. And that is that divine play lila. So everything is expression of that one love, and it's all about love, and all these laws could be understood by love, because all these laws, from gravity to three gunas to everything, could be translated into the simple terms and into simple concepts. And these mathematics of Sankhya is very simple. There's no complication. Everything is proved, and everything is holographic, and that is the blueprint of the universe. And real unity, spirituality and science are one unity, and one thing that goes from one into each other and coming back to that one. That is same for all cosmos, and all for all time, and for every point of space. And from that point of view, I would like to finish my presentation and say another time big thank to you, because you are really special souls that support these very important things that are seeds for our civilizations, and from there one day it will grow the new trees that will green our planet and this part of the universe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And yeah, so thank you for your lovely presentation. Do we have questions?
I have.
Yes.
I like your explanation of the gravity, and as the greatest knowledge of Sankhya, how do you explain the mass, but free-minding?
Mass is also the simultaneous interactions stuck into one place. And for example, when we see one sphere, for example, solar system or atom, 99.9% of the mass is in the center of the sphere. So in the nuclear center, nuclear boundary is different, with less density. So logically, and according to Srinivasan, as I understand, that mass is the sum of that hidden simultaneous interactions stuck in the center at a very low frequency.
Thank you.
That is also potential, because we all speak about energy, but nobody speak about potential. Potential is important, and that is potential. These simultaneous, yes, color waves, that is a real potential.
Thank you so much for your presentation. and we hope to hear from you in future. So we are almost toward the end of the event. So we'll have, we organized a students' essay competition, and we had a few submissions for this in the same topic of synthesis of science, spirituality, art and culture for world peace. So there is one student who will be reading his essay, and after that we'll take a group photo with whoever is left. I should have done it earlier during lunch maybe. And then after that we have a very special performance on piano and veena for the conclusion of this event. So now we have this essay reading from Sanskar Virmani. If he is ready, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, good evening everyone.
Yes, just a moment. Give me 1 second. So you want to share something?
Yeah, I prepared a few slides.
Yeah. So Sanskar is a third-year medical student at the Tashkent Medical Academy, Uzbekistan. So he wrote an essay on the theme of our conference, and he will read it to us now. You can start sharing and then read it. Yeah. You can maybe do it full screen. Yes, perfect.
Is it visible?
Yes, yes. Yes, you can start.
I'm Sanskar Virmani and I'm a medical student at Tashkent Medical Academy.
Can you do it full screen? You can make it full screen because now we can see.
Is it visible right now?
No, not the full screen. It is. We can see your screen. Yeah, just start the presentation.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here today to share my thoughts with you all. I hope you'll find it informative and engaging. In a quest for a world filled with scelerity and
Sorry to interrupt you.
understanding.
Can you do it like full screen mode, like presentation mode? Because we can see your notes and your slides on the side. If you don't mind, it's fine. But
It's visible now?
yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
You can continue.
The convergence of science, spirituality, art and culture takes center stage as an essential cornerstone. This beautiful coming together bridges the gap between seemingly distinct realms, uniting them with a common purpose, the realization of global peace. As we delve into the intricate threads woven by sciences of wisdom, a roadmap towards a profound vision of harmony is revealed. The incredible strides of modern medicine have revolutionized healthcare, lengthening lives and relieving suffering. Yet to truly cultivate peace, we must recognize that well-being extends beyond our physical health. By embracing holistic approaches, we bring together the delicate dance of mind and body. The principle of psychosomatic medicine acknowledges the profound connection between our mental and physical states. When we treat individuals as whole beings, addressing not only their ailments, but also their emotional and psychological needs, we embark on a healing journey that radiates compassion. This kind of care holds the potential to address the roots of conflict, ushering in an understanding age. In the realm of metaphysics, we explore the essence of existence and are placed within the grand tapestry of life. Amidst these contemplations lie questions about consciousness, interconnectedness, and the universe's mysteries. By weaving these contemplations into the fabric of world peace, we gain fresh insights. Concepts like interconnectedness and non-duality illuminate the common thread that binds us all, transcending their divisions. Embracing these universal connections nurtures empathy and respect, erasing boundaries and fostering genuine understanding. The ancient wisdom of Ayurveda, India's holistic healing system, offers a profound perspective on the harmony between mind and body and spirit. Its wisdom aligns perfectly with the synthesis we seek for world peace. Ayurvedic practices like meditation, yoga, and mindful living have been scientifically shown to enhance well-being. Introducing these practices on a global scale nurtures inner peace that ripples outward reflecting our interactions and social dynamics. Additionally, it emphasizes on unity between humans and nature, reminding us of our responsibility to care for the environment as we pursue peace. The Vedas and Puranas, ancient texts brimming with wisdom, offer a treasure trove of insights into the synthesis of science, spirituality, art, and culture. Within their pages lie teachings that span from the cosmos to ethics, offering a holistic view of our existence. Incorporating these teachings into modern education nurtures a sense of purpose and moral values, nurturing compassionate individuals with a broader outlook. This integration holds the promise of fostering a peaceful coexistence as these texts encourage us to see the world through a lens of a shared humanity. The language of art and culture transcends barriers, speaking directly to the heart and soul. Through artistic expressions, societies conveys emotion, experiences, and profound ideas. Art serves as a potent vessel for themes like interconnectedness, empathy, and unity. By promoting cross-cultural artistic exchanges, we celebrate our differences while also highlighting our shared human experience. This cultural mosaic nurtures understanding and harmony, erasing prejudices and nurturing a sense of global kinship. The wisdom of spiritual traditions worldwide offers invaluable insights into consciousness, morality, and the essence of humanity. These teachings underscore virtues like compassion, forgiveness, and humility, which are essential for fostering peace. Engaging with these teachings prompts individuals to become more aware of their actions and intentions, nurturing harmonious relationships and global collaboration. Unifying science, spirituality, art, and culture for global peace is not a linear journey, but a complex tapestry woven from diverse disciplines. Initiatives that encourage interdisciplinary dialogues, collaborative research, and education programs can pave the way for this synthesis. International platforms like this one, indeed, that bring together experts from various fields, enable the exchange of insights, experiences, and wisdom, sparking transformative changes on a global scale. Moreover, integrating these elements into educational curricula from an early age is vital. By nurturing a holistic understanding of our existence and instilling values of empathy, respect, and compassion, we equip future generations with the tools they need to navigate the complexities of our world with grace and wisdom. In conclusion, harmonizing science, spirituality, art, and culture is a compelling roadmap toward global peace. By embracing the holistic principles of the sciences of wisdom, societies can bridge divides and nurture unity, compassion, and understanding. This synthesis isn't an abstract ideal, but a tangible guide that, when followed, holds the potential to transform our global fabric, ushering in an era of unprecedented harmony. As we embark on this journey towards a more peaceful world, let's recognize our interconnectedness and unite diverse strengths for a more peaceful world. Thank you for your kind attention.
Yeah, thank you, Sanskar, for reading out the essay. Thank you so much. So, with this now, I think we'll take a group photo. So let's do that. Maybe, I don't know, where should we do it? On the stage or in front of one of these banners? We'll make a group picture together with whoever we're left, and then we'll have a... Yeah. Yes. So we could either do it maybe in front of the banner. Where do you want it? Yeah. Just make a line. Maybe we need to make some space. And
maybe here in this chair.
Hello. Okay, please take your seats. We have a very special performance now. How you want me to? Simon, can you here? Can you help? We need to move. Which way should we move? Which side? I bring this here.
It's heavy. Yeah.
But why? It's not enough place.
No, nicht so. Also das. So.
Okay.
Ja. So. And now a little so. So. It's good. Nein, ist nicht gut. Noch, nein, nicht so. Mehr so. So.
same year we started.
Ja, ein bisschen so noch. Warte. Stopp. Ich glaube, ist gut. Ja. So. Nein, nicht kaputt machen. So, jetzt muss ich aber das Wiener machen. Muss präpariert sein zuerst.
Tu commences avec la vina?
Non.
Avec le piano.
You can see how to play. You can see how to play piano. Yes, you know. Okay, while they're setting it up, I would like to introduce the performance. So we will have enchanting melodies of Mozart on the piano and Subramaniam Iyer's Varnan Raga Hamsadhwani on the veena. And the performer is Tyagarajananda. She studied Western classical music at the Conservatory of Music in Lucerne in the discipline of piano solo and education. She did her musical education for children at the International School of Music founded by Edgard Willems in Paris. She came in contact with the Indian classical music by divine grace and fell in love with the South Indian veena. This instrument you see here. She had the opportunity to learn this special instrument from different teachers of Indian classical music. And today, as I mentioned, she's going to play melodies of Mozart on the piano and then Varnan Raga Hamsadhwani on the veena. So with this, let's welcome Tyagarajananda for this amazing performance. Thank you.
Function? Oh, yeah, okay. Hari Om. Thanks, Param Tattva Das, to inviting me for this special and wonderful event. Next 30 minutes, you will listen 3 piano pieces from Western classical music. The first piece is composed by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart in Vienna, an adagio in B minor, Köchelverzeichnis 540. This adagio in B minor, Mozart has written during a wartime in Vienna. A war started in Turkey. Financial times, orders, and demands fell away. In such a mood or semantic, he has composed this adagio. The following pieces were composed by Claude Debussy, a French composer, He was living between 1862 and 1819 in France. His music formed the Romantic times and modern times. Very important for him were the different meetings on World Exhibition in Paris from 1889. He came into contact with Russian, Tavanish and Arabic music, and he was looking for such harmonic and formal systems. It seems to him very important. You will hear first arabesque from the two arabesques, and Les Faits sont exquises danseuses from the preludes of second book. And last but not least, I will play on Veena. Then I will explain when I play this instrument. Now on Alles gut. Now on Veena, nice Varnam in Raga Hamsadvani, Talam Adi, composed by Patman Subramaniam Iyer. Raga Hamsadvani belongs to the 29th of Melakarta system, and it is a child of Dhira Shankara Bharana. The composer of this Varnam Bhagavari in Raga Hamsadvani is Patman Subramaniam Iyer, creator of these very rare raga sounds is Ramaswamy Dikshitar, father of Muthuswamy Dikshitar. The music notes means Sarigapa Nisa. This Varnam is dedicated to Lord Venkateshwara.
Thank you so much for this transcendental performance. It was really amazing, and yeah. Big round of applause once again. Thank you so much. You have a question? So there's one question.
Since how long do you play this instrument?
I started in the age of 26. I was very late, but I practice every day. I do. And this is was my career instrument, and this was my relax instrument, what I loved very much. And I didn't know that this exists. I would start with the sitar. That's well known. And I visited, for my studies in Western classic music, I visited a sitar concert. My God, that's also a career instrument. No, thank you. not too. And very late, some years later, I have seen here in the Omkarananda ashram. And my first teacher were the Narasimhachari and Vasanta Lakshmi from Chennai. And students of this couple of dance, they were living in Switzerland, near Bodensee. And I had my first lessons. And Narasimhachari and Vasanta Lakshmi, they came here into Omkarananda ashram and they danced the program and they make the correct tours with us and all. And afterwards I had different masters also in India, private. I visited not academy in Chennai. This was not what nearby this instrument, and to have time. No, in an academy you have no time. You very fast always. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which is played by the goddess Saraswati. Saraswati is a goddess for learning, teaching, and music and so on. And naturally, the second very popular instrument is popular instrument of Krishna called Murali. Mm-hmm. That's the reason, or Bansuri, or flute. That's why Krishna is also called Muralidhara. So these are the two basic instruments of Indian culture, Indian civilization, music.
And the veena was the first instrument with strings in whole India till 13. Jahrhundert, 13th century. Then came the Mughals came into India and brought their own music, also very, very beautiful, but it's another direction in thinking. And the veena developed from the Vedas, and the strings also represent the 4 Vedas, Yajur, I don't know all. Yeah, the 4 strings represented this. And Samaveda was chanting also only with one string. Yeah. And now this is a Saraswati veena with 24 strings. Yeah. So can also play the Western classical games and so. Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
So this brings us to the conclusion of the event of our symposium today. And before we conclude it officially, I would like to thank, of course, everyone who was involved directly or indirectly to be a part of this conference, to organize this. But first of all, I'd like to thank the blessings of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, His Holiness Bhaktiswarup Damodar Swami, Dr. T.D. Singh, Omkarananda Swami, and we also thank our guest of honor, Michael Kremer, for his presence, for taking time out of his schedule and then coming here and sharing his knowledge. We thank all the speakers, Martin, Marco, Goran, Daniel, Dr. Ruby Bakshi, everyone who has been here, and all those who are online with us, Dheeraj Dubey, Dr. Ram Gopal Palori, Dimitri Orlov, for their taking their time out from their busy schedule and making this conference a success. big thanks to Daniel Yanin, the chairman of WPC, for making this conference successful. Without his efforts and endeavor, it would be very difficult. He constantly motivated everyone. Every time there was motivation lacking, he would say that, okay, just let's try. Krishna will do it. It will happen somehow. So yes, thank for his motivation and all his support. And a big thanks to Dayasagar Prabhu for all his endeavors and his efforts for organizing everything online with newsletters and website and registration and everything. He also worked very hard for this. Achyut Keshav Das is not here. He was helping us from India online also regarding the banners and printing and posters and bags and a lot of things. So big thanks to him. Very big thanks to Simon Prabhu here for taking care of all the technical details that we're able to have a seamless program for 10 and a half, 11 years, 11 hours. Maybe 11 years also, if it was a different yuga. They did for 1,000 years, yeah. So big thanks to him. And Dinadayal Prabhu is not here, but he was here yesterday until late night, setting up everything, all the connections, making sure that everything works. And we have a nice conference. Big thanks to Dimitri Prabhu for taking pictures. He is here since 8 and capturing all the moments here. And also thank you to Anupama Mataji for helping organizing Bharatnatyam and also today in the venue. Thanks to Vivekananda Swamini Mataji here for hosting us. Thanks to Vidyananda Mataji, Nitya Vasudha Mataji for helping us in the, she was also here every time, yesterday, today, also last week. So thank you to Shuri Narayan Prabhu, he was also helping us with the venue. Murari Gupta Prabhu and his team for making delicious food prasadam for all of us. And Satyavati Mataji, she was helping us online. So, and of course, most important, the participants who joined us online and offline, all of you for coming here, taking your time out and being a part of this conference. I might have missed a few names, but it's just, I'm just the face, but the real work has been done by all the people whom I mentioned here. And yes, with this, I think he's coming here. He wants to say something, few lines you want to say?
Before we end this devotee is so humble, and he is studying physics in Basel University, and he said always yes, 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 yes. He's a yes man. So he's really a good inspiration and helping us, all of us, because we have been working as a group, and it's a nice group. We've been through different tribulations. We have to go through cyclones and typhoons and different tribulation like destruction of the universe, but we remained fixed and determined with enthusiasm and faith for the pleasure of our spiritual masters and Krishna and Lord Shiva, Srimati Parvati also. So they were helping us a lot. So that's very big adventure. And sometimes we were desperate because sometimes the Swiss post didn't cooperate nicely, but we kept faith in our spiritual master and our service to the devotees and the spiritual master and Krishna. So, and it was a nice adventure actually. Now we are going to miss it, and I hope that we're going to continue to dive the nectar of management and administration for the next, I hope, next conference this lifetime. isn't it? Yeah. Thank you very much, Dipankar Sharma, and thank you very much to all of you. It's a really great pleasure today. It's a it's a reward of our service for many months. We have been working. It's a reward from all of you and your blessings. It's so wonderful. So we pray Krishna to bless you, that you can attain perfection this lifetime, next lifetime, and you attain your dharma. How do you say this? Sad dharma, the eternal relationship with Lord Krishna, and you develop your pure love of God. We heard about purity today. Huh? Who was speaking purity? It's Marco. Yes. So that we can develop this pure love of God. Thank you very much again. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama.
So with this we come to the end, and of course if someone is interested, you can still continue to speak with the speakers for a while. Yeah, thank you all. Yeah, there is something downstairs to eat, maybe drink, tea and some snacks. Can go down and have these delicious sweets. Thank you.